Gotta have some fun with it, right? How's everyone doing today? Nice to see you all in the chat. Thought I'd start a little bit light-hearted before we get into it. Now, I don't know if I don't actually know if Fate's gonna show up. I have no idea if Fate's gonna show up. So I guess we'll wait and see. I hope that he does. I sent him a message, but I'll let you guys know what's going on. I guess before he gets it. If he gets it, we'll see in it. But I forgot to put that on the screen. I will do my part in this, and I'll tell you guys exactly why I'm doing this. So wait, first let me say hello to everyone in the chat. Okay, there's a lot of you in here. Holy shit. I'll just say hello, chat. Hi everyone. I hope everyone is okay. So I don't know. I don't know if Fate's gonna show up. I have no idea. Now, firstly, let me apologize. My hair's all over the place. I was working outside at a festival, so it was a little bit crazy. Fallen, thank you for the 5 months, bro. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing all right. Okay, well, let me just jump into it. Maybe he'll show up when I'm explaining it. So the reason I'm doing this is there's a couple of reasons, and they all happen at the same time. I love my necklace. Thank you. I appreciate it. I always wear it. I always have it out. I just got in from work. So the reason that I am doing this is there were two things that happened. You don't know if Fate's going to show up. I don't know if he's going to show up. I know he spoke to a couple of people about it today. He didn't seem enthusiastic about it, but I'm going to patch things up on my end. And I am willing to take down all of my Fate content from my channel if he jumps on and meets me halfway. I'm not looking to ambush him. I'm not looking to add anyone else to the call. I'm not looking for someone to moderate it. The reason I want to do it in public is because we've had this fight in public and we've kind of dragged a lot of people into it. And I'll explain. Let me start at the front. I'll answer your questions at the beginning, at the end of this. The reason that I'm doing this is there's two reasons. One, I was actually sent a clip from Fate's live stream last night, and most of it was an attack on Tom Brady from what I could see. And there was one part in it where there was this post from Reddit. Now, I don't know who the person is that posted it on Reddit, but there's a couple of things in there that caught my attention. One of them was something I actually pulled Moonsault Slayer up on a long time ago, and I said to Moonsault Slayer that you're kind of a figure in the community, and he didn't do anything serious, but there was something that he did that I thought was irresponsible, and I said that you should be better, bro. You shouldn't do those things. And looking at this whole situation, I kind of feel hypocritical saying that now. And the comment on Reddit was something about me being a figure in the community, predominantly Tekken, and behaving in a way that makes the community look bad. And he said in his post that he understands why me and Fate have beef. He understands the beef, I think, from both sides of the conversation. But it doesn't make the FGC look good, obviously. It's an open confrontation that I saw some people in the chat saying you're arguing over a game. Me and Faye are not really arguing over a game anymore. This has gone far beyond the game. You know, guys can get into a fight. You could get into a fight over anything. It starts over a t-shirt and it somehow spirals into a punch-up. You know, sometimes those things happen in real life. You see people walk into a supermarket. Next thing you know, they're fighting over the pettiest thing. So doesn't matter that it's a game. That's where it started. Now, obviously, me and Fate have two very, very different perspectives on how this situation has played out. He thinks he's in the right, and I think I'm in the right. And so anyway, this guy made that post, and he basically said, he was basically making out like he expects better from somebody with a loud voice. And I said, I hear that. I understand that. The second thing was that obviously there is a dumpster fire happening over in the Melee community. We obviously had Hacks pass away, and we've had a number of people move away from Melee now following Hacks passing because they feel either unsafe or they don't feel like there's going to be any resolutions. They feel like some people with bigger voices are either not speaking up or there's like dogpiling going on. And even though me and Fate got into it, and in the moment, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, in the moment, obviously I'm prone to anger like everybody else. I'm prone to getting in my feelings like everybody else. And I'm prone to being annoyed like everybody else. And Fate has annoyed me. Now he hasn't made me super angry, but he annoyed me. But when I was reading through the post, there was like at least 1,000 posts, 1,000 comments between two videos, and most of them were obviously on my side of the situation. And I was reading them, and at first I was laughing. I find things funny. That's what I said to Fate today. That even if you were to embarrass me or whatever, it wouldn't embarrass me. I find people making fun of me funny. I don't know if it's because I have a fucked up sense of humor, but I tend to like sit with my boys and show them what people have said about me online, and we have a laugh about it. But everybody's not like me, and I shouldn't project that onto other people, and I shouldn't expect people to laugh at those sort of things. And so I was reading over the comments, and I was laughing at them at first, but then I started to feel a bit like this is no different than what was happening with Mewtwo King. Now, the thing with Mewtwo King is that the people that went against him, I feel like they were entirely in the wrong. I still feel like I'm in the right in terms of the stuff that I covered when it comes to Fate. But at the end of the day, I do have a much bigger platform than him, and I was reading them and I was like, there's nothing that he can do to upset me, because even if there was some sort of crazy piece of evidence that he had on me, I've always said that I've got the love of my sisters and my mom and my dad, and I've got a big support network around me, and I have a good job, and I'm happy, and I've outside of YouTube, which is great because you guys are all great. Even if this all went away, which I hope it doesn't, but even if YouTube took it away from me or people all turned on me, I still have my family, and I still have my friends and all that stuff. And some people don't have that. Now I don't know if Fate has that. I have no idea. I'm just saying. I remember him saying he knows your last name. That's fine. Knowing my last name, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I was reading over the post and I was like, I don't know. I don't know if his kids are watching this. Now, the reason I bring up his kids is because I got a message from somebody last night, and they said to me, Mike, I love your content. This day and never, my son watches you. And he said to me, I really appreciate the fact that you've spoken about hacks and that you've spoken about things that are messed up, but the fight between you and Fate doesn't look good because there are kids that are watching you. Now, sometimes I forget that because when I look at my analytics, basically just says 25 and up, and I forget that there are a few kids that are watching me. And he said to me that it's not that he feels that I'm in the wrong, or it's not for him to take sides on the situation. It's that his son is watching me, and his son feels like it's funny that I am basically winning the arguments in his eyes, and it's funny that I've got all these people on my stream, like on my videos in the comment section laughing, and that kind of made me feel bad because I forget that kids watch me, and I don't think about it often. And of course, I'm going to get into fights with people online. Of course, that's going to happen. But I think with me and Fate, it's gone a bit too far. Now, I sent him a voice note today. I don't know if he listened to it, but I basically said to him that I don't care if he keeps the videos up of me because, like I said, I find a lot of them funny. None of it really bothers me. The insults don't bother me. What has bothered me out of all of it is seeing how Tom Brady has been getting dragged through this, which he didn't deserve. So I said to Fate in the voice notes that I am willing to drop this confrontation. I'm willing to drop this beef that we've got between each other. I'm willing to walk away from it, or even I'll apologize for the way I've behaved in certain situations. I don't need you to delete any content of me. You don't need to take down any videos of me. I want you to remove the videos on Tom, all videos on your channel of Tom, where you're putting him down for no reason. Because the only reason that Tom has been put down, the only reason that a few other people have been put down is because they're associated to me. And I don't really want that on me. Like I've said before, I don't mind people attacking me. but I don't like it when I'm watching my friends get attacked for nothing. Tom didn't do anything. They literally did nothing. Let's be real. Tom did fuck all. He didn't doesn't deserve what's going on. So I sent Fate that voice note. I didn't let him know about the kid. Obviously, I don't know if kids watch Fate, but he has his own kids, right? So I said that I'm willing to publicly apologize and move past it. As long as Tom's videos go down, I will remove the videos on Fate. So I sent him that voice note. I know that he is aware that this is happening. I know that he spoke to some people and he initially turned it down. But I don't know where his headspace is right now. The reason I've done this stream so late is because he is over in Australia. So I'm hoping he's awake right now so that he can join. And I know that some people in his camp have been telling him that I'm going to dogpile him, that this is going to be an ambush, don't fall for it. But there's no need for me to ambush him. I've kind of laid out my terms. I don't necessarily want to go over things again because me and Fate fundamentally disagree. And it's kind of like a water and fire situation. It doesn't really matter how many times we try to talk about what has happened. We just don't see things the same way. And I went over that in the last live stream that we did, even down to like reading tweets of things that I hadn't said but had been reframed. What if he doesn't show up? If he doesn't show up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it open for him to show up here, or at some point have an open conversation, because we pulled our communities into this, and loads of other people have been watching. Loads of other people have been watching what is going on. I wasn't aware how far this beef had gone. Not until, obviously, my channel is bigger than Fate, so obviously it reaches more people, and I didn't realize how far it's gone, and I didn't realize how many kids were watching. And again, it might sound silly, but I really don't think about children when I'm making videos. Normally, I'm thinking about people around my age and up. So for those of you that think it's about Mortal Kombat, it's not about Mortal Kombat, obviously. This has gone far beyond Mortal Kombat. It's nothing to do with video games anymore. This is like a personal beef, and I think that we should just squash it now. Now, obviously, I did the videos the other day. The videos were, they were what they were. What age do I consider kids? Well, the kid that watches me is 10 years old, the one that this guy mentioned to me. So I think that's young enough. There's worse out there for kids to see. Yeah, there's worse out there for kids to see, of course, but it doesn't mean that I should contribute to it. Now, obviously, when I was speaking to the dad, he said to me that he likes the fact that I call out, certain things and whatever. And obviously, I'm going to fight with people because of the nature of my content. But I think my efforts should be better placed on situations like what happened with Hacks, or the Umi Show situation, or just like actual bad things. Because for as much as I might hate Fate, not hate Fate, so as much as I might dislike Fate, or hate some of the things he's done, he's not doing the shit that they're doing in the melee scene right now, and he's not doing the stuff that we've seen happening in the Strive scene. Can't blame the parents if the channel is mainly about fighting games. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. The kids are not my responsibility, but I did say a little while ago that I think when you have a certain amount of influence, or if you've got a voice and people come to your channel a lot, that you should exercise that influence with a little bit more caution. And sometimes I forget that even, I'm on 22,000 subs now, which is good. But sometimes, when you're looking at bigger creators, you forget that even though you're not as big as them, your voice still has an impact. And that sometimes my videos go far beyond my subscriber count, and I forget about that a lot. So that's kind of why I want to squash it, because I don't want, as much as I don't like what Fate has done, and maybe he doesn't see it the way I do, I don't want it to turn to a situation like what happened with Hacks. MK1 is dead now, and I don't want us to return to that time with MK1. I want us to enter MK2 or MK13 or whatever they call it, without there being so much chaos. So that's what I'm proposing for this situation. I feel like I'm being fair. I feel like I'm being fair with that. I like I said, I'll take if he shows up here and he agrees to remove the stuff on Tom Brady, I will remove every trace of him on my channel. I'm not going PG, guys. I'm not going PG. Listen, I understand kids watch me. It's not that I don't really swear much anyway. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't really swear much to begin with, but I think this beef is getting a bit too much. It's getting too personal. And the thing is that I wasn't gonna mention this to Fate. I only mentioned it to Tom Brady. I guess I'll mention it to you guys. But there are people that watch this content that are aware of Fate from a long, long time ago. And because the conversation has turned so because it's turned so visceral, it has kind of I don't want to say emboldened, but the people that were watching Fate from a long time ago have left me some messages which I've outright refused to publicize on the channel. So just looking at it, like, I don't hate Fate. He's not somebody that I hate. I just dislike the way he behaves. And looking at some of the way the things are going, I don't want to I don't want to push the conversation into that direction. Like I said, the insults, it doesn't bother me, but just because it doesn't bother me, it doesn't mean that I shouldn't. Doesn't mean I should project that stuff onto other people, which is something I'm guilty of doing a lot of the time. Sometimes I'll look at something and I'll make a video and I'll go, "There's no big deal here," but everyone's different. Don't be a clown for others' enjoyment. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Look, this is not me saying that I'm going to change the content on my channel. I just think that this beef is becoming a little bit unnecessary. It's become a little bit unnecessary. I'm not saying me and Fate have got to be friends. By no means. And to be fair to Fate, he did reach out to me first after I let him on my podcast to speak to True Underdog to tell me to stop these fights and build bridges. And at that time, I ignored it because I was like, I don't need to build a bridge with you. We just don't need to talk. So I ignored the message. So to be fair to him, he did reach out first many, many months ago. And I just ignored it. And then he left YouTube and I didn't know if he was coming back to it. So it was that. And then obviously this all kicked off. So that's the direction that I want to take it. Again, I don't know if he's going to show up. I don't even know if he's awake yet. But mainly, I just want him to leave Tom alone. The other content creators that he's spoken about, like True Underdog and Mrs. Play Stuff, they seem to find it funny. They don't seem to care very much. I know that he's aware because I know of some people that spoke to him today. So I know he's aware that this is happening. And I know that he doesn't. I told him to live stream it himself. Now, obviously, I can't control his community and he can't control mine. I would ask people to leave them guys alone after this, whether he shows or not. Just don't bother them anymore. I don't feel like if he doesn't show, I know he's aware of what's going on today, then that's basically him just saying, fuck this guy, whatever, which is fine. I don't you're not owed someone's forgiveness. And I'm not necessarily looking for forgiveness. I'm just looking to squash it. What's up, mate? I know it's not like this, but this sounds like he has something on you or Tom. Again, no, like I said, Eric, I don't care. Listen, I don't care if he continues to post stuff about me. It's fine. I'm just saying I want him to remove the stuff on Tom, and I won't speak about him anymore because I look at my subscriber count every day. I see it going up every day. I know that my channel is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. And me taking down the videos mainly benefits Fate because the videos are widely watched. His ones, obviously not so much because his channel's not as big. It doesn't affect me like that. So even if he had some dirt on me, that's fine, no problem. If he wants to post away about me, that's okay. It's not me that cares about that stuff so much. I was sitting on stream the other day, and I thought that he had some sort of dirt on me. So we left the stream on because I was like, let's watch and see what he's got. So it's not me that really cares about this stuff. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't bother me like that. Does Tot WebK still chat shit about me? I don't think so. I don't think so. I was in Lynx's stream some time ago, and he was there, and I spoke to him briefly. I think he was aware that it was me. Sorry, I missed some of your super chats. My bad, guys. Where's my mouse? Randall, thank you for the $10. Here's the hard work you was putting. Keep it up, bro. You fake Jason Momoa look. Why'd you have to send for me like that, man? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. OJ, thank you for the $5. The 2008 roster was stacked. Cesaro comeback. 2009 Randy Orton was a menace. That Samoa Joe promo, that Adam Cole promo, WrestleMania 70 promo. Yeah. Do you know what? There's a lot of people here. Maybe I'll run the promo again because I think some people missed it. Napa, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, bro. And Chicken Senpai, you make my chicken leg grow. Bro, what the what? Excuse me? Excuse me? Pause, bro. Hey, how can I send this $199 back? Can I send it back? That's crazy, Chicken Senpai. Major pause. That's mad. Should I run the promo again whilst we'll wait to see if he turns up? Does anyone that missed it want to see the little promo that I put together? Did I hear R-Truth got released? Yeah, he got released, man. That's such a dumb decision. Such a dumb decision. You haven't seen it yet? All right, let me just read this super chat. Captain Corn Cob, thank you for the $5. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but Fate's worst crime is having bad takes about fighting games. Never heard of him doing anything bad otherwise. It's a very long story. A lot of personal remarks have been made along the way. Most people are aware of what is going on. It's gone far beyond the video game. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, he has bad takes on Mortal Kombat, but that's not really why the beef has gotten to the level that it's at now. Anyway, let me run this promo for the people that never saw it. And oh man, you gotta have a little bit of fun with these sort of things, right? That was an epic time to live through, man. WrestleMania 17. Yeah, I don't think there's been a better WrestleMania. Maybe 28 was pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm being fair? I feel like I'm being fair. There's at least 70,000 views worth on my channel of Fate. I think it'd be a good idea to just squash it and leave it in the past. And look, I'll go as far as to say that I will, if he shows up, I will admit fault on certain things. So I'll even admit fault for some of the ways that I behaved with Dragoon, because I was aggressive towards Dragoon as well. But I am only human. You know, one thing I have a really bad habit of is I don't like being told what to do, and I don't like it when people give me stipulations, which might sound a bit crazy considering I'm trying to summon Fate here, and this might seem like it's on my terms. But I like I said, I have a couple of conditions in order for me to remove the videos. And the condition is not for me to have my videos removed, just to make that clear for anyone. I don't care if the videos about me stay up. You don't expect things to change. Things will change on my end regardless. Things will change after this live stream. No matter what Fate says or does, obviously, you know, unless he doxes me or some shit like that, which I don't think Fate would do something like that. Then I will move past this. I'm gonna let it go. And I will remove the videos if he leaves Tom alone and removes the videos on Tom. When's the next Tekken Live? The next Tekken Live is gonna be when Fakaram releases. So we got 1 month to go, and then we'll do some shambolic showdowns on Tekken. I thought he was gonna come out in June, but he's not coming out in June. So Yeah. Wait. What did Loose Street say? I think at this point, I've exhausted this to every extent. It's like when men have a fist fight and shake hands afterwards. Like there's nothing left to say at this point. Yeah, I think you're right, Lou. I think you're right. It doesn't feel like there's anywhere left to take it. I mean, the only place that you can really take this beef is get more and more and more personal, which obviously can happen on both ends. But again, it feels unnecessary to go down that road. And for those of you are saying this is what was it? Someone said something earlier about views and whatever. If this was about views, I certainly wouldn't be doing this because whenever I make a fake video, it does very, very well. So me taking them down obviously doesn't benefit my channel. This is more like a personal thing, but the videos were done for personal reasons as well. I didn't know if they were going to do well or not. I don't know if people are ever going to show up to streams. It's simply something that I want to do at the time. So it's the same thing with True Underdog, right? Every time I upload a True Underdog video, the videos did stupidly well because it's True Underdog. He's a big name. It doesn't benefit me monetarily to be his friend, but I would rather be friends with the guy than have some sort of petty fight online. When it's better to have friendships with people. I think. Now again, that's not me saying that me and Fate are going to be friends. I don't think it's possible for me and Fate to be friends. We seem to be like fire and water, but I don't want to drag this out because there are certain things that I do, and I understand that when I look back on them, I'm not proud of my behaviors, but I am just human as well. I make mistakes like everyone. Are we going to be here till morning? No, we're not going to be here till morning. If he doesn't show up after a while, I'll probably get some people on and we'll just have a chit chat. You guys can ask me questions or whatever, and then we'll close it off, and that'll be it. That'll be it. I will still give him the opportunity to meet me halfway and remove the stuff on Tom, and I'll remove the stuff on him. I'll still leave that open in case he might be asleep. What time is it in Australia right now? I'm in Australia. It's 7:33 in the morning, so he might not be awake. Who knows? But he tends to be awake around this time. So I reckon he probably is. If you're gonna do call-ins, I'll join. Yeah, no, I don't mind people joining whilst we're waiting for him to join. If he does decide to join, I will remove everyone from the room because I don't want him to feel like I'm ambushing him or something. So yeah, I mean, if what do people want to call in to ask questions? He's definitely gonna farm this for clicks and views. Like I said, Brandon, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. I have had conflicts with people on Twitter, and they say the same things over and over again. Oh, he's just saying my name for views. It's a cop out a lot of the time. It's just a way for people to. I wonder why you haven't DM him via Discord. I've already sent him a DM. He's already aware this is happening, Chris. So he's well aware. I can only ask for him to come on, right? I can't beg him. Gonna be real. I watch both when you get Brady on. If I'm in the minority, but I don't really care about your guys' beef anymore. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, the beef is not for people to care. It's just two guys that don't like each other, and unfortunately, we ended up dragging everyone else into it. So if Fate shows up, the stream's gonna go until 5 a.m. I don't think it will. I think he's probably pretty tired of this as well. I think he's tired of this as well. I think he's realized that it's difficult to upset me. And it must be annoying to be name calling someone and they're laughing at the name calling all the time. And I don't mean that as like a that I can't be upset about stuff. Of course I can. I can 100% get upset about things, but like name calling me and I don't know, just what has been going on recently, I've found it funny, which is also not good. I shouldn't be laughing at a situation that I'm actively also contributing to. All right, I guess while we're waiting for him now, guys, when you call in, because I'm trying to make this a more welcoming environment, so he does show up eventually, hopefully. Please, no insults, okay? If you have questions about me and Fate, I don't mind if you want to insult me. That's fine, but try to not insult Fate because he's not here. I'm trying to foster a I'm trying to foster an environment where it doesn't feel like we are going to attack him. You're like Goku. I would say I'm more like Vegeta, but I want to be more like Goku. I feel like I'm more like Vegeta. I am definitely prone to anger. I do it in a calm way. I don't scream like Vegeta does, but I'm 100% prone to. Uh, I'm like who's that? I can't remember what the name of that character is. I get angry about things, but I don't react. So like you could see me like this, and inside I'm angry, but I haven't reacted. I want to be more like Goku. I want to be more like Goku. But growing up, my friends have always said to me, "You're definitely more like Vegeta, Mike. You're more like Sasuke." And it's kind of cool when you're growing up, but as an adult, behaving like Saiyan Saga Vegeta is not gonna get you places. I can't be like that. Definitely don't want to be like Frieza, Rufio. Let me put the banner on the screen so you guys can see where to send me a message if you want to call in. Now, remember, guys, if Fate does show up, I'm going to kick you all out of the room almost straight away without warning. So I'm just letting you know. More like Broly. No, I've got a friend that's like Broly. He's this Turkish guy called Serjan. He's definitely like Broly. I say one thing to him and he just absolutely loses his shit. I'm sorry if you guys can hear my keyboard as I'm letting people into the room. It is quite loud. You did call Fate a dancing monkey. I did. And if he comes, I will apologize for some of my behaviors. I definitely said things that I shouldn't have said, and that's why I said I will remove the videos if he shows up. You're probably Hercule. Do I have a freezer friend? I actually do. I have a friend, and luckily he's friends with me, so I keep his psychotic tendencies very close. And I say to him, if you have anything crazy you want to say it to me, get off your chest, and then we'll go out in public. And he's like, okay. Then he just starts saying the most racist shit to me. I'm like, bro, we're friends, right? Nah, I'm joking. Well, partially. Can we just talk generally? No, not generally. I mean, if you have a question, then then ask me the question. But like, if you don't have a set question, then I don't know. Maybe save it for the chat. Do I like Dragon Ball GT? I actually do like Dragon Ball GT. I do like Dragon Ball GT. I think the beginning of Dragon Ball GT sucks, but the second half is really good, and it's actually got a lot of memorable moments. And how can you dislike the music in GT, right? Music in GT is great. Yeah, if you have a set question for me, you can ask me the question. I'll bring you on. But if you're just looking to be like, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" Maybe stay in the chat for the sake of everybody watching. We don't want to keep people sitting here watching things that are not related to the topic. What did I think of Daima? I'm the wrong guy to ask about Dragon Ball because I like Dragon Ball Heroes. Okay, and I know that's not a popular thing to say. If you give me something Dragon Ball, I'll find a reason to love it. I'm 100% a fanboy of Akira Toriyama's work, so I might be the wrong person to ask. Can you say exactly what happened to cause this turnaround from you, Mike? Is it Tom? No. Well, I did speak about it at the beginning, Curtis. Maybe I'll go over in a little bit again. Let me add Crod to the call. All right, now when I add you guys to the call, try to keep your questions concise. Just, because there's quite a few people that have already messaged saying they want to jump on. So yeah, just try to be as concise as possible, please.
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Not bad, you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Cool, man. What's up? What did you want to ask?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, as far as this whole feud going, is this more to do with the fact that Fate is trying to make some means of a divide because you're actually trying to put in work within the community to try to, create better how should I say, create better like a dialogue with other content creators because I feel like he's trying to create some sort of divide that shouldn't even be there in the first place.
Um, I don't think he's actively trying to create a divide. I think his disdain for me has become so prevalent that when he sees people rubbing shoulders with me, like he said, Mrs. Playstuff or True Underdog, or anybody that I've made connections with, he turns against them immediately. And because of that, I was telling Tom today, I don't want to be the central piece that is causing that as we go into another Mortal Kombat game or as we go into Injustice or Virtua Fighter. If I know that I am the central piece or I'm like the point of his hatred, then what I would like to do is remove myself from that so other people don't get the blowback. Because the only reason Lisa had a video made on her, or True Underdog, or Tom, is because of me. Tom hasn't done anything to the guy. Lisa hasn't done anything to anyone. And him and True Underdog, he tried to say sorry to True Underdog and then did a 180. And the only connection to that is that me and True Underdog are friends now. So if I'm the reason that all of those things are happening, and I am actively making it worse, calling him names and stuff isn't helping, then I would rather squash it. And what I'll do, because I don't tend to agree with most of his takes, is I will stop watching his content completely. And I don't mind having him on the podcast if he like wants to join a conversation, if like a new Mortal Kombat game comes out or anything. I don't want to do that whole ostracizing people from the community, just because of what I've observed with Melee. I really hate the way Hacks was treated and way some other players are treated, and I don't want to be like those TOs. So um yeah, I don't think he's actively trying to cause a rift. I think he's so angry with me the he can't see what he's doing to other people as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. From my own perspective, it seemed like he was good at first, like as far as just like him just making content, but then as he started creating more drama, it felt like to me he was trying to be very like narcissistic to create some sort of like violent tendencies with people to create drama between certain content creators.
Did you say violent tendencies?
Yeah, yeah. As far as like he was trying to use a lot of the grifting tactics to use drama between other content creators, and he was trying to basically make it into like a whole big deal, and basically try to like how should I say use that as like a means to kind of like promote his channel, right?
Uh, yeah, maybe, and maybe he'll continue doing that. I don't know, but I I can tell that most of because when I watch his videos, even though he doesn't say my name, anyone that watches his videos and knows the beef and the history between us knows that he's indirect to me. So I don't want to say I live rent free in his head because that's going to sound more antagonistic, but there's enough anger there towards me that I seem to be riddled. I seem to be interjected into all of his videos. And I don't want to see somebody on YouTube either always angry when they're uploading. That's what it looks like when I watch his videos and he's covering things with pro players or high level players. So yeah, I don't know what his actual motives are, but I think that if I can like build a bridge for him to like not be in this mindset, because he did just make up with Foxy, and he did say he's got a different perspective on high level players and how we might see things. So maybe he's trying to turn over a new leaf. And I just think that with all of the shit that's going on in the FGC right now, there's enough bad people in it to be called out. And I think that I don't think Fate is on the level of these people that we've been speaking about, you know. So I think that it's best to just squash it.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to basically ask like about because I've always supported you for like a good while, so I just kind of like was thinking that like the hatred that people like him would have would just be just like dumb drama that people like him would try to basically create some sort of a divide.
Yeah, I mean, some people try to create divides, but I don't know. Like, my aim and my goal is to try and get him to move past this. And maybe if we can squash the beef between us, it will have a knock-on effect with how he behaves with other creators. And I also need to take responsibility for the way I behave as well. Sometimes I forget how far my voice reaches, and people in other communities watch my videos as well, like in shooting games and stuff. And I don't want to be the reason that somebody that I just don't like, you know, he's not a pedophile, he's not done with the things that we've seen in the Melee community or in Strive or some people in the FGC. He's nothing like that. He's just somebody that I don't get on with, and I don't want them dogpiling him either. Even if I dislike some of the things he's done. So I think if he does show up, obviously we have a point of contention with the way we view Mortal Kombat. It would be good to just have a debate about the game rather than making personal attacks. But again, it all really comes down to him, and if he's willing to just let this go, and you know, we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's pretty much it, and I'll just hop back into the chat, bro.
Cheers, bro. I appreciate it.
All right, I'll see you, bro.
In a bit. You excited about Hunter x Hunter? Do you know what, bro? I'm not feeling it. I'm really not feeling it. The movement looks good, but it looks kind of looks a little bit cheap. I don't want to put the game down, but it looks a little bit cheap. I'm more excited for Demon Slayer, I'll be honest with you. Let me see. I might have missed some. I'm sorry, I needed to win the bet. Win what bet, bro? Why would you send me a homoerotic super chat? I don't. What bet is this? I don't understand. Can you explain the bet to us, Chicken Senpai? Daniel, thank you for the $4.99. What's up, Mike? Off topic, but you were right to you were right. Spoke to my family in London. They heard me mention Peckham and Croydon for holiday, and they laugh at me. I tried to tell you, bro. I drove through Peckham today, and I grabbed my cross and I said, "Please, Lord, get me through this absolute dumpster." That Peckham is one of the scariest places on earth. Go to the scariest place in Dark Souls, and then take a screenshot on your phone, drive to Peckham, and hold up the screenshot to your face and then look around you. It won't look that different. It really won't look that different. And Croydon is right there with it. Croydon is right there with it. Go on Instagram and type in Croydon and look what comes up. It's terrifying. I don't know why people go there. As a matter of fact, I used to go there because there used to be an arcade called the Heart of Gaming, and I would go there. And now I'm just like, why was I doing that? I never had an issue, but I remember going inside the shopping center where Heart of Gaming was, and there were hoodlums in there, guys with masks over their face. I was like, is this a shopping center or a prison? Like, it's not horror scary. Well, I don't know what you consider horror, but yeah, I don't go to Peckham or Croydon, guys, for your own good. Oh, Mr. Claw, I'm just seeing your message. Mike, Harada likes you. Tell that man to add Ogre next gen. I'll become the next Evo champion. Why do you think Harada likes me? To be fair, okay. I've never made any aggressive remarks towards Harada or Michael Murray on Twitter. I've like tweeted them and said to them, hey, I don't like this, that, and the other. But I've made videos on them that I've gotten very high views, like criticizing them heavy, and they've never blocked me. But Michael Murray's been blocking everyone else. Now there's also the fact that he just doesn't know I exist. There's also that. But every time I quote retweet him, like it'll get like very high engagement, like up in 100,000. And then other people who haven't got as high engagement will get blocked. And I'm like, does Michael Murray like me? I think he might like me. Not like that. Pause. Not like that. I'm just saying he might actually like me. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop quote retweeting him. Maybe we can be friends as well. Maybe I'll have Harada on the podcast one day. Exactly. That's why you're still unblocked after all this time, bro. I'm not blocked by anyone on the Tekken team. Can't say the same for the Guilty Gear Strive scene though. Every day I'll go onto Twitter and I'm like, who is this person? I don't even know them. I'm blocked. And I always check. It's always someone from Strive. Don't know why they hate me so much. Remember, guys, if you have any questions, try to keep them concise because there seems to be a bit of a queue building. So I'll get the next person in. Did you stop playing Uncharted? Yeah, I have stopped. I've not played anything for a little while. The last game that I played was Dead or Alive 5. I do want to go back to Bleach, but they seem to have abandoned the community. The game is almost dead. Demon Slayer is out soon, and Fakurama is almost here, so I'm looking forward to that. Hey, Izzy.
Yo,
How you doing, man? You right?
hey man, I'm good. What are you saying?
Yeah, all good, man. What was your question?
Um, my question is like, you know how Fate has all of his little cliques, like like Total MK is his boy, right?
Yeah.
How are you gonna deal with them, man? Basically, if they come at you, so let's just say he might not, but let's just say he does. How are you gonna deal with him or them, man?
They're not Fate's
Basically,
responsibility. I don't look at it the same way he does, because he was very upset at Tom Brady for not defending him when I was going at him or Sikand or whatever. But I don't look at it that way. If me and Fate make peace, but his community still comes at me, that's fine by me. It doesn't
no,
bother
yeah,
me. So if Total MK is he sees the whole situation playing out, let's say hypothetically, and Total MK decides, no, fuck that, that's fine. Total MK is his own man. Fate's not responsible for that. So I would be fine with that.
yeah, that's true. Actually, like, I did forget about that, the whole Sikanda thing. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, everybody's their own man. I don't expect people
Yeah,
to. Obviously, if you're outright telling your community go and harass somebody, that's different. But if Total MK just disagrees with Fate and he says, "No, I don't want to make peace with this guy," fuck that. That's fine. That's not Fate's responsibility.
yeah, yeah. I was thinking more on the side of like, you know, you know, like if in my mind, if I was told MK, I thought he'd be like, "Yo, Faith, my boy, I'm not gonna stand for this shit. I'm gonna go attack my collar." You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, I've said 100 times. The attacks that they've made on me, it's like it's nothing serious. It's not going to keep me up at night. I'm not upset by it.
mm,
There and to be fair, I started on Total MK first. He made some comments that I really didn't like, and I made a video about him. So um, if he doesn't like this, I'm not extending an olive branch to Total MK anyway. So it's not about him. I ain't got a problem with him. There's no beef with him, but this is about Fate.
mm,
Me and Total MK, we don't like each other, but it's more by association. It's not a serious thing. Like I said, I spoke to him on Lynx's stream like a few months back, and he seemed fine. So he
mm.
probably doesn't like me, but he probably hasn't got to the point of hate. You know, hate's a pretty strong word, so I think it's fine.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, this whole thing, yeah. just been messy, man. I've,
It's
I've
yeah,
been
it is.
I've been following this beef from the start of like when did it happen? Like 2024. Yeah,
No, 2023 actually.
yeah. Must oh yeah,
Yeah, it's been a
must have
while.
been right at the end. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's been
crazy,
going on
man.
for a while. So it's probably time to put it on the wraps and leave it
Ja,
alone.
Ja Rule versus Shady Aftermath all over again. If you remember that beef,
Yeah, we don't want it to get to that level.
that was messy, man. Oh my.
Did you have any other questions?
Um, I'm just thinking through. No, not really. I mean, face it, innit? like that guy's kind of. He just needs to stop picking fights with other content creators, man. He's done it with on Cage Games. He's done it with History Behind the Warrior. He's done it with Max, True
Mm.
Underdog, several other people. He just needs to stop picking fights with them, man. It's like, what do you have to gain? You just look sad, man.
Yeah, I
You're
mean
not.
it's up to him how he wants to govern his channel. I'm not gonna tell him
No, of
stop
course.
making the content that you're making. I just want him to leave Tom alone.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I feel like with the Tom situation, Tom is only being attacked because of me, and I
Mm,
don't think that's fair. If he wants to attack other people, like I said, Lisa laughed at it. She didn't seem to really care very much. True Underdog sort of laughed at it. Some other people who have appeared in his videos had spoken to me about it, and they were like laughing about it. But the situation with Tom is completely unfair. He doesn't. This really has nothing to do with Tom. Tom kept it to the game, which should be acceptable. If Tom was critiquing Fate's gameplay, that should be acceptable. It shouldn't go down personal attacks, and Tom
personal, yeah.
never made it personal. So it's clear that Tom is being attacked because of me. There's no other reason why. Like I said, Tom's not in control of what I do. There's nothing that Tom can say to me that will make me change my mind if I decide to do something. You know, we're all our own people. So I don't feel like Tom should be getting the hate that he's getting.
Yeah, no, I agree. Fate was able to make up with Foxy, so I don't know. So I don't see like why he can't make up with you lot. Like,
Well, the
so.
beef with Foxy's not anywhere near as bad as what it was with me. So
Well,
it
yeah,
is a
yeah,
different
true.
level.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, still, it's good to keep that kind of hope and optimism up. You know, like,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Well, we'll see in it. We'll see what happens.
yeah,
But it's still kind of early. We'll see if he shows up. So
yeah. I just wanted to get my 2 cents in,
no
considering like
problem, bro. I
it's.
appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I'm gonna be going to bed in 15 minutes. I will stay in the chat, but see you later, man. In a bit.
See you in a bit, bro.
In a bit. In a bit.
Did I? No. Chicken Senpai made a bet with my homie that if I said something homo in super chat, I would get 50 buckaroos. Wow. Okay, fair enough. That's money well spent. Yeah, all right, cool. I don't know what to say. I appreciate the super chat though. I respect Mike, but $50 is $50. That's crazy, bro. What's going on? EA not playing. All right, let me get the next person in here. Afro, how you doing, man?
Yo, bless up, Mike. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. How you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, all good, bro. All good.
So, my thought about this, right, is, you said you don't want it to be like another hack situation or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
You don't think there's a major difference between the issues people have with Fate and the issues that people had with hacks? Like, at the end of the day, I try and treat people how I want to be treated, and I found out that that doesn't exactly work for everybody. Like, if I do something retarded, right, I want someone to say, yo, that's retarded.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
I just don't think you can be like, oh, I don't want to criticize anybody to a certain extent because you don't want a hack situation to happen.
No, it's not that. I don't think that the situation is anything like hacks. The only reason I'm comparing it is that I know how the community looks at Fate, and there was a point in his video the other day where I realized that Fate isn't necessarily lying about the things that he's saying. It's that he genuinely doesn't understand some of the things that I'm trying to convey to him, and it became very obvious to me when he read something out that was he read it out, he read it word for word out, and then the way he explained it was nothing like what was on screen, and it kind of dawned on me that it's not that he is outright lying. I'm sure he's lied about some stuff like on purpose, but I don't think he's processing the information in the way that I would expect him to. I'm trying to say it in the most polite way possible, but my point is that I think that I don't think the conversation is gonna. I don't think these back and forths are gonna have any. Uh, they're not going to go anywhere good because Fate is not looking at it the way we're looking at it. He's not. If I say to him that the sky is red, he's going to fight with me about scrambled eggs. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I completely understand that. And something that I think might help you communicate to him that he isn't understanding is the video where he fought Foxy. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about recently?
Yeah.
You know, he said that he kind of like realized that, you know, there's levels to this shit. I'm paraphrasing what he said, for example, or whatever. I really think that if you do talk to him, you should definitely try and hammer that in and be like, you know, you don't think that you might not be understanding in the exact same way for this type vibe?
Yeah, I've tried to do that before, but I think I don't know if I'm having trouble saying it in a non-condescending way. But I think I think with this whole situation, like what you were saying with hacks, the reason I brought up hacks is because I've been reading through the comments on my comment section. I read through what goes on Twitter, and I don't want it to get to a point where he feels because as much as he might say he's not a part of the FGC, he really does interact with us a lot. So it doesn't really matter if he says he's part of it or not. He's interacting with us all the time, and he interacts with Mortal Kombat players, and he's made amends with Foxy, and he seemed to be very happy about that. So I don't want, as my channel grows, I don't want any kind of influence I have or any kind of like sway that I have to be used to push him further out of the community. I'd rather put our differences aside now. It's gotten to the point where it's not going to go anywhere other than way more personal. I'd rather just put it to the side. If we can't find common ground, just go separate ways. And if he gets into a fight with people in my community, then they'll deal with it. Me and him don't need to get involved with each other.
Yep, I totally understand that. That was all I really had. I'm not going to drag this out too much longer. You keep up the doing the God's work, big homie. You keep keeping these people in check.
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the question. All right. Are you guys still talking about Hunter x Hunter in chat? No one here excited for Demon Slayer, no? Before I get Joey in here. I think Joey's the next. Oh, Joey's just gone. Never mind. I think the next person is Mr. Claw. Oh, Joey's come back. Okay. Demon Slayer mid. Bleachers. Unacceptable. The game is good, man. I'm telling you, the Demon Slayer game is going to be good. Catch me on Biscuit's channel. I'll 100% be tearing it up over there. You should go to DreamCon next year. Isn't DreamCon in America? I'm going to be in Australia next year. Not for Fate. My friend is getting married before anyone starts rumors. My friend's getting married in Melbourne. So I'm going over there. And then I'll probably be in Japan. So before anyone starts some shit, I'm not going to Australia for Fate. All right, let me get Joey in here. Go ahead on, Joey.
Afternoon, Mike. How you doing, chat?
Yeah, not doing bad, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you, boss. So my question or comment, however you want to look at it, is as such. As someone who is well-versed in how Retro gets down in his rhetoric since back in the PS3 and 360 eras, he's running the same playbook he ran from all the way back then. He's still running it now. Now, you're free to make up your own mind. That's neither here nor there. But I can tell that he's never changed not one hair or iota. So how would you react if he were to accept what you're offering and he then around when he becomes disingenuous with everything again and once again starts biting at your heels and looking for your attention?
I think after this, I'm going to if he doesn't show up, I'm not gonna like block him anywhere or anything like that. But I will probably unrecommend his channel and just ignore anything that happens. So if he does attack me or whatever, I won't see it. And even if I do happen to see it, it's gotten to the point now where everything that needs to be said has been said. He feels like he's proven me wrong. I feel like the 2.5 hour video that I did, plus the live stream afterwards, completely debunked everything that he said and done. And there's nowhere for it to really go. So if we do end up talking today and then he decides to do a 180 like what happened with True Underdog, I think that I'm in like in a non condescending way. I feel like I'm onto bigger and better things, and I don't want to put him down as I'm going up. And so it's up to him what he wants to do. Really, it's completely up to him. I don't mind if he wants to drag me through the mud. It does, like I said before, they were making fun of me on stream the other day. We were watching it and laughing, so I don't really get affected by it.
Okay, that's what's up. So, is it fair to infer or that this means it's more about getting the videos of Brady done and moving forward, trying to create a more positive space, and less about what you and him have to go through from here on in?
Yeah, I like I said, the guy put that message on Reddit, and he said that and I know not everybody looks at me like this, so I'm not saying that I am, but some people look at me as like a figure in certain scenes, and his posts seemed more disappointed in my behavior than angry or anything. And I got onto Moonsault Slayer at one point, and I said to him, "You need to behave. You shouldn't do those things because you've got a pretty big channel and you're about to start a fight between creators." And Moonsault Slayer straight away said, "Yeah, do you know what? You're right. That was kind of fucked up of me." So I'm being a hypocrite by not taking my own advice. So it's more about not starting unnecessary fights in the fighting game community. Like I said, as much as Fate might say he's not part of the FGC, he interacts with us a lot. So I think that I should use my channel to focus on things that are actually really terrible, like what happened with hacks or anything that happens going forward, rather than a petty beef between me and him that has gotten completely out of control.
Okay. Well, I commend your stance, and I wish it all the best. And thanks for everything you do for our community, man.
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, let me read that super chat. Denzetsu, thank you for the $5, bro. Is that Kiryu? I can see. Big prop shouts to Kiryu, man. Make sure you put Kiryu in Virtua Fighter, Sega. I will not forgive you if Kiryu's not in Virtua Fighter. That seems like a slam dunk as far as I'm concerned. What changed my mind? I explained that at the beginning of the stream, Spicy Rice. I'll go over it in a bit, but there's just there's some people in the call waiting. Is Fate coming on? I don't know. We'll see if he actually shows up. We'll see. But it was important for me to stream this because I know that this beef between me and Fate has kind of it's gone beyond the Mortal Kombat community, and it's reached far and wide. There's people. I know people in other scenes. I know people in like shooting game scenes, and even they are aware of the beef. So I kind of just want to squash it because, and again, I'm doing this for the betterment of the fighting game community, because this kind of stuff, where it's gotten to the level that it's gotten now, it's only going to breed more negativity. There's nowhere for it to go. You know, there's nowhere left for this beef to go other than it getting really, really ugly. And it doesn't need to be like that. So obviously, I'm not saying that I'm not going to fight with people. You know, I've had fights with people before. I've had fallouts before, and I'm not always going to make up with people, obviously. But like I said, Fate's not a criminal. He's not done anything criminal. This is just something that we don't see eye to eye on. There was all that stuff that happened with King J, right? King J's my boy, much like Tom Brady. I went to my boy's defense. I don't know if those people ever apologize to King J for any of that, but if there's situations like that, yeah, I'm usually going to back my friends. It's just in this situation, there was already so much backstory that it was already an ugly situation. So there was nothing that could be nipped in the bud. But I had to do this live stream in front of everybody because we started this beef in front of everybody. And some people have obviously, I was told that my teeth were going to be pulled out for talking to Fate a certain way. And even though that doesn't bother me, I don't want other people to get messages from other people. I'm not saying Dragoon would send that message, but from other people saying, hey, I'm going to hurt you for, this particular take that you had. So settle it with a 1st to 10. No. Because that would be bullying. Hey, Mr. Claw, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad, bro.
I didn't even know who this Fate dude was until I saw that hour and a half long video, and I watched it all. And it was like a very interesting topic, and I watched it. I think right after a couple of days after you stuck up for U2 King, and that video was actually really good, and I really appreciate that kind of content that you do because I think nobody really talks about that kind of stuff. Well, besides Button Check out here in the States talks about that stuff, but like that was something he didn't even touch. But I mean, I don't understand. Like I understand the beef after watching what was going on and what happened with Tom Brady, and like I think it's stupid. But like I don't understand his issue with like the Mortal Kombat community as a whole. Like I have friends who are big MK. Like majority of my MK friends, they're like the minority of the blind players, like Rattlehead and a few other T-Breeze and all that. And like that's connection with that is that because I'm an adaptive player myself. I play Tekken. And
bro, your connection is going crazy, but it sounds like you're on Cybertron.
Oh man, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm trying to get as best internet the connection I can. I'm outside right now because inside the walls were breaking up my stuff.
That's cool, man.
Is it? Hold on. But yeah, I mean, so it's just I don't know. It just seems it seems weird, and I agree with what you have to say. There's some minute things that I agree with him, but not at all. And I understand how people can see that he is a racist, and like I'm not dogging. This is not dogging on him, talking trash on him, but him and the guy that you talked about that wanted to pull your teeth out. Both of those, they both look like they would be dudes that stormed the Capitol in the States 2 years ago.
Like let's not go down this road, bro, because we're trying to make this a welcome environment for him. So I want him to come here and not feel like people are gonna attack him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that he is, but it's just like he can give off that vibe, and I wish he wouldn't. Like the things that he says gives off that vibe, and like I think you're educating him on like, bro, like you give off this vibe, and I would hate for people to not watch your content or give you like any time of day for not watching, for you acting a certain way, you know. And you're a good dude for coming on and being like, bro, like don't do this, like you're talking mad crazy, and like I'm just here trying to be a good guy to try to help you not look dumb, you know, because people are saying that you look like this, and I don't want you to, you know, I'm trying to help you out. And I think that's commendable, that what you're trying to do with him, but he's just yelling at you and talking mad about you and your friends, and I don't know, it's dumb. And I mean I commend that you are taking like the minute steps like this to go on live to talk to him man to man, and I mean I think it's good. I mean, it's good content for both of y'all on one end, and it's good for you to, you know, do this and B, you're being the bigger person, and that's good on you. So, but yeah. But what do you think? What are you hoping that comes out of this?
Did I just get kicked from my own live stream? Hold on, it's my. Can you guys? Did I get kicked from my own live?
You froze a little bit, but yeah, man, I think what you're doing right now is commendable, bro. But I just want to come on and tell you that.
No, that's cool, man. I appreciate that. I just think that me and Fate have it's gotten to the point where he's so angry. Maybe he's just speaking out of line. I don't want to like completely condemn him, but yeah, obviously there's things that have been said that he probably knows is gonna piss people off, and there's things that I've said that I can take responsibility for. So we'll just see in it. I think tensions are pretty high between me and him right now.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, but you're doing everything you can to like smooth everything over.
Yeah, I'm trying. We'll see. We'll see if he. I mean, it's probably still early for him, and I've still got some time. So we'll see if he eventually shows up. But all right, I'll get the next person in here, Mr. Claw. I appreciate you jumping on. Wait, is it me with the bad connection now? Is it can Mr. Claw not hear me? I'm confused. I don't know what happened just now. Can you guys? Okay. I'm gonna get him out of there because I think his connection's messing with mine. Mr. Claw, I appreciate you jumping on, bro. Thank you very much. Right, what did I miss? Sorry, I got kicked from our own live stream. Can you imagine that? That's never happened to me before. Crazy. Do you think Fate was trying to get me out of here? What did I miss? I know I can see some of you in the queue. I'll be with you in just a second. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened there. That was very weird. Claude took over my stream. Can you imagine? Do you know what the craziest thing is? If that happened and I couldn't get back into my stream, I wouldn't be able to get back into StreamYard to end my stream. Somebody could have come on here and done something crazy. Thank God I got back in here. If it did, I don't know how I'd fix that. All right, let me get the next caller in here. Yo, John. Can you hear me? Can't hear you, bro. Maybe your settings are not set up. Can you guys hear John?
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
How you doing, bro? You alright?
I'm good. The mic was connected to a different setting. All good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since we last spoke.
I spoke to you on the phone the other day.
Yeah, we did, but it wasn't about the Fate situation. We spoke about the Fate situation a long time ago when it first started happening. Yeah, so I'm gonna be quick because I put some little pieces in the oven for myself. But I'm glad that you are now coming to the consensus of like kind of like squashing the whole shit, because I told you back then like I didn't like how this shit was going on because it was just a big nothing burger, and like nothing was just happening on. It was just like yap between the both of you lot. So I'm kind of glad that we're here to squash the beef, get this all sorted. So yeah, that's good on you and good on Fate. So if that actually happens into fruition, then yeah, that's a benefit because I don't see this continuing on any further. But my main question is, this is about Fate, but this is about your main channel in your community. Do you have anything special happening on for like, because you're at 22K subs, maybe you're gonna do something special when you hit 30K or maybe 50K, something like that. I'm looking for the future.
I hadn't really thought about it because I don't think I'm gonna hit 30K anytime soon. I don't know what were you suggesting?
I don't know, maybe like a big like I don't know. Usually do it when you do like a giveaway with you play with the community. But yeah, just something big. I don't know. Maybe have a little bit of a thinker. I'll probably think and give you some advice as well on what you could do. But yeah, I was just thinking if you had something in the back burner that you might want to do.
What maybe I can give a Switch 2 away.
You hear that, guys?
I don't know if people are interested in Switch 2.
Yeah, well, you never know. Some people might, some people will. But
yeah, we'll see what people are interested in, and if like when we get to 30K, that will probably be like a while off anyway. When we get there, we'll see what's going on, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like your voice, it's like a load of places. Like I see you on like Reddit sometimes. I see you on like on other shit. So like you do have a voice, and your voice does echo out and reaches a lot of people. So I feel people will come into your channel and like sub or check your shit out and all that stuff. So yeah, I was just thinking maybe you want to do something for the future for your community. Just keep morale. Well, I won't say morale is down, but like keep spirits high, as everyone is all inclusive and talking to each other and all that shit.
Well, I mean, you've put me on the spot now, so I kind of have to decide anyway now. So cheers for that, John.
I'm just saying it's for the community, it's for the people. I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll probably do. I normally do giveaways anyway. Like whenever I get free codes or anything, I give stuff away. So we'll definitely do something for 30K, 100%. I mean, the next person to hit a big milestone is King J. He's about to hit 100K, which is going to be crazy. So you lot go over to King J and you demand that he does some sort of giveaway for you guys. Yeah, hey, you get him up to 100K. Big up King J. I think he's going to be. I think he'll be the third UK FGC guy to hit 100K in the UK. So that's a big achievement. There's Ketchup and Mustard. There's Arsenalty, and I think it's King J.
Yeah, that's really good. But yeah, I just want to say that glad beef is squashing for this good for nothing burger. Big up the community. Big up you, Mike. I'll probably send you a message tonight actually about I think it's Wednesday or Thursday if you're coming to that event for the work thing.
Oh, yeah. Message me about it.
Yeah. All right. Take care, man.
All right, man. See you in a bit.
Chat.
Yeah, cheers, John. Put me on the spot now. I got to buy something when we hit 30K. Fantastic. What do you guys think is a suitable 30K giveaway? Don't say a car or a house. Otherwise, I'll ban you. Hey, Mike, if you could openly condemn cameos in MK, that would be a huge moment in the stream. Bones, are you new around here? Have you not seen the amount of videos that I've made on Mortal Kombat at this point? Code to a game. I do codes for games all the time, though. So that seems I don't know, 30K, I feel like that it should be big. Maybe not a car or a house big, but a Bugatti? No, man. Listen, if you want me to get the coordinates to Andrew Tate's Bugatti and we can go steal it, yeah, maybe we'll do that. But I'm definitely not buying you one. Chocolate Shot Gaming, thank you for the $2. Are you getting a Switch 2, Mike? I'm in two minds. I haven't pre-ordered one. It's very expensive. I don't feel like it's justified the cost, and I also don't like a lot of the practices Nintendo is putting forward. So, for now, probably not. If I can get my hands on one, I'd love to, because I played Mario Kart World and it's actually really good. But I just don't feel like spending that amount of money on a Switch. Like it seems like ridiculous how what they're doing, and like you don't even own the games now. You just download them and they can take them from you whenever they want. I love Mario Kart. I really do. Like I love playing Mario Kart on my Switch. I still play it to this day. But I'm not that desperate to play it. You know, if they're gonna be doing stupid shit like that, I'm not that desperate to play it. So we'll wait and see. They're not all digital. I swear, if you buy the cartridge cannot be used on another Switch, right? Sorry, I know there's people in the queue. I'll get you in just a sec. You can't use the cartridge on another Switch, right? If I put that cartridge in my Switch, that game locks to my Switch. So that cartridge essentially becomes useless. No, it's not all games. I thought it was all games. Modification to the device's hardware is also grounds for getting it bricked. Yeah, I mean, I never mod my consoles anyway, so that I didn't really care about that too much. But obviously, for people that do care, that's going to be a big put off. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's mainly third parties. So are you guys saying if I buy Mario Kart World, I can lend it to my friend and he can use my Mario Kart World on his console, even though I've already put it inside my console? Because I'm pretty sure that's what people were pissed off about. That is what they're doing. Yeah, so I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's cool at all. All right, let me get the next caller in here. So we've got Oblivious. How you doing, bro?
All right, hey man. So I was just kind of curious. Do you know what you would apologize to Fate for, or are you just gonna apologize as he like brings up if he's offended by it? You know, like what made him mad?
I had specific things that I was gonna apologize for, because I think if you just say sorry without delving into why, it's a pretty like empty apology. So I was gonna apologize for like the name calling, calling him a dancing monkey. That was obviously maybe a step too far. I was going to apologize for how condescending I've been. I was actually going to apologize for because he reached out to me when I let him on the podcast to talk to True Underdog, and I said to him, "I'm happy for you to come on my podcast before, but I don't want to be friends or anything like that. I just, I'm not a fan of ostracizing people. So even if we don't get along, you can still come on and jump in and get involved in the conversation," which I let him do. But afterwards, he sent me a message saying, "Let's try to build a bridge. Let's try to fix things." And I ignored the message. So I probably apologize for ignoring it. What else?
I've been.
Go
on. My bad. All I was gonna say was I originally started watching Fate first, and then I found you, and I gravitated towards you because, you understand the games on a more high, like professional level, like I do. I kind of had it like, I wouldn't say falling out because I was never really close to him to begin with. I like slowly like distanced myself, like because we just didn't connect,
Mm-hmm.
He hates the Only Pros, but one thing about like the drama you've both had, I remember early on, there was that you criticized him for like the Condiment Bros nickname he gave him, and I need to like remember it because it's been forever, but it was never my drama, so I kind of just forgot it. But I'm remembering it now. Is he kind of saw you as like being hypocritical with, I think it was Sikander, when he was like ripping in his ass, with insults and shit, with shit talking. Yeah, like because that's why he kind of looked at you. He's like, "You gonna stop him?" He's like, "No, I'm not his mom."
Yeah. Well, I think that's slightly different because I don't tend to get involved when two grown men are fighting with each other. It's very rare that I do. Obviously, I got involved with the Tom Brady thing because I felt like that wasn't a back and forth. That was one-sided attack. But with him and Sikander, I didn't feel like I needed to get involved because he could have just cussed Sikander back. You know, like I wasn't going to say anything if Fate started ripping into Sikander. I was laughing at the situation. So that I probably won't apologize for because that's just, I mean, if you were on here talking to another guy and you two started screaming at each other, I'm probably going to stay quiet.
Yeah, I understand where you're like coming from. That's what I'm saying. Like I saw a disconnect between both of you because I think he took it like your criticism of the catch, the condiment bros as he likes to call him, which I just think that's a funny name. But I know why you criticized him for it. But
yeah, the reason I criticized him for it is because he made the assertion that Ketchup and Mustard knew about the state of Mortal Kombat 1 before it came out because they went there to test the game. But I've tested games before. And I have been invited to gaming studios before. And sometimes when they invite you in to play a game, they section off one part of the game for you to play. So you can't see anything else that's going on. You can't see anything that's going on in the studio. You have no extra information. And even if you do, sometimes you have to sign an NDA. And I explained that to him and he continued calling them those names. So I was like, you're basically pushing a narrative that these guys have insider information and are just selling the scene out, which I don't think is fair to do to them. So I think that's slightly different than two guys just cussing each other.
Yeah. Well, what I'm getting at though is he had like a bit of a misinterpretation. Like he thought you were saying like you're not allowed to call anyone like silly nicknames or name calling. So that's why that's where I saw like a disconnect between you two with that specifically. So, but I don't see why you need to apologize for it necessarily. But I saw that as like actual misunderstanding that you may or may not.
Well, I explained that to him several times, so I don't know. Maybe I didn't explain it well enough, but
okay.
That's not one of the things that I would apologize for. Even if me and Fate made peace now, let's say we made peace, and then I don't know, him and Tom Brady started arguing on the podcast, I wouldn't get involved in that because they're both going back and forth. The reason I got involved this time is because Tom wasn't arguing with him. Tom wasn't fighting with him. Tom was just getting dragged for no reason. It was just an unprovoked attack on Tom Brady. So that's why I decided that I wanted to say something about it, which is not really any different to what happened in Mewtwo King. Like I had not spoken to Mewtwo King before that. Obviously I've spoken to him now and I've just chatted with him for a little bit and we follow each other on Twitter now. But at the time there was no reason for me to get involved in the Mewtwo King situation. I just saw someone being bullied. And I thought, I don't think this is cool, man. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, and you guys are dogpiling him. So I decided to make that video about it. But sometimes I'll jump into a situation if I see fit. But I'm not going to jump in because someone asked me to. It's if I feel like it.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I kind of like a lot of this drama. Like I've been like seeing on and off. I haven't really been paying attention to it actively because I don't want to feed into it. I kind of see it like road rage. Like the advice they give you in like driving school is like just don't participate it. Just keep driving. And it won't escalate because that's what I feel like you did to some extent was you somewhat escalated it, not like intentionally or like maliciously. Obviously, it's just like that. I do like the same thing with like fighting games. Like, obviously I should get off if I'm getting tilted, but then I'll keep playing and get more tilted and start raging hard,
Yeah. It's just, it's one of those things that's just gotten a bit out of hand.
Yeah.
Did you have any other questions?
No, that was it.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you jumping on.
All right. It's all good. I wish you guys the best.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Take care.
You said that you don't see why I feel the need to apologize. Thing is, bros, if you don't take a little bit of responsibility for things you've done, then there's not going to be any middle road. I can't just have him on here and be like, you need to apologize for this and then we're going to move forward. It doesn't really work like that, unfortunately, in these sort of situations. And I do genuinely feel like there's things that you can do better. No one's perfect, right? We might put videos out there and we might go over them and edit them and whatever. But then when you sit back and watch it, you're like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I was a bit angry in the moment, So it's like, do you guys remember the chocolate brownie I bring it up all the time, like it's funny. But the chocolate brownie tweet that I put out about Tekken, I put that video out there. I edited it. I watched it over before it went out, and I thought, yeah, that's a great take. And then I put it out, and you guys absolutely flamed me for it. You know, I got roasted for that video. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you watch stuff back even after you've edited it, and you think it's good at the time, and then you put it out, and you're like, and a lot of people liked the video that I put out recently. They thought it was funny, but there are parts of it where I'm just being way over the top. You know, I probably shouldn't have used flagrant language when I'm trying to get the point across. Because the thing is, when you call people names before you get to your point, they're not even listening to your point anymore. They're fixed on the fact that you called them a name. So that's probably something that I shouldn't do if I'm trying to get a point across. Right, let me get the next guy in here. Good, fine. Can you hear me?
Yo.
How you doing, man? You all right?
Yeah, not too bad. First of all, I think to be fair, as a person, you are a much bigger man than I am, because I wouldn't be able to take it if someone just started, talking a load of crap. You know what I mean? Like, and
yeah.
With regards to, you just sent me the X link. I do apologize. I did it on X and
okay.
Discord. I do apologize.
That's okay.
So my thing is, so what would happen if he does enter the chat today and you couldn't build a bridge with him? What sort of, like, what comes about after that? Do you just ignore him, or if he starts like talking even more nonsense, how do you deal with it? What's next, so to speak?
Even if he joins the call and he decides to go on like an attack and he doesn't want to dispel it, or even if he doesn't join the call, I've already made up my mind that I've been somewhat irresponsible with my channel and the way I've handled this whole Fate situation over the last 2 years. And like I said, that guy that made the post on Reddit, even though when I go on Reddit, I tend to see people saying nasty shit about me. This was actually, he made a good point. And I think that there are, like I said, there's people that watch me and there's people that see me in a certain way in the community, like in a positive way. And even though I'm not going to stop being confrontational, because there's certain people I think do need to be called out for doing terrible things. Fate's not a criminal or anything like that. He hasn't done anything criminal. We just don't like each other. So for me, I'm going to dust my hands of it. Whatever he decides to do going forward is up to him. If he sees this and he decides that he doesn't want to talk to me, but he just doesn't mention it, that's good as well. But I'm just going to leave it as it is. I feel like everything that needs to be said has been said. We've debunked so many things that have been said that even if he again says that I've done this, that, and the other, I don't care anymore, man. Like, I feel like we've done enough damage to surrounding communities, and we've done it probably damage to our own communities and drumming up people's anger, that at some point you have to know when to put the sword down. And Fate's building a following, he's up to 6K now. He will be at 10K at some point. I'd like to think at some point he's also going to be like, yeah, maybe this isn't the right way to go about things. Because when you're a smaller YouTuber, you don't really think about the consequences of your actions. And my channel kind of picked up steam really quickly over the last year. And even though I should have been more aware of how far my voice was reaching, sometimes you're not, like, you just forget, like I would forget, and I would go to events sometimes and people come up to me and say, oh, they've watched this, that, and the other, and they're not even part of the fighting game community. So I think given, like I said, I sent Fate a voice note. I basically let him know that this has gone a bit further than he realizes, and I'm not going to get into the details of how far it has gotten on stream, but I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone. And because of the nature of this beef between us, I don't want people to feel emboldened to send attacks either way, especially when it might come off dismissive on my end because I don't care. I just ignore it. I just close my phone and go about my day. So not everyone's like that. I don't know how Fate would react to some of the things that I saw in the last 2 days, which I didn't obviously make public. So my hope is that he sees this either way and he just decides to walk away from it.
So is it more that you feel like a responsibility, like you almost feel like responsible for your own community, you know, like the people that are just typing away, you know, keyboard warriors hiding behind their, you know, picture or whatever. Like, is it more so that like the people that support you are typing absolute nasty stuff about Fate? And do you feel like responsible for them? Is that why you want sort of like, I mean, that would be fair, I think, like nipping it in the butt kind of thing.
Yeah, I do feel. I think like you have to recognize sometimes when your words can have some repercussions, and even though it's just words on the internet, I don't want to be responsible for like a bullying campaign. And because me and Faye have been wrapped up in this beef for so long, and both of our my channel was much smaller when this beef started. Because when I started beefing with Fate, don't forget I was on 2,000 subs. I'm on.
It was a while ago, right?
Yeah, it's about coming up to 2 years. So I was on 2,000 subs when I beefed with Fate. I'm on 22,000 now. So I think that the way I operate on the internet has to be a little bit different. I think you need to be a little bit more responsible as your channel grows, because if my channel continues on this trajectory, just looking at where things are going, yeah, we're gonna be on way more subs not that long from now. And if I'm still in a beef with Fate, and you know, let's just say he's still floating around 6K, I'm essentially just, it's gonna turn into bullying, and it's gonna create this this atmosphere in the FGC that might embolden other newer creators or whoever to like attack people as well in the same manner. And even though I don't feel like I've said anything like the Melee people say, the Melee, like I'm just using Melee because it's the most recent controversy, but some of the things they say are absolutely insane. I don't want it to turn into that. It's disgusting. Yeah, I don't want it to go down that road. There's going to be a new Mortal Kombat game at some point. I would like to think that we can all just get on the same page. If we hate it together as a community and not hate on each other. And if we love it, then we can all play together. But that's kind of my hope for this whole situation.
I just hope then that Fate, like, I just hope then for like your sake and your channel's sake as well. Like, I kind of hope that Fate would look at this and see that you are humble about everything that you're saying, and then he stops like talking nonsense about you as well. Because I don't think it, like, in my sort of like opinion, I don't think it's sort of like fair that one person has to be silent, whereas like the other person can keep going and going and going. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I get where you're coming from. I think for me, because I don't care if he posts videos about me, and I think he does care that I post videos about him. I just want him to leave Tom alone, and I want him to take Tom's videos down. That's my only criteria for me taking the videos on him down. Once he does that, I will remove all trace of him on my channel. But because it doesn't bother me, I don't really care. So I know some people might see it and they're like, well, he's kept the videos up of you and the live streams and whatever, which is, I understand that and it's fair. But from a personal standpoint, I can tell you that even if he released 10 videos of me this coming week, my sleep schedule is not going to change. You know, I don't care that much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And I suppose last thing before I go, I think Leo's father will be DLC 4. I am joking, by the way. I am joking, by the way.
If Leo's father is DLC 4, I need to get ASD Network in here, and we need to give him a round of applause because that would be the call of the century.
That would be sick. I would laugh. I would genuinely laugh so hard.
Do you know what? I'll tell you who I think it's going to be, and I think Moonsault Slayer is actually onto something here. I don't think Armor King was meant to be in this season either. I think he was an insurance policy. I think
Yep.
Marduk was meant to be here, and I think probably what they're gonna do is the new character is gonna be a Marduk type character, but it's not gonna be Marduk. It's gonna be like his successor, and he's gonna be way cooler, or she's gonna be way cooler, so it's more digestible for the players.
Is that because of the color?
Yeah,
Is
the
that,
color
is that
matches
sort of like
Marduk.
how? Yeah, it does. It does match Marduk a lot. To be fair, like me personally, if I had my choice on like a original character, I know we had like Lei back in like Tekken 7, Tekken 6 and all that, but
Yeah,
for me, I'd like a character like Brad Wong, which is like full drunken master, because that's like one of my favorite martial arts. I love drinking to get stronger. I think it's really fun.
yeah.
You
As
know?
long as it's not like Shundi. I fought a good Shundi the other day on Virtua Fighter, and that was
Yeah.
one of the most painful things I've ever been through in my life.
I like Brad. I'm thinking more like Brad Wong or maybe even Jamie from like Street Fighter.
Yeah,
By the way,
that would be cool.
that's my name as well, Jamie. So when they released Jamie, that was sick.
I guess you main it.
DJ and Jamie, yeah. I like the
Okay.
party time character, and then Reina in Tekken.
Okay, that makes sense.
Until
I mean, I'd still want them to put Lei in the game, but maybe they can change up his
Yeah.
fighting style a bit.
Make him more drunken master heavy. That would be sick.
Yeah, yeah. That maybe I don't know about giving him like drinks and he gets more powerful. That might piss people off.
No, just let him recover a bit of health or something. I don't know, or recoverable gorge. You know,
recoverable heat.
Yeah. Oh no, not the heat, not the heat. Yeah. So that's basically all I got to say for now, man. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Stay strong
likewise,
in this. Stay strong in this silly beef.
Yeah,
with,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Fate,
It'll be fine.
Yeah, man.
All right, bro. I
Take
appreciate it, man.
See you in a bit, chat.
See you in a bit, bro. Okay. Who said Blackheart wants to join as well? Yeah. Blackheart, listen, when you join, no screaming, all right? Keep your voice down because it's almost midnight here in the UK. I ain't trying to hear all that waffling. What did I miss? How'd you get in the call? The instructions are on the screen, bro. The instructions are on the screen. All right, let me get the next caller in here. Conrad?
Hello, Mr. Hello.
How you doing, man?
Hello, yes. I'm afraid you're going to have to start new beef with me until you explain why you think Devil May Cry 2 is better than the reboot.
Oh my God.
We started, we started this a long time ago when we got in a chat with Underdog and you never clarified.
Why do I think Devil May Cry 2 is better than the DMC?
Yeah.
And when you say DMC, you're talking about Gothic Dante and okay, a couple of reasons. Firstly, from a gameplay standpoint, that game I hated it for one main reason. I hated the fact that it sectioned off enemies. So it was like, these are the red enemies and these are the blue enemies. I thought that was really dumb. I like the stage transitions. I thought they were pretty cool. That's probably my favorite addition to the game. General boss battles were lame apart from the news report that was like a play on, I think, what was that guy that said, fuck it, we're doing it live on Fox News? Whoever that was.
Something.
Yeah, it was Sean Hannity or something like that. I can't remember, but I thought that was a pretty cool boss fight. The reimagining of Dante's character was pretty shit. All of the characters in the game had shit character work. Virgil was completely underwhelming. The score in that game is nowhere near as good as any Devil May Cry game. General atmosphere in the game is pretty trash and bog standard. It doesn't scream Devil May Cry to me at all. General weapon progression is lackluster. Everyone looks like they're on Fent in that game. And there's nothing really memorable about it apart from the fact that it's absolute trash. So I don't know if that is enough reasons for you.
Well, I mean, I asked why you think Devil May Cry 2 is better. If you said 3, 1, 5, I agree with you. But 2.
Yeah. Yeah,
Why
so
two and
two is better. I mean, two is better because it doesn't have any of that crap that I just listed. Two is also better because I like the dark horror aesthetic that it still had from Devil May Cry 1. I like the locations in Devil May Cry 2. I like how overpowered his devil gene is. I like the final boss fight. I thought that was really, really cool. I think the character work in that game is not great. Nothing really happens. Dante doesn't talk too much. But in general, like it's still Dante, even though it's like a more doom and gloom version of Devil May Cry 1. It was just more fun for me to play the character that I already knew. And when you did bring it up to me, I went back and played it, and I still have the same opinion. DMC has almost no redeeming factors, especially for a game that came out years later. All it has for me is the stage transitions. That's it.
all right, can we just agree that Devil May Cry 5 is the best game?
Devil May Cry 5 is awesome, but I am partial to Devil May Cry 3.
All right, as long as you didn't say 4. I don't like 4.
I like 4 as well. I'm a big fan of 4.
Well, I mean,
I like Kyrie and all that stuff. I thought it was pretty cool.
yes, it just sucks that Dante's levels are just Nero's backwards. I hated that.
That's very true. That was very lazy on Capcom's part, but I think the gameplay was really cool.
Okay, now serious talk. Look, Mike, when it comes to your beef with Mr. Fate, the thing is, I have been following it, but it's been kind of like a fever dream because I could not, even to this day, keep track of what was going on in terms of the discussion. Because Fate, bless him, has this innate ability, much like a politician, to just talk and talk for a long time and he just never say anything concrete. So if you were to, how should I put this? Just like a bullet point presentation of what you disagreed with him about was, what
Okay.
would it be?
Yeah, so Fate made a shout out video for me, so he was praising my content, but I was already aware of who Fate was. I'd seen his stuff pop up here and there because obviously I had done Mortal Kombat 11 content, so he naturally would have popped up. And I was never subscribed to him or anything, but I watched some of his stuff here and there, and I didn't like the way he made his arguments. I didn't like the way he put across his talking points, and so I basically said in the video that I feel like he's more interested in arguing with people and making ad hominem attacks than actually like talking about the game. He obviously didn't like that. He messaged me. We spoke briefly. I got him on the podcast. He felt like it was an inquisition. I just had questions for him, and it didn't go well initially, but it ended on good terms. Then we got to Sikander stream. He feels like I should have stood up for him. I don't feel like I need to get involved either way. And then it progressed from there. He felt like I did him dirty because of that, and he sent me he did something, and I said to him beforehand that if I have any issues with you, I'll reach out to you before making a video, which I did, only to find that he had like removed me. So I said to him, "Hey, is there a problem?" He told me what the problem was. We disagreed from there, and it turned into fights from there. There was all sorts of personal remarks made on both ends. It stopped being about Mortal Kombat, and it was a genuine like dislike for each other. Because I know some people keep on messaging me saying, "Just do a first to 10. It's not about the game." Don't know how many times I have to tell people that it's nothing to do with the game whatsoever.
All right. But let's say when you speak to him, he will ask you about certain points that you don't like. For example, when you said his channel is more of a drama channel where he just wants to call out people, and he asks you to take it back or apologize, what are you going to do? Because I'll be honest with you, mate, I agreed with that completely. He objectively, that is what he does. So where do you draw the line when it comes to taking things back or just standing on your laurels and sticking to your point?
I'm
What's the
gonna
middle ground?
apologize for the. I'll apologize for the things I feel like I did wrong. If he points something out that I agree with, and I'm happy to apologize for it, then I will. But I'm not gonna apologize for anything that I don't believe is wrong. I already stated earlier in this video that the comments that I made about his gameplay assessments and the way he attacks creators, I stand by those comments. But
Exactly.
Exactly,
I agree.
yeah, but in terms of the personal attacks, like calling him a dancing monkey and stuff, yeah, I can apologize for that, and I can apologize for some other things that didn't have anything to do with the game. because we should be able to disagree over the game without it turning into a fight. There's a fight because it's turned personal. It's not because of Mortal Kombat. It really has nothing to do with Mortal Kombat.
All right, and I apologize if you already mentioned it, but what prompted this? This whole stream, this whole thing to set aside your differences and come to some kind of middle ground. Did you just wake up one day, or what's something that sparked?
It's a combination of things. Some things I won't speak about on stream. I'll probably tell Faye in private if we ever do speak. But the three main things were some dad spoke to me and he said, I love your content, Mike, and I like the fact that you call bad people out for this, that, and the other. But the fight with Fate, I don't think it's a good look for you. And he was telling me about his 10-year-old son watching my content and almost getting ideas from things that I was saying that the dad made it sound like you're coming across like a bit of a bully because it feels like you've already won the conversation and now you're just sort of attacking him. And I watched it back and I was like, I can see where he's coming from in some of that. The other thing was I don't like ostracizing people. So even before when me and Fate were fighting, I didn't kick him. I didn't like kick him to the curb or anything. When he asked to appear on my podcast when True Underdog was here, I still let him on. And at that point, me and him had just had a fight. So I don't want it to get to a point where my channel grows and grows and grows and we're still having this fight, because if my channel continues to grow at this pace and his one grows at the pace that it's growing at, it's going to continue to turn into a dog pile. Between the stuff that I've recently put, there's like 1,000 comments just basically ripping him to shreds. And even though he attacked Tom Brady unfairly, I don't think I should behave in the same way. So there was that. And then obviously, because of the way things have gone in the Melee scene, I don't want that to ever spill over into Mortal Kombat or Tekken, and I definitely don't want to be a reason for it. So it's kind of like nipping it in the bud before anything worse happens.
All right, that's understandable. The last thing, the most important point I wanted to ask before I go is, I probably should have waited until he came on so I can talk to both of you and ask you, what is your two obsessions with tank tops, sleeveless tank tops?
Sleeveless tank tops. Oh, well, my thing is that usually when I come on stream, I've either been at the gym or I've just got in from work and I just put this on. And my room is pretty hot. So, and it's getting to summer now. So,
make sure you ask him as well, because I'm very curious. Because I kind of get it, with the gym and the tattoos and everything. But him, I don't know. I'd really love to know. So if on my behalf you can ask him, Mr. Hollow, I would very much appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
All right, appreciate it.
No worries, man. Have a good day.
Same to you, man. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. I'm not trying to aura farm Venturous. It does get very hot in my room. That's why I like wearing my vest. Also, they're very comfortable, They're very, very comfortable too. I feel like I can move around, I don't feel restricted. What were you saying? Sorry, I missed your comments. All right, let me get the next person in here because it seems to be a little bit of a queue piling up. Right, Will Too Humble. How you doing, bro? Hello? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You all right?
Shoot. Sorry about this. I think my mic is messed up.
Is that your mic or are you typing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I can't hear you. My apologies. I'm trying to fix whatever I'm trying to fix here. For some reason. Okay, can you say something now?
Hello?
Okay, it's working. All right, my apologies.
No worries, man. How you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. I have been listening to the, all the craziness that's been going on between you and Fate. It's funny
Yeah.
because I was watching your perspective and I was watching his perspective on what's been going on between both of y'all. I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely it's definitely insane. So, and when I mean insane, I'm talking about like what got us here to still continue. But I do see that you are trying to make the change and kind of like just go on about your business, go on doing something different, talk about something different instead of just constantly talking about you know you and Fate's, I don't know, like continuous fight. But my question is that once this, once he joins like the conversation, and once I get to talking, I just want to know like what is going to once y'all like get into the conversation, are you expecting like not like back and forth, but like at least to like an understanding between y'all? Like nothing too crazy, nothing too like too much, if it makes sense.
I think the best course of action is for me to lay out what I plan on apologizing for. Maybe I'll give him the opportunity to speak first, so it doesn't feel like I'm just like wagging my finger at him. I'm not looking to be combative, so even if he comes in here to be combative, I'm not. I think people know when I'm in a mood to like be combative with people. Like I don't think there's any reason for me to. I've said everything that needs to be said. He sees it one way, I see it one way. At that point, we're just going in circles. So I'd probably just tell him. I'll probably give him the floor first. If he feels like he wants to get some stuff off his chest and maybe throw some shots at me, that's okay. I'll probably just apologize for my side of things and try to uh, move in a different direction. And if he doesn't want to, that's completely up to him. I can't control what people do.
Yeah, you do have a point. Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, like some of the things that you and him were, you know, talking about, even when it came to the videos, when it came to y'all interactions and things of that nature, especially when Tom was around, because I think during the time him and Fate were talking, I was in the queue, so I think I missed some things, but I could be wrong
Okay.
about it. But I, but but yeah, like because Tom don't really come off as like someone who is oh, let me just say something delusional, and then people like vouch for me. People sit there and have my back, although I'm saying something delusional. I don't think he comes off as that. And then watching Fate, it's almost like, well, I want things to be in my favor, but it doesn't. And I'm just thinking, is this is this it? Is this the content creation that people want to see? People want to see someone be the bad guy while the good guy is just like, always always like trying to have morals, just always making sure that the morals are still there. Like,
Yeah.
do you think that's what it's coming off as?
Well, on his end or my end?
Your end. Your end.
I think just on my end, I just think that you need to be more responsible with your channel as it grows. So, like I don't feel like there's anything that I put in the 2.5 hour video that can be refuted. I don't think that I said anything in there that was false, and I think that's probably why he never reacted to it, because there was nothing in there that was like taking anything out of context or whatever. But then having said that, I already knew, and I don't mean this in an egotistical way, but obviously I knew that I was right when I was referencing his videos, and I knew that there wasn't going to be a response to it. So already having that knowledge, should I do it? Because then it feels like I'm just bullying somebody that maybe can't put their point across as well as other people. So I think that, like I said, I get sent messages every day from people, and I get shown things that are genuinely disgusting that have happened in the fighting game community. And I've been shared stories by old school players about disgusting things, like criminal things. And when I look at my situation with Fate, this is just a beef between two guys that don't like each other. There's no need to drag other people in the FGC into it or spread that kind of negativity when your efforts can be better put elsewhere. So, like I said in my video, even though I was being condescending when I said it, I don't hate Fate. I don't like some of his talking points. I think maybe he could stand to not speak to people in a certain way, but it's up to him what he wants to do. But on my end, I just think that like my time could be better spent doing other things. And also, I've been covering so many like messed up topics on my channel recently. I would like to just get back to like playing some games with everyone now that Fakarami is coming up.
I find it funny that you are saying that, knowing that I want to say probably I don't think you remember, but I definitely came by to the stream and I actually got a chance to play against you or anybody else. I think it was the time where we couldn't connect to each other. We couldn't connect very well, and I was the Kazuya player.
I've played hundreds of people at this point. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know. It's understandable. It's understandable. I was just sitting here saying, like, as far as being able to connect with people in general, especially if you like across the country, it's pretty difficult to sit up here and be like, you know what, let me sit here and try to, play against people knowing that we may not even connect. But, I just wanted to sit here and say that, like, it was pretty cool to see everybody come together and be able to, like, run some games and not have bad feelings. Because I think at the end of the day, that is the mission, and I think that is the goal.
Yeah, I think that if I don't know, this is just an idea in my head, but if I squash it with Fate and we're more welcoming to him, and maybe we don't take the piss as much when he posts a video or whatever, maybe he'll want to play games with people a bit more, and maybe it will have a knock-on effect where he doesn't make reaction videos to Mrs. Play Stuff or True Underdog, because those videos that he made were like, it was a bit like, why did you even say that? It seemed like looking for a fight. So maybe if we drop this and he's not as angry all the time, because I know that I've definitely contributed to his anger, whether he admits it or not. So maybe if we drop this, it will have a knock-on effect elsewhere.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. I really, really do. But for some reason, like people like yourself and Fate, they love it. They love this type of shit. They love it. They love to sit here and see you and him go back and forth. They love to see the drama. They love to see, who's gonna win the argument, who's gonna sit here and throw, who's trying to be sassy towards who, things of that nature. Right? Like that's
Yeah,
what.
but I don't like. It doesn't. I don't. I'm not doing it so people can be entertained by it. Me and him just got into a genuine argument, and it's happened online. But I have had, like, me and True Underdog got, like, he never got into an argument with me, but people liked those videos. They liked me calling him out, and when we squashed it, I said that I wouldn't make any more videos on him and that we'd be cool and we're friends now. So obviously, if you want to look at it technically speaking, it's better for me to have True Underdog as an enemy, like ad revenue wise. But I've already told people 100 times it's not about that. It's about, like, we're a community, right? So obviously we're gonna butt heads sometimes, and if we can squash it, I think that's the best course of action. Like I said, there's genuinely bad people out there that need to be called on certain things. I don't think Fate is a terrible human being. We just don't get along. So if people love it and they love seeing the fight, that's cool. Well, they watched it for 2 years. How much more can they watch at this point?
That is a fact. And this will be the last thing, and I am completely finished because I know some people are waiting. But once this gets done, once you have the conversation with Fate, everything is swept under the rug. So what is the goal for like what is, looking forward to like in a few months?
What, in terms of content?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, in terms of content, yes.
Just the same stuff I've been doing. Like, there's so much stuff going on right now with Melee. There's stuff going on with Tekken. We're probably going to get news of some more rumors of Mortal Kombat coming up. I'll probably just keep doing giveaways and stuff whenever I get free game codes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a plan for my channel. I've never really had a plan. I just kind of wake up and see what's going on. If I have some time in the day, I'll stream. And sometimes I'll reach out to content creators to ask them if they just want to have a chat on stream, see how it goes. I know that there's a couple of people that have reached out to me to appear on the podcast because there's some things that have been going on that people want to talk about. So that will probably continue happening. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have a particular roadmap. I kind of just trying to have fun with it and see where it goes.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm the same way, dude. Very, very spontaneous as far as like ideas. I'm the same way, man. Same way. Same with my content for sure. So
yeah, it's more fun to be that way.
Yeah. Right, you on that one. But appreciate you. Really thank you
No
for
worries,
having
man. Thank you for jumping on.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, let's get. So we got Blackheart in here. We got DDND. Sorry guys, don't mean to ignore your questions if any of them came in. Is my advice bad? I don't know what you're referring to. You want to play Reina against me? Listen, guys, yeah? I know I terrorized you a Feng Wei, but if you thought that was bad, wait until Fakaram gets her. Oh, I'm going to fuck so many of you up. So many of you. I can't wait. Can't wait. But we got 1 month until he gets it. Now, I don't really want to buy the season pass, so I might have to wait an extra 3 days. Do you want to say, Mike, I really appreciate the streams. I've been having a rough time lately. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Sats. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. What do you want to share? What you've been having a rough time with at all? Fuck so many of us up. That's a good one. Maybe I'll call the stream that. Maybe YouTube will be okay with that. Do you know what I'll do? Because it's probably like 9 o'clock in Australia right now. What I'll do is I'm gonna directly send Fate this link to join the call. Now, I've sent him the link. Maybe he'll see it. Maybe he'll join. Maybe he won't. He never replied to the messages beforehand, so I don't know. But I'll send him the link. I know he's probably awake now, given his stream schedule. Let's see, and then we'll get the next person in here. All right, let's get DDND in here. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to use this olive branch as a chance to claim victory. Women problems. Bro. Do you want to share with the stream what the women problems are, bro? I've had women problems before. Maybe I can help you out. And I've been the problem before, so I can tell you if you're being the problem. Before I'm gonna get DDND in here next, and then Blackheart, and then C4. Another carry character. Listen, I don't want to hear that, Joey. All the characters in Tekken 8 right now are carry characters. It might as well be called Sparking Zero. You got John shooting projectiles from halfway across the screen. You've got people spinning in the air for 10 years now. Everybody's getting carried. You guys want Fate? Well, I've sent him the link to join. I don't know if he's going to join. You're having woman problems too. Hey, Mehdi, ain't you married? I don't know if I can give a married man advice. I don't know if Miss Sats is married. All right, let me get the next caller in here, and then I'll respond to your messages after. DD&D, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Test, test. 1, 2. Hopefully there isn't an echo.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. You're good.
All right, cool. It's Don Dong. A little anxious. Give me a bit. It's been a while, but luckily there's a note. Make it super quick, and hopefully it's somewhere between complex and simple. So look, Web3 community comes like their own unique dynamics. Let it be, to age, subcultures, tolerance, and more so referencing social manners. Get me? So yet there are moments in time that a level of like preventative functions should be apparent to mitigate something that's solely pervasive. So the question I have for you is that at what point does covering said issue with the gaming community is deemable of a video?
Wait, say that again. Sorry, what? I couldn't hear the question properly.
Sure. The question is, at what point does covering a set issue with the gaming community, ranging from, let's say, like high severity, so forms of harm, to least severe, so like little squabbles, like a group of people going on one person's set characteristics, or exposure of like explicit content in areas where it shouldn't be deemed appropriate, is deemable of creating into a video?
It's kind of a hard question to answer because it's every situation is so different. So sometimes I might see a situation and they might seem very, very minor to everyone at the time, but I might anticipate something bad happening and people might think it's not acceptable. So even like this live stream, for example, when I used the comparison to Melee, some people thought that was maybe too extreme, but I'm trying to look at it like, well, it can go down there. And then with like super extreme examples, like if it's like a criminal offense or whatever, I don't really think that I don't really hesitate too much in making those videos, especially when it's to bring awareness to something. So a good example of that is like there was a TO for Smash Brothers who had a little Asian girl in his room, and there was another player in there that was aware of what was going on but didn't say anything. And this particular TO had been in the room with the little Asian girl and had been, doing what he shouldn't have been doing. And even though that's a very like sensitive subject, I think it's something that you should speak about when you've got a platform, because that's essentially housing a criminal within the scene. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough question to answer. Situations are so different. Like one day I'm talking about the scene's not happy with Fakuran being back in the game, and then 1 minute I'm talking about some pedo that plays Smash. So yeah, it's up and down.
Gotcha. And yeah, and then I think about it, it's kind of a difficult question. How about I give you like how about I give you like an example, like a hypothetical? All right, so let's say, for instance, you're in a public server. That public server is catered to a set character. For the sake of argument, right now, you have an individual that is presenting set characteristics that kind of seems as if they're not really there, or they may have some drawbacks, if you're following. So that person's there. They're interacting with the community. It's nothing but good intentions, growing with the game, getting better with the game. Yet, again, they have their own personal drawbacks. With time, said person tends to be a little off cuff, or tends to be a bit more open about their situation, and then everybody goes ahead and dogpiles that person for it. So let's say, for instance, that person is really enthusiastic of Reina, and that enthusiasm is linked to past trauma, and Reina, the character, the fictional character, has helped that person carry over through turmoil, for lack of a better term. Now, being in that group, being in that server or community for a while, you would expect people to catch on to social cues or hints, and then take into consideration, maybe it isn't a good idea to go ahead and just ping that person, ping all the individuals who could potentially go ahead and cause that person to go into some type of negative mental state and shut them down. So with that being said, as the hypothetical that I've laid out, do you think that's something that could be notable or referenced in a video?
No, I think that's a situation you deal with privately, and I think that's a situation I probably have dealt with privately before. Um, no, I don't think there's any reason to make a video about that at all. I don't even think that would be an interesting video anyway. I think that's a situation, especially if you're in a Discord. And in my situation, if you have a server, then I think probably just send them a message and talk to them on the side. I don't think that's worth putting in a video.
Okay, let's say if it's an open server, would that still not fit in?
Not unless they're saying something that might lean towards like I don't know, like criminal, or I don't know, making insane remarks like I don't know, and something that was like racist or whatever. I don't think that needs to be a video. Like, what is this something that you've seen before?
Again, it's a hypothetical, so I can't really. So yeah, but as far as I can tell from what you're telling me, it's something like if it's something overly hyperbolic, like you mentioned, let's say like derogatory things, or it could be something that's leading towards something severe that could trigger something legal, then if that's what you're telling me, then I can understand that. So, and it's interesting because you mentioned about legality, and then you mentioned about instances with pedo, like I'll just say it as it is, like wait. Yeah, well, whatever. Just basically the Smash thing that you've referenced before with a TO and a little child. I'm going to give you a second example, and then I'll probably bump off after that. Let's say that server, again with a hypothetical, Reina server, the sole purpose of the Reina server is an open server where the intentions of a character server would be as such. You go in, you have a sense of community, you practice with set people, there's a chance to socialize, it's there, it's not guaranteed, and your sole purpose there is you're enthusiastic about the character, you're learning the character to get good at the game. Where at what point should it be acceptable or even remotely necessary to open an NSFW channel, which again can be accessible because it's an open server and anybody can access it? Where do you deem that as something reasonable or appropriate to apply into that type of scenario?
I personally would not deem an NSFW server appropriate, just because I know that there's some younger. I mean, obviously they can access that content anywhere on the internet, but I definitely don't want it to be a hub on my Discord. So I don't know if I'd make a video about it, but I'd definitely shut it down straight away. Because obviously that can spiral. You know, what is NSFW? Where do we draw the line? That's I don't really know how to. That's a bit of a strange one. Yeah, I think I'd just say no. You can't have this in here.
Gotcha. And my bad if I didn't hear you properly. That's something that you would or wouldn't cover?
I would probably only cover it if the Discord's the person that owned the Discord allowed it, knowing that there's minors in the Discord as well. I wouldn't cover it in my own server because I would just shut it down straight away. I might bring it up on stream to tell people to not do that stuff. If people want to look at porn, that's their own business, but I just don't want it in my server because porn is so, you know, it's whether you're looking at hentai or just images or like Bible Black or some shit like that. I don't know where you're gonna take it. So I'd rather it's just not in there. I don't think I'd make a video about it, but I'd definitely tell people, can you not do that?
Okay, and then when you mention about genres, would softcore be an exception, or that doesn't matter? There isn't like so much of a justification, regardless of the level.
What when you say softcore, what do you mean? Like, because there's levels to that as well.
Yeah, so basically you have exposure of general areas, and that's basically at least my definition of softcore. And then take in the mind, like you mentioned, that there are individuals that aren't of age, they access that server, and they're exposed to that.
No, I just say don't post this shit in here, guys. Like there's no need. It's a fighting game server. We're not here to jack off. So can you just not post any of this stuff in here? What they put in the game is fine. If it's anything outside of the game with anyone's weird I don't know, fantasies, then keep that outside of my server. Again, I don't know if I'd make a video about it. Maybe if the Discord owner was allowing it, knowing that there's loads of minors in there, I guess that would be grounds to talk about it. But I wouldn't make one about someone in my server, because as soon as I saw it, the server would disappear. And I'm the only one that can make rooms anyway, so it wouldn't happen.
Right. So in the end of the day, it's solely upon you when it comes to managing a server and then making sure that I would assume you would not too strict, I would assume, with TOS guidelines, but knowing that there's TOS, and then just because you have a server open and then you can deem it as, oh, it's a community server and X, Y, and Z, and we don't run like an org with Discord. My argument is that with the hypothetical, just because you claim that you're not connected or you don't operate it as if it were a job, doesn't mean that Discord is granting you that access solely because you have that opportunity to share content, while at the same time taking into consideration legality, forms of harm, and you're just doing due diligence, especially when you're opening up a server that's public. I think we're like on par with that. And also, real quick, I'm not making any form of indirection towards you. I'm just, again, these are these are hypotheticals, is all.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at my server because I felt like maybe someone opened something up in here about me knowing.
No, you're good. You're good. Like I said, it has nothing to do with you. This is something like a genuine question that because with the whole nonsense that's going on between you and Fate, and then other nonsense, again, with you and Fate, I deem like low in severity. I feel like you guys, hopefully, if Fate is watching it, take it into your best interest, please. That would be like a leg up. And when it comes to severity, like a whole community gatekeeping another person, that person ends up unaliving themselves because of it, especially with hospital or medical complications. Damn, I almost lost my train of thought. The point being is that I just wanted like your partake on it, and then knowing from your perspective at least what could be deemable of something to be brought up. Let it be the levels of severity when it comes to harm and exposure and things that can be potential harm.
It's just one of those things that you got to look at on a case-by-case basis. Yeah, I mean, like if you had a porn server open with kids in there, obviously, like you need to be called out on that. If someone starts like spamming your server, I'm not really going to call you out on it because you might be in bed and you might be the only one with control over it. So it's just one of those things where you got to look at on a case-by-case basis. But I've made videos on my channel ranging from like not severe to super severe. So I don't really have a threshold for it. I kind of just look at a situation and I'm like, okay, well, this is probably worth talking about. And you can kind of tell when I open my videos if I'm smiling or not. If I'm not smiling, it tends to be serious. If I'm smiling and I'm like, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, it's probably going to be a nothing burger, just something to watch in the moment.
So something more lines of just pointing out as a form of entertainment?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to get your like partay on it. Nothing related to you, nothing indirect. I know it's like weird ass questions. Like I said, these are hypotheticals, and these are
the people in the chat think you're a cop.
It's just the Western Fed over here.
They think you're a knock or something.
No, I'm good. I don't have any ill will. You see me in chat, I'm always positive. If I have something to say, I'm always gonna chime in if I can, because most of the time I'm at work. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully we have some conversations later down in the future. Laters.
Oh, 100%, man. I think somebody was running a background check on me. All right, I'm gonna get Blackheart in here next. Tom, thank you for the $5. Is this guy snitch on himself? Sounds like he uploaded some shit himself. Way too specific. Yeah, I had to check my server real quick because I was like, did someone hack me? Like, is he asking me to see if I'm condoning what's in my server? I had a quick look through here. It seemed to be good. It seemed to be okay. What are your thoughts now if fate keeps allowing your name to exist in his mouth or implied references? Oh, I don't mind, dude. Like you said, I don't know if you said it earlier, but someone said it. Christians are meant to practice forgiveness. Now, I'm not out here trying to make this a whole Christian thing. I saw you guys say that. And I guess that's something that he lives by. I'm not asking for his forgiveness. I'm asking for us to drop this so everybody can sort of breathe, because it seems to have pulled in a lot of people that it shouldn't have. Tom being the main person. So if he continues talking about me after this live stream, that's completely fine. I have decided to 2 years is enough, and nothing's really changed in that 2 years. It's just gotten more and more personal. So everything that needs to be said has been said. And I told Fate today in a voice note, it's very difficult to embarrass me. So this whole like name calling and I'm gonna try and find stuff on you and Tom, for me, it's okay. Do what you gotta do. As long as my family loves me and my friends are here and I've got my community, I'm all blessed. He's welcome to do what he wants to do, but I don't think he'll do that. I don't think Fate is going to do that. I think he's also probably gotten a lot of his anger out of his system. This was more just to make it clear to everyone, if he did show up, that this is it. This is it. We're going our separate ways. We can be cordial. We don't have to be friends. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Even if after today, if someone asks me a question that is going to be fucked up towards Fate, I'm not going to respond. I'll just say next question. I'm well and truly going to dust my hands of this. I'm gonna, if someone makes comments about Fate on my Twitter, leaves me comments on YouTube, I'm going to dust my hands of it. And as I said, if he removes the stuff on Tom Brady on his channel, I will remove the stuff on him on my channel. So yeah, that's how we'll deal with it moving forward. All right, let me get Blackheart in here.
Hello. No, I'm not streaming. Man, it's 1:30 a.m. in my place. Do you think I'm gonna stream now? Do you want me to get me kicked out of the house?
I don't know about you, Blackheart.
Hello, man. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, my dear friend. How are you? First of all, this is my first question. It's been a long time.
I've been good, bro. I've been all right, man. Same old me. I know we haven't done any Tekken content together. I've been so busy with other stuff, but yeah, I've been all right, man. How have you been?
No, it's all right. Okay, so I didn't come here for the Fate drama because I don't know anything about the drama with you and him, so I don't know what happened. But I'm happy that you're cool because I see all of these 11-hour podcasts you have with him every time, and it's just boring because I wanted to talk about serious things like Tekken and where Tekken is going, and you talk about this useless shit over and over again. Also, it's very hard for me to come after this amazing conversation about gooning. It's very hard for me since I always goon on you. I always see you more naked than naked every time. What's happening to you, man? What's happening to you? Are you starting an OnlyFans?
This is the same vest I've been wearing for like the past year, bro. What are you doing?
No. There's something wrong, Mike. You're not telling the full story. By the way, I'm playing Soul Calibur in these days. Okay, it's
very. Hold on. Chat, do you know what this guy did on Instagram?
What?
He sends me a message and he goes, "Do you think I'm pretty, Mike?" And I was like, "Excuse me?
What again? What again?"
Do you not remember? You sent me a message on Instagram and you go, "Do you think I'm pretty, Mike?"
Because it's the first time you see me. Of course, I was curious of your opinion because you always, only heard my voice. So I wanted to hear your opinion. You're my friend. I don't want to fuck you, Mike. I'm very. I swear, bro.
If you want me to come to Italy and hang out with you, you're not making a good case for yourself right now.
No. I swear I'm gonna treat you like a princess, like a prince. What
was your question, bro?
No, I was playing Soul Calibur in these days, and I'd seen that you played a lot of Soul Calibur too, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I found it a very fun game. Not gonna lie, a very fun. So why do you think it failed? Because I never like played a lot of Soul Calibur. Of course, I never played the game before, but because I was kind of bored of playing Tekken in these days, because it's always the same shit, always the same broken stuff. So I was waiting for the next patch and maybe try to play a better version of the game. There was a friend of mine that told me, Blackguard, there's this fighting game, that I used to play a lot. It's very similar to Tekken in some mechanics. And I said, okay, you know what, maybe let's try it. And I found it actually very fun. So why do you think it failed, in your opinion? Like, what's your take? Because I seen you playing a lot of the game, right? Like,
yeah, I used to compete on Soul Calibur 5, and I'll tell everyone in the chat again. I was the #1 ranked player in the world.
Here we go. Okay, no, oh my God.
Hold on, I'm not done. You asked me a question. Let me get this off my chest. For a whole year, my record on Soul Calibur 5 was like 600 wins or something, and like 4 losses. So I was like, yeah, I was that guy on Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur 6, I competed with Soul Calibur 6. I think Soul Calibur 6 didn't do as well just because it got off to such a bad start. It was quite glitchy in the beginning, and people didn't like reversal edge. People didn't like some of the balancing in the game in the beginning. Soul Calibur 6 is a good game. It just took too long to get to the point where it's at now, where it's really good.
Because I'm playing it now, I'm playing it now.
Monetarily, it sold. I think it sold what it was supposed to. I think it was deemed a success financially, but it didn't get to where it would justify a sequel. And then I think player retention was really poor after like the first year. So even though it sold like I think 2 or 3 million copies, the player base just fell off extremely hard.
Yeah, but why do you think it was the case? Because of the time it took for the game to get better, or I don't know. Like because
there was that. There was reversal edge. Reversal edge when the game came out was atrocious. It was mind-numbingly stupid, and some characters.
Why?
Well, I mean, now they've nerfed it, so I couldn't tell you exactly what the nerfs are, but I know that when I played the latest version of it, when I played it on stream recently, it did feel very different. It didn't feel like it was overwhelming the game, and it wasn't in every interaction. But I played Aswar, right? And Aswar, if you press the kick button in reversal edge, he disappears.
Yeah. I'm playing Aswell too, by the way. I'm playing Aswell too. I chose Aswell.
So you know how unfair that shit's unfair. It felt really unfair when it came out because reversal edge was so prevalent, and Aswell could just disappear. You could just say fuck your options and disappear. So
amazing.
Yeah, I think competitively it was a bit of a mess, but it got better over time. It has good guest characters. It's a shame because Soul Calibur is a great series, but I feel like I prefer Soul Calibur 5 because it's a little bit more controlled. It's a little bit slower. Soul Calibur 6 is a bit too hectic, and it's the first game that really had heat. The mechanic in the game is not that different to heat.
Yeah, so, in fact, if I can interrupt you, once that I played a little bit of Soul Calibur. Of course, after a lot of time passed on Tekken 8, I can see why a lot of mechanics were basically brought from that game. Basically, if I'm not if I'm almost some like for example, the Soul Charge is basically heat, basically, or I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know. Also, Soul Attack is basically heat burst. It's very fascinating to me. It's so clear that I think maybe that a part of that team that worked on Soul Calibur probably worked on Tekken 8 too, because it's so mind numb. Like I was playing a little bit of Soul Calibur and I was so familiar with the mechanics. It's unbelievable. And I don't know
it's very similar. Like if you're a Tekken player, you can transition quite well to Soul Calibur because it's a little bit more simplified than Tekken, I think. It offers more in terms of movement because it's got the 8-way run system. I think if you're going from Soul Calibur to Tekken, you might have a harder time because it's a more complex version of Soul Calibur.
Yeah, that's what I felt too. And another important question now. Now here we go to the part in which I will basically bash you, of course.
That means something else in the UK. So let's
I don't know.
Yeah, let's change that verb.
Get into an argument. Let's say. I don't wanna. Maybe okay. Let's go on. You're so excited for Facumram, right? You're so
Mhm.
excited. You're so happy for Facumram. Let's wrap what Facumram does. He's a fucking machine, like 3 meters high, that basically glows. When he's enraged with thunders all over the place. Okay.
Mhm. Yep.
This is very martial arts like. This is not Clive, not Clive. This is martial
Let
arts.
me stop you
A
right there.
fucking Shut up. A fucking glowing guy that all over the place. Guard breaks and everything. But now I know what you're gonna say now. But he is a martial art. It's Muay Thai. Okay, I get you. But the concept of a glowing fucking behemoth of a man is good. But innocent magician, it's not. Tell me, explain.
Okay,
To
I
me.
will explain it to you. Okay, when you're playing Clive in the gameplay, Clive is actively doing things in the gameplay that go against the general aesthetic of Tekken, right? He's throwing a dog at you. He's got wings. He's floating. He's shooting ice balls. He's teleporting. Ram is doing Muay Thai. You only see him. Let me finish. When he lights up and he does the whole thunder lightning thing, that is in a cutscene. You have no control over that. That doesn't matter to me. If when you go to parry Fakuram and he lights up, that's just a parry animation. He's not shooting lightning at you.
What if we don't know yet? We don't know yet. He may be.
If he does, then we'll have a problem.
You're not gonna play him if he does. Tell him now. You're not gonna play him if he does.
We'll see it. We'll see. I don't think.
Here we go.
Here we go. Shooting lightning bolts, and he's got like that move that Lars has got where the lightning comes down. I won't play him. I'll go back to Feng Wei and I'll just wait for the next character, or I'll wait for Armor King. But if he just uses Muay Thai, but his super attack is him lighting up red, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I see. But he's already broken. You know that he's already broken. Probably you've seen that he's back 4-4. High homing launcher plus on block fucking destroys power crushes.
Deal with it, bro.
My fucking god, these guys are insane. We complained for the balance of the game for 1 year and they gave it. And he likes it. He fucking like.
Well,
Clive is more Tekken than Facumram. Clive is more Tekken than Facumram. Absolutely. I don't know.
We're gonna do a Tekken podcast again.
Yeah, no, it's been nice. It has been. I just wanted to greet you. It was a long time since we last talked. So I don't know. But yeah, I can't wait to destroy your ass with my Jun on your Facumram. No, Tekken related. You stupid. Bye, Mike.
All right. Let's wrap it up. I'll speak to you
later. Bye, Mike. Bye.
See you later. Right. Yeah. Kind of mad verbiage there. But shout out to Blackheart. Ringy 542, thank you for the $5. Why does Fate have to remove his videos first? Who said that? When you are the one who started the beef? Well, I don't think I did, but fine. Fate's first villain you was bigging you up. Well, I mean, the original thing that I said wasn't really a beef. That wasn't beef. When I made that comment, I don't think there was any beef there. We did the live streams. The beef started after the Sikanda live stream because we had a difference of opinions on how that went. In terms of removing videos, I think maybe it'd be fair to. I mean, look, I'll do it first. I'm happy to do it first, and I'm not asking for him to remove my videos, Ringy. Just to make that very clear, because I know people like to spin things. If Fate wants to keep up the videos of me, that is okay. Yeah, I have no issues with that. I am asking, in order for me to take down the videos, I would like for him to agree, because I know Fate doesn't want the videos up. He's asked me to take them down before. If Fate wants me to take the videos down, I just want him to agree to remove Tom Brady's ones. I can do it first as a show of good faith. I'll do it first as a show of good faith. Yeah. But that's all I want. I don't want my videos taken down because I don't care. Yeah. It doesn't bother me when people insult me. I know who you are, Ringy. I know you're one of Fate's friends. I've told you guys before that I don't mind when you guys make fun of me. It doesn't bother me. Me and my sisters or me and my friends sit and we laugh about it. Not in a condescending way, but because we make fun of each other all the time. And sometimes the insults that you guys throw my way, my friends use on me. And we find that funny. So it's like free material almost, especially for one of my friends. He takes everything that Fate says and uses it against me. So it's a joke to us. So I don't mind. I don't mind if if he wants to keep them. That's fine by me. I just want him to leave Tom Brady alone. So I hope that answers your question, Ringy. All right, I'm gonna get C4 in here next. I didn't miss any, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Yo, bro.
1 2 1 2. All good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what's happening, man?
Yeah, all good, man. Just I don't know if I don't think Fate's gonna join, but yeah.
Yeah, it would have been cool if he did, but I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot what I was gonna ask, but I had a question that I know is gonna get me to what I was gonna ask. Is there anything in the last 2 videos I think he made that you saw and thought he's got a point?
No, not in the last 2 videos he made. No. Was there anything that you saw where you thought he had a point?
Yeah, but it was about the same thing with the Sikandar thing. The original, I mean, that was like, what, a year and a half ago.
What about the Sikandar thing?
So I think his point is to do with, so basically, when you spoke to him, you was basically saying that you're not here to, like, you're not Sikandar's parent. You don't need to, like, police what Sikandar says to him. And I think he was trying to say, well, you're giving him special treatment because he's your friend. And I think both of you, unironically, your personalities are kind of like to look at for like the people that can't defend themselves. Would you agree with that? Or from your perspective, anyway?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, maybe.
The only other word I could think of is like social justice warrior, and that's obviously
not a good way to phrase it.
Exactly. So I'm trying to think of another word for that.
Are you trying to say that like if it's our friends, we make concessions for them?
Well, see, so in the last video, that's what you said, but you made it seem like that's like an obvious thing, and I don't think it's that obvious. And I think from Fate's perspective, it's no. Even if it's your friend, you should call them out because you both call out people publicly. That's what. Not all your content, but both of your content is about this person's an arsehole or this person's done something shady. We're making it so everyone knows. And I think your position was, well, if it's your friend, you do it in public. And his position is, it shouldn't matter. And when we was talking about the Umi show thing, it reminded me of that. It is a bias, not in the bad way, but it is a bias where you've got a principle, but when it's your friend, you don't go with your principle. You don't air it out to everyone. You do it privately.
Well, no, I already said that if you do something criminal or if you do something along the lines of Umisho, I think that's going a bit too far. And if it's somebody in the community, then obviously, given the kind of content that I make, I think it would be fair to speak about it publicly. But if it's a pissing contest between 2 guys, I don't feel like I need to get involved in that. It's not that deep.
I get that from your perspective, but I am more on Fate's side. Never thought I'd say that. But I think I'm more on Fate's side when it comes to Sikandar. I think Sikandar is on the tipping point of not criminal, but you shouldn't be endorsing that when you're calling out other people. I think that's his point. Me, I don't care. Sikandar's funny. I think he is a bad person. From the last time I spoke to him, he said it wasn't an act, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's what Fate sees. So he sees you back in Sikandar, but calling out other people and your defense, not your defense, but your perspective is, well, he's my friend, so I do it privately. Where he's like, I think he carpet bombs the whole situation. It's like, if someone's doing something bad, call them all out publicly.
Well, that's just the difference in styles. I like us. If you did something that I didn't like, I'm not gonna make a video on you. I will speak to you privately. And if certain people don't like that, I get it. I understand. I understand when you explain it like that. I get where Fate is coming from, but that's just not how I do things. And that's just tough shit if people don't like that. I'm not gonna, if I don't feel like making a video on someone like Tom Brady, for example, if he did something that I really didn't like, or that I thought was like along the lines of maybe how you look at Sikander, I'm not gonna make a video on him. And people might not like that and they might seem hypocritical, but if I have a friendship with that person, then I don't want to, And at the same time, Fate and everybody else needs to understand that it's my channel and I'll run it however I want. So I get how he's looking at it and he carpet bombs the whole situation, but I have my own standards, and if I have a friendship with you and you haven't done something outright criminal, then I'll speak to you in private.
Okay, yeah, because I know last time when you was watching his content, and I was like, "Do you think it's reasonable?" And I think obviously it was in the heat of the moment and stuff. I actually think that is the one reasonable thing that Fate is talking about. I don't necessarily agree. I know if I did something shady and you made a video, I'd be like, "Well, yeah, that's the consequence, regardless of you, my friend or not." But that's me. Obviously, like you said, you've got your way of dealing with stuff, and other people do. So I think Fate judging you on a standard that he holds to himself is kind of pointless. I don't think it's a rule that everyone should apply to about calling out your friends. But yeah, I just wanted to know if you think it's a reasonable stance for him to like talk about.
Yeah, it's reasonable. When you explain it like that, it's definitely reasonable. But I think it's silly to get upset over somebody wanting to do things a certain way. Because like I said, if like he said that if Total MK did something like that, he would call him out on camera in front of everyone instead of just speaking to him privately. And that's fine if he wants to do that. That's just not how I'm going to do things. If like I said, if it's a situation where you diddle children, then fine. That's obviously you've crossed every line imaginable. If you killed someone, if you were doing something criminal, I think that's grounds to call them out in front of everyone, because at that point it's like harm to the community. Sikander wasn't doing any of that. Them two were like screaming at each other. I can't even remember the comments that were made, but Fate said something about an axe, and Sikander said, "I'll hit you with it." And I was in the call when it happened, and I was just like, "This is just like stupid talk. Like these two are just playground insults at each other." I didn't take it that serious. Fate obviously took it much more serious, but Fate has a channel, If Fate doesn't like the way Sikander speaks, Fate can call him out on it. He doesn't need me to do it, and he doesn't need to get angry at me for not doing it.
I don't know. I guess I think I already know the answer, but so I think Fate, when he's talking about Sikander, was beyond that conversation. I think he disliked, or he had a problem with Sikander before that. I watched some of his videos from the last time we spoke, and I think he had a video about Sonic Fox, and he was kind of like, "This is like a good attitude to have for a champion," stuff like that. And I know he's had a pop at Sonic Fox in the past for like how they act, right? Again, it is a case of, I think he's like a moral policeman sort of thing, where he wants to call out people that are doing good things, and he seems pretty reasonable if they've made a change from the couple of videos I've seen. But he's also gone the other way with like True Underdog, where he seemed to be on the same page when he spoke to him on your channel and then made a video about him. So he's very like back and forth. But I do think he saw Sikander's actions and was like, "This is bad." And I think everyone thinks it's bad, but I feel you can't say it's bad in public because of what you just said, right? Because you don't call out your friends. But I think any normal person would see the video, regardless of context of how he's like spoke to his mom, he's telling people to kill themselves. A normal person would say that's bad, right? You kind of And I think
no, but I've said that before in the podcast. I told everyone before that I've already spoken to Sikanda in private. Obviously, like telling people to kill themselves is bad. Like, I've said that before. I haven't made a dedicated video about it, but I've said it on live streams before, and I've also said that I don't agree with the manner in which I saw some of the conversations with his mom. But at the same time, that's their relationship. His mom was on camera saying, no, everything is fine. This is just how we joke and whatever. And then looking at the chat and seeing everyone laughing, I was thinking to myself, this isn't the first time these guys are seeing this. This must be some weird relationship that they have, or like this is how they operate or whatever. And I'm only saying weird because in my house, if I spoke to my mom like that, my uncles would be here straight away to like put me in a body bag. So it's alien to me. But from what I could see, that is their relationship. I remember you said like out of context, it looks crazy, and it does look crazy. But again, I had already spoken to Sikanda in private. So if I then went and made a video about it, it would have been like, that would be farming views, right? I've already spoken to him. I already have the scoop on the situation. Why am I then going to make a video about it? Which is an interesting point because on one hand, he'll say he's grifting for views, but an open conflict between me and Sikanda, or me airing Sikanda's business out or bringing out a video after I've just spoken to him, is gonna farm views, isn't it?
There's no. It's like an allegation you can't beat. It's the do you still beat your wife question. It's like, well, no answer you give is going to be good. Because, it's dumb. I just kind of cared more. I think what you just said now, I feel if you said that to him, or Fate heard you say that yes, it's bad, out of context, it's crazy, but instead of I think on your video, when he went over the call, you immediately defended it without saying it's bad first. And I think sometimes the order in what you say is like more impactful. So if you just said this is crazy, but it might have like triggered in his brain to be like, you're not condoning it. You're also agreeing with everyone else to say this is crazy, but you have more context than everyone else to why you didn't make a video about it. But,
I mean, there's definitely things that I could word better, 100%. And I think, like you said, when you're in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just overlook tidbits of information. But I mean, that's just one of those situations where maybe like communication wasn't the best.
Okay, that was basically it. Hopefully Fate comes in, he sees that concession, is like, look, good faith people. That would be great. But
I mean, I sent him the link. What time is it in Australia now? Let's see. I know he's probably it's 10 o'clock. He's up 100%, and he's on the internet. So hopefully he does. It would be good to squash it. But either way, after this, once I close this stream, that's it for me. And like I said, I will take the videos down once he agrees to take the videos down to Tom.
Did him and Tom have like an issue before, or is it like recent?
No, they didn't. This was the issue between Tom and Fate is directly linked to me, and Fate feels like Tom didn't stand up for him when I was going at him, which is absurd because Tom did stand up for him multiple times, and Tom also opted out of conversations which Fate deems unacceptable. He feels like he should have stuck it on me every time, which I just think is unreasonable. Basically what YME is saying in the chat, Tom has caught strays because of this, and I don't think he deserves it. They're talking about shit that happened 6 years ago. It's so silly, but it's obviously a sour spot for Tom because of how the community have treated it. And at some point you got to be willing to like forgive and let things go. And in one of Fate's videos, he did say that I can forgive you for that whole situation because people make mistakes, and then went on to do like yesterday's live stream where they were further dragging him, and I was like, come on, man, this is because of me, which is fine, but like you don't have a problem with Tom. You're angry, and Tom is the one getting the strays here.
I told you I tried to watching it, but there was a bit in the video where Tom was in the chat, and they were obviously like berating him about this thing he did, and he said, "Yeah, I know I did it. I was in the wrong." And then Fate said, "It doesn't matter." And I was like, "Then what's the whole point in this?" if the whole thing was, oh, take accountability. If Tom said he's taken accountability, why are you still doing it? So that's when I kind of like tuned out and I was like, oh, he's just on an agenda thing. But yeah, I think the interesting thing about Fate, or what I would, if I could ask him a question, would be, why do you feel that everyone has to defend everyone else? I think that's like the most interesting part. Like you said, he kind of feels it's morally correct for you to defend him against certain people. It's like he respects you so much that he and Tom and anyone else who doesn't defend him or people around him.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous that he holds that standard. Like if Fate did show up here today and we decided to squash it, but his community said, no, fuck Mike, we're not squashing it, I wouldn't hold that over Fate. He can't control what they do. He can only ask them. If Total MK and I don't know, Riggy that was just in here, or Booty Hunter, or any of those guys are like, sorry, Fate, but we still hate him, we're gonna go at him. And Fate decided that he doesn't want to say anything to them and they just continuously attack me, I would have no issues with Fate. I would say to him, it's not, you're your own man. You can't control what these guys do. It would obviously be different if he was like secretly messaging them saying, yeah, attack him. Then I'd say, okay, well, you're instigating it. But if he makes his stance clear and his community still decides to attack me, I'm cool with that. No problem whatsoever. I mean, I get messages every now and then anyway. I just laugh at them. But it's I think him holding that standard for other people is absolutely ridiculous. And I think anyone that's doing that is they're just looking for a fight. So hopefully if he does see this and he hears that, maybe he's going to be a little bit more willing to just lay off Tom, because I think it would be unfair if another content creator attacked Fate because of stuff that his whole community is doing after he's basically walked away from it.
That standard's crazy. It's just, you're just setting yourself up for failure because no one else on the planet is gonna abide by that, right? It's just one last question, real quick. Are you squashing the beef with the orbiters of of Fate? So like the mods and all that sort of stuff. Like that guy that was on his channel the other day, I can't remember his name.
Oh, Dragoon.
Yeah, all of them lot. Are you squashing it with them, or is it literally just Fate? Or is it Fate's contingents?
Yeah, I mean, Dragoon was kind of involved in it, so I'd squash it with him. He reached out to me, but I didn't like the way he spoke to me. He was kind of like wagging his finger and it felt like he was making demands, and I didn't like it. So that exasperated the situation a little bit. But obviously, I name called Dragoon as well, so I'd say to him, sorry for calling you a buffoon and all this, that, and the other. Yeah, I think he was the only one that was really dragged into it. The rest of them were kind of like bystanders, so I don't have anything to apologize to for them because I haven't really spoken to them. It's up to them if they want to let it go or if they want to continue. But I don't mind either way.
Okay, I don't know if there's going to be like a side quest that could be interesting.
No, there's not going to be a side quest. There's too many. If people don't like it, I mean, I saw some people calling for like the ban for my ban or like my channel to get taken down, and I didn't see Fate co-signing that, so I can't really blame him for any of that. People are allowed to have their opinions, but no, they're free to make their own choices. If people want to hate, they can. That's fine. If they want to like let it go, and we just move on from all of this, move into like a new age of Mortal Kombat or Virtua Fighter, whatever, that's good with me as well. So it's whatever they want to do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll sit here with my fingers crossed. Fate, if you hear this, think about the content. You and Mike could social justice the rest of the fighting game scene, and you could call it Deadly Alliance. Think about it.
No, wait, hold on.
Genius, is it not? Deadly Alliance. Mike and Fate against the world, against all the bad people in the FGC. I would sum up.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, first a conversation needs to be had. I'm not I'm not here. I don't know if it's possible for me and Fate to be friends. It feels like our personalities are fire and water, but we can coexist, right? Because we're both going to be playing Mortal Kombat. We're both going to probably I don't know if we'll interact during that time, but we're obviously going to be around the scene. It'd be better for the scene if we weren't attacking each other. There certainly won't be any more attacks on my end. This will be the end of it. And if he agrees to what I asked, then there won't even be any trace of the fights on my channel. So anyone new coming to the channel, as the channel like grows, they won't even know what happened. And because I've told him I will not even speak about it anymore, it will fade into obscurity. And maybe 10 years down the line, you'll be, hey, do you remember you guys used to fight every year? And it will just be one of those things.
You can't talk me away from this. One day, Destiny and the Sun will get together, and you and Fate will get together. It will be the strongest pairing. But I'll let you cope that it's not going to happen. I believe.
Yeah, you keep believing, bro.
All right, Safe, let me jump on, man. Peace.
I'll catch you in a bit. Yeah, C4's reaching for the stars there. Mr. Mars, thank you for the 499, the Unholy Alliance. Who knows, man? Who knows? Like, maybe maybe they'll come and who knows? We'll see. We'll see. What's going on, Jay? No, he hasn't joined yet. I don't think he'll join. We'll see in it. I've still got some time. I start work late tomorrow. All right, let me get Tokyo B assistant here. Hello.
Yo, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, man. So a little off topic from the whole Fate thing, man. I was actually reading an article a while back about, well, actually pretty recently about the new Virtua Fighter, and they had an interview talking about this thing potentially, if it's not good enough, they're willing to cancel it. And I find that scary as hell, man, because it's like we really need that 3D fighter right now, you know, to like
They're
actually
talking
compete
shit.
with Tekken.
They're talking shit. The reason that they put that out there is just to let everyone know that the standard for this game is going to be super high. There's no way they invested all that time. And when they showed us Hawkfield, you could see how much detail went into that character.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely no way they put in that work to say, yeah, if we don't like it, we're going to scrap it. That's just RGG basically letting you know that when they get their hands on an IP, they don't fuck around. Which, when I read it, I was like, okay, like I'm even more confident that Virtua Fighter is going to be incredible.
Yeah, because RGG, they typically have, like you said, pretty high standards. But I also do see where they're coming from, where they're kind of cautious about it, because I've always saw the re-release of Revo as kind of a fallback plan, you know, in case like, or even like a litmus test to see if there is genuine interest in the series, you know, still. So it's just kind of, I don't know, man, like fighting games are kind of in a weird spot, you know. I'm just hoping they don't cancel this game, man, out of like fear of, I guess you could say, like changing it up too much to where fighting game fans won't like it, or like they can't attract like a new audience. It's kind of in a weird spot.
I don't think they'll cancel it. Isn't Nvidia like bankrolling it or something? Like I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to pick your guys' brains on this because, yeah, I thought that was kind of concerning, but also like a good sign that they're not willing to put out something that's not going to live up to it. But it does make me curious because, you know, not trying to bring Tekken 8 down on this or anything like that, but because I'm kind of indifferent about that game. That game did make some of the biggest sweeping changes since Tekken 4, and it became very polarizing. It very much reminds me of that time when that game first came out, where some people just really, it's retroactively become more popular, you know? So how would you feel if Sega actually did take this in such a direction that like fighting game fans might not receive those changes well because they either don't understand it or it just doesn't fit with what they need right now? Because right now I feel like fighting game fans are stuck in a spot where they want something new and unseen before, but at the same time, the recent games are just so, for lack of better word, scrubby. You know, they wanted to go back to basics. What's the middle ground here is what I want to ask you, basically.
I think the middle ground is what they showed off in that tech demo. So I think you can take like the basic martial arts and make it more interactive, and then involve the stage a little bit more, because you saw Akira getting knocked into that like those wooden planks. And if the stages were like big and interactive, where like you could knock people into different places and get different effects, I think that alone would interest people, because then it would make the stage feel alive, like anything could happen here. I think people are just kind of sick of combat mechanics and super attacks and everything, and it might be the right time to dial it back and beef up some other features that are not as prevalent. Like one of the reasons that Tekken 4's like gotten more popular as time has gone on is I think people came to appreciate the stages a lot and what they tried to do there. So I think if they really make the stages special in Virtua Fighter and change the way characters interact with stages, because DOA did a pretty great job with that. I think that could go a long way. Also, when I was looking at Wolf Hawkfield, it looks like they've put a lot of effort into like the general like physics in the game, because of the way his not pause, no homo, but the way like his chest was moving and his thighs. I can only imagine that's going to translate into the rest of the game. So you can beef up other areas without having to sacrifice the fundamentals of the game, which I feel like Tekken did a little bit.
Do you think Tekken fans or other fans of 3D games would be a bit more pretty receptive to having ring outs and things of that nature? Because I do see that might be kind of a deterrent for a lot of Tekken players. A lot of times, like the whole ring out factor, I can see a lot of them aren't a big fan of that. I personally don't mind it. It's something different, you know. But even like stage interactions seem to be very contentious.
Yeah, well, they're gonna need to get on board with that, because ring outs is a part of Virtua Fighter's identity. Mm-hmm. So I would be disappointed if Virtua Fighter 6 didn't have ring outs, but I can't imagine them doing that. So yeah, I think they'll be alright with it, because some of those guys play Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur's got ring outs as well.
Okay. Well, man, that's all I really wanted to ask about, because I just haven't seen anybody really even covering it or talking about it. I think it was like Event Hubs was like the only one that really even covered this story, and just doesn't seem like a lot of news is going around about it. So I was kind of curious what you might have thought, because I know you brought up VF before, and I know Chad he's just been playing it. He hasn't really been talking crazy about it, but you know, he's been been playing it. So, but yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you answering that.
No worries, man. I appreciate you jumping on.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Take care.
Likewise.
All right. What did I miss? Yeah, Tekken fans have got to get used to something different if they're going to jump over to Virtua Fighter and not ask Virtua Fighter to be like Tekken. The Virtua Fighter is going to do something fresh, I think. They're going to innovate. And RGG is behind the game. And if you play RGG games, you know they're all quality. So, all right, Turok, good night, man. Well, I don't know. I don't think Fate is going to join. I saw Martin saying that he's actually awake and he's aware now of what's going on, but he doesn't want to join. So, which is a bit of a shame. It's better to just nip this in the bud. And what is this? Yeah, it's better to just nip this in the bud and move on from it. But I don't think he wants to right now. So can't really force the man to jump on. Don't know. Don't think he's going to show up, guys, unfortunately. But I'm sure he'll see this, and I guess he will just respond as he sees fit. He had a family emergency. Oh, okay. Well, you know, family emergencies are more important. I've still got some time. He said he won't be on for some days because family emergency. Oh, right. Okay. All right. Well, family's more important, I guess. So hopefully his family is okay. Your username is Dark King Grower. Have you sent me a? Yeah, you need to click on the link, bro. You gotta click on the link that I sent you. You click on the link, it'll add you to the call. I can't add you to the call unless you click on the link. He's supposed to drop everything he's doing to come apologize to you. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you understand English and what I just said, baby Maharaja. Is that what I said? I don't think that's what I said. Do I think you're pretty? I do. I do, Finty. Very. Yeah, I don't know where you heard that. I don't, but people hear what they want to hear, so you know. All right, let me get the next caller in here. Hey man, how you doing?
I'm leaving. My shit's not working.
Hello?
Yo, hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right, yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Yeah, my shit's not working.
Yeah, it is. I can hear you.
It's being buggy. It's being buggy.
We can hear you.
Oh. I know you can hear me, but it's being buggy. I'm just gonna let someone else talk because it's being like very echoey, buddy. Is what I'm saying.
All right. Okay, we'll bring you back in later on then. All right. I guess that's that. Let me see. Yeah, there's people sending me messages. If you want to join the call, guys, you got to click on the link or you got to send me a message. I can't add you into the call unless you click on it. But yeah, if he's got a family emergency, that's fine. I'm not gonna. Family's more important than this situation. So if he needs to go tend to his family, it is what it is. Let's see, what did I miss here? Finty, we are going to do a Tekken podcast soon. Just basically just waiting for Fakaram now. Like we've got 1 month until Fakaram comes out. So I haven't done any Tekken gameplay streams since season 2 came out because I was very disappointed with the direction it went. But I think when Fakaram drops, there's going to be another balance patch, and I think at that point we'll be ready to really jump in. Let's see what else people say there. You're gonna go Bluetooth your mic? Yeah, that's fine, man. No problems. That's all good with me. Come on, guys. No, let's put the insults aside in the chat. Let's put it. What's going on, Finn? Yeah, let me send you a link to join. I've barely played season 2. Oh yeah, sorry, Masachi, you were talking about your relationship problems. I was reading your chats. Sorry about that. I forgot to respond to you. So you said that there's a girl you're talking to, and sometimes she's talking to you a lot, and then sometimes she goes cold turkey, right? You also said you're like 19 and 20, 19 or 20. Is she also 19 or 20? Just trying to get an understanding. It's not an older lady, is it? It's, well, I hope she's not younger, because then then you're entering dangerous territory. She is. Okay, cool. So if you're putting in all this effort with her and she's not messaging you back, like she's going days without messaging you and then messaging you, I got some bad news for you. No, Finn, there's nobody in front of you. So let me just finish talking to Mesats first and I'll help you join. Yeah, I got some bad news for you. She's got a bit of a rotor. She has a bit of a rotor going. What I mean by that is that there's a rotation and you're on one end of that rotation. And if you're putting in all this effort with her and you're getting responses here and there, you need to remember there's probably 3 other guys getting that level of attention. And she's just flipping between who she wants to talk to at the time. Now, I don't say that to be mean because, listen, I've been on the receiving end of that. I was on the receiving end of that when I was about your age. There was this really, really nice girl, right? Nice blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes. I was smitten over her, and had to learn the hard way that even though I thought me and her spent a very nice time together, you know, without going into details, that I wasn't the only person on that list. And you just learn the hard way, you know? You learn the hard, like me being naive was like, you know, oh yeah, she's gonna come back. You know, we had a nice night together, blah blah blah. And she would come back every now and then. I'm thinking to myself, why am I waiting? You know, random select, perfect. That's a perfect way to put it. Yeah, you're random select, bro. It's okay. I've been there before as well. You learn. The good thing is that when those things happen to you young, you understand at a young age what to look out for, and you know which women to give your time to. So now that I'm 33, I know exactly what I want from a girlfriend. I notice red flags immediately, and I know where to spend my time. So just accept the L. Yeah, just accept the L. There's two ways to go about this, bro. Now, I'm not gonna tell you to just sleep with her and get on with your day, because that's not a good thing to do, and a lot of young guys do that, and it's not good. It'll probably have a bad knock-on effect on your mental, and you probably won't realize that until you get to my age. So don't do that. Cut your losses and leave. Yeah, go and find a girl that actually wants to spend time talking to you every day. I was under Snow Bunny mind control at one point. Yeah, right. Listen, most of the brothers were. You just learn. You live and learn. So cut your losses, bro. You put in the effort. It hasn't worked out. There's another guy out there that is gonna love the effort that you put in. There will be another guy out there that will love that attention. And just spend your time working on her. And another word of advice: do not. I know that a lot of people say to do the opposite. Trust me when I say this. Find a nice girl and just invest, because a lot of people think the grass is greener on the other side. It usually isn't. Find a nice girl, invest in her, and build a nice life together. I made loads of mistakes when I was younger. Loads of mistakes I wish I never made. Don't walk the same path that I did. Okay, a lot of wasted time, a lot of giving my energy to the wrong people, and even me sitting here feeling sorry for myself. Why isn't she messaging me back? Now, older Mike reading those messages, or like not getting those messages back. So fuck her, man. Get her out of here, man. There's someone else out there that would appreciate my time. You got to look at the situation around you, assess, and move with caution. I used to be for the streets. I gave my life to the Lord, you see. Gave my life to the Lord. But yeah, don't waste your time with people like that. And same goes for girls. You know, if you're messaging a guy constantly and you're getting a response here and there, and if you know, sometimes the guy's working. All right, Finn, no problem. No, that's fine. There's sometimes the guy's working, you ain't gotten a response from him. That's fine. But if it's days and days and days and he hasn't given you a proper response as to why he's not responding to you, then he's probably doing the same shit to you. You're probably on a list and he's got better things to do at that time. No, I just stay alone, bro. Come on, man. I don't co-sign that. I don't co-sign this whole men going their own way thing. I think it's better when men and women are together. You just got to make sure you find one that is worth your time. That's all it is. So, Mesat, I don't know if you're still in the same chat, but move on. Cut your losses, and move on. Do you have any advice about being ghosted or stood up? It's really demotivating for me personally. Okay, I'll give you a personal story, right? This is a fat L that I took, and I could not accept that I took the L. I repressed the information that was presented to me so hard that it wasn't until I got to being an adult that I was like, damn, that was a fat L that I took. there was a girl that I was talking to, yeah, back in the MSN days, and we spoke and we spoke and we spoke, and I never had a camera at the time. She did, so I had seen her. So I was like, yeah, she's nice, blah blah blah. So we go to meet up, and she sees me. She walks up to me. This was a long, long time ago. This was like when I was 17, I think. When I was 17, I was like, I had not really gone to the gym. I was kind of overweight. She looked at me, so she looked up at me. She was very short, and she goes, "Oh, I just need to go outside and make a phone call." So me being a dumbass, I was like, "Yeah, no problem." No, she didn't say that. She said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I need to go real quick. I'll be right back." That was it. So can you do a live stream as a host with invited guests, Rage King and Foxy, to have a conversation and maybe find their piece too? I don't think Foxy will take that. I don't think Foxy will be okay doing that because Foxy has his own channel. He'll probably just have Rage King on there. I mean, if you want to ask Rage King if he wants to be on here, maybe that will entice Foxy to come on. Then sure. I've never spoken to Rage King before, so I don't know. I don't even know if he's on Twitter. Anyway, let me get back to the story. So she looks up at me and she goes, "I'll be right back." Me in my dumb mind, yeah, I didn't even think that Rage King is open. If Rage King is online now, you can bring him on now and we can sit and have a chat and maybe we can try to set something up. So I didn't even think in my dumb mind that this girl was standing me up, that she was leaving me there. So I paid for what we were doing an activity together. I went and paid. And I'm sitting there holding my tickets, waiting for her to come back like an idiot. I'm sitting in the chair and like half an hour passed. So I was like, let me go see what's going on. So I went downstairs and she was nowhere to be seen. And I'm just sort of looking around and I'm like, then it dawned on me. I was like, damn. All right. So I just walked home. I walked home and I repressed the memory so much. And whenever my friends would ask me, what happened, Mike, I'd just be like, yeah, we had a nice time, blah blah blah, it was great. And in my mind I was like, damn, she thought I was so ugly. She saw me for 2 seconds and she left. And you know what, that motivated me to go to the gym. It was probably not not the right thing to motivate you for. Oh, there was another one as well, actually, although this one, I think we both stood each other up, which was a little bit weird. She was pretty, and I think she told me that she thought I was nice. But when we met each other, we were so awkward that we sat on opposite sides of the cinema. This is when I had no game whatsoever. I didn't even know how to talk to a girl. I think I was even younger here. I think I might have been 16, 15 or 16. There's an Italian girl. I can't remember what her name was. And we met each other. And afterwards, after, she was like, "Why didn't you chat to me?" And I was like, "Oh, I thought you didn't like me." She was like, "Well, you didn't say anything to me." And I was like, damn. So that one, I don't think that was a standing up situation. Jimbro origin story. Yeah, well, one of the reasons that I went to the gym as well was I remember there was this. She was a very, very pretty girl in school. I'm not going to say her name because she still sometimes frequents my socials. But there was a very, very pretty girl, very, very pretty, and she walked up to me, yeah, and she goes to me, "Mike, you know, if you weren't so fat, you'd be good looking." And she said it in front of the other pretty girls. And I just sort of smiled and I went, "Oh, thanks." And in my heart, I was like, man, I should kill you. I was so mad. And my boys all saw it and they were laughing as well. And I was like, damn, man, that sucked. That was probably like my origin story. That stayed with me. I had a fat arc, yeah, man. I was in that cookie jar every day when I was a kid. She's out of line. Yeah, well, do you know what? She was the pretty girl, and she was one of the pretty girls in school, so she had that kind of sway. To be fair, she's still very good looking, but I won't speak to her now, just off principle. I won't speak to her. One time she messaged me and she asked me a question, and I was like, "Go fuck yourself. I ain't helping you." I should let it go, but I'm not. I'm gonna let my beef with Fate go. I'm not letting that go though. Typical shonen villain arc, yeah. Yeah, basically. Mike, what workout do you recommend for losing weight? I'm not overweight, but I can feel it coming. If you feel it coming, stop eating, bro. That's the first thing you need to do. You're only getting overweight because you're not going to be able to fight that fat if you keep on eating fatty food. So decrease your calories to start with, and start lifting heavy weights. Do loads of compound workouts. Go onto YouTube, type in Athlete X. You get a bunch of workouts there, but obviously squats, chest press, shoulder press, barbell curl. Do some Stairmaster, but you need to be in a calorie deficit. Drink water, less sugary drinks, eat less foods, cut a meal out. I don't know, skip breakfast or something. I don't eat breakfast. Or if I do eat breakfast, it'll be pineapples. Say to your friends, no, I'm not going out to eat today. I'm going to eat homemade food. If you need to order in, find somewhere that's healthy. Pizza's your kryptonite. Well, you got big problems. Luckily, I'm not that big of a fan of pizza. I like it, but it's definitely not kryptonite. Where's Fate? He said he's got a family emergency, so I don't know. But yeah, water's your friend, mate. Water. Speaking of water, I need to drink some myself. Don't you need to eat to gain muscle? Yeah, you do, but not if you're fat. Like if you're fat, you need to go on a caloric deficit, and you need to lift heavy weights. You've already got the calories on you to turn into muscle, so decreasing your calories will definitely help. Spicy rice. I did not say starve yourself. You live in an Indian household. Oh, so you're getting that biryani. You're getting that roti. Yeah, you're done. Yeah, I can't help you. Indian food is very nice, but it's just very calorie heavy. Let's see if Finn T's come back. Finn, you there?
Yeah, I'm back. Hey.
How you doing, bro?
Taking a quick break from this YouTube stuff. Like just, I don't know. I have a whole folder. I have a whole folder with videos I could do. Like I didn't even do the drag video, I wanted to do this whole saga on drag, didn't even do it. But
why are you taking a break? Your channel is on the up and up.
Yeah, but I wasn't feeling Tekken, man. Like I played it and was like, man, this is, I don't know, man. This is not it. It's just not it.
What about that Dead or Alive or King of Fate or Fury?
I was contemplating to go to the Grandmaster, to Sikander, and just ask him for some videos even on like MK1. But then this ended as well, and yeah, I don't know.
I'm looking forward to Fakaram. I'm definitely gonna jump back on and see what it's saying. I'll probably stick around, and I'm liking the direction they're taking things. I think that Armor King was a smart choice. I'm looking forward to the new character. I'm looking forward to the balance patch because the sidestepping does feel better. They just need to fix the tracking.
That's true. Do you think, I saw, it's funny that you like Fakum Ram a little bit, because I saw again, this tilts me. Do you know when you read these comments of like, no one wants Fakum Ram? And I'm like, this is not true. One of my friends I play with, right? He's like mega high level, and he is a secondary Fakum Ram main. He really likes the character. Like
it's not true. It's Twitter propaganda.
Yeah.
If you look at all of the stats for Fakaram, they're super high. Even after he was nerfed, he's still a very.
He was mega. He was popular, definitely.
Do you know what I don't understand, Joe? Is I think it's good that we have a Thai character representing the national fighting style of the nation. I think that's a good thing. I don't understand why people would be angry at that. I get Bruce, like I understand he's a legacy character, and I'm not saying don't have him in there, but Fakaram he's a good character. Like the hate for him is only because of Bruce. If Bruce didn't exist, people would embrace Fakaram because he's a sick design. He looks like a Baki character. Everyone likes Baki.
Yeah, he is. I just, there's one design. Did you ever see that in the? They have this concept art of him with long hair. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
I think that looks cool, and also in the concept art, because the only thing that annoys me a bit about fucking Ram is that even for like a guy who is that tall, do you not think that a bit of his proportions are off with the shoulders? Like that he looks a bit, still his proportions look a bit weird.
I think the Tekken 8 version looks much better than the Tekken 7 version. I was looking at them side by side, and I don't know if it's like
It
the
looks
camera
better.
angles, but yeah,
Yeah, it
his
looks
head
better.
looks a bit bigger, or his shoulders look smaller, but he looks more in proportion now.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think he's cool. I mean, and also, bro, with like Bruce, right? Come on, let's be real. How many people do you think who right now still play this game have actively played Bruce? You could play I mean, that was 13 years ago. I was a
Yeah.
fucking kid, bro. And I didn't even play Bruce back then.
Bro, listen, yeah, I started on Tekken 1, and people like to rewrite history. Bruce was popular with a very small number of people. Bruce was never the most popular character in the game. He just wasn't. And most of the new people haven't even played with Bruce. Like,
Yeah.
it's just noise on Twitter. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I would like to see Bruce in the game just to see him fight Fakuram, but Fakuram is not a bad character design, and the old heads obviously have more of a claim over Bruce because that was their generation's Fakuram, I guess. Their representative of
Yeah.
Muay Thai. But I remember growing up playing Tekken, and the amount of times I'd see Bruce in the arcade, I could count on my hand. The amount of times I came up against, in Tekken Tag 2, he was a little bit more prevalent because he was really irritating in that game. But in Tekken 6, I don't remember seeing him that much.
No. I played Tekken Tag 2 ranked, but obviously that is so long ago. I was so young that I can't even really remember. And also, I have really looked into him now, right? Like because I went back with all the, I did the streams where I was like firing up Tekken Tag 2 because otherwise people can't play it. And I went back to even Tekken 6 tournaments. Maybe you have heard of this, the Tekken Crash that they did in Korea.
Yeah.
They did like multiple seasons, and I looked at Bruce shit, and I have to say, as much as I like him, as much as I wanted him back, and I did the whole video of like Eris was right and shit, and did really well. People really, really also like Bruce, but I have to say, in terms of gameplay, it seems they didn't have a vision. He was really one note, like really one note, like back to, and crouch dash free, back to. He was really one note, like. I don't know, man. I don't want to shit on Bruce because in terms of like he's cool, the tats, like I don't know, his whole like he is like the super hardcore looking dude, but he has like this super soft side with he saves a bird and shit. But in terms of gameplay, he was never really interesting, to be honest.
No, his story was not that interesting either. Fakuram's is much more interesting to me.
Bro, you know what? You know what I think they should have. I think they dislike these new ass characters so much because that is on Namco, because they never did shit with it. Because I don't know, in the stream when you reacted to it, were you also like, wait, I didn't really like with his family and stuff? I heard this as well of like, they took his family and he's forced to fight. And I think they should have when a character comes out like Fakum Ramen, no one has any connection to him. I think what would have been really good is if the character comes out and in the main menu there's like a small comic, right? Like describing the backstory of him. So people can have a connection to him at all,
Yeah, well, I knew about Fakuram's backstory because I like the character, so I went looking for it. But that's the problem. You have to go looking for it.
Yeah.
And I think that the trailer that came out for him, although it did give you some more lore and it made you understand that he wasn't a bad guy, it wasn't enough. And I think these trailers need to be a bit longer. They need to give more backstory so people can be like, oh, that's really cool. I want to play him. And then you see this awesome gameplay because the Tekken trailers are completely centered around gameplay and not really drawing you into the character's personality.
Yeah.
So yeah, they fumbled on that big time.
Yeah, like show me his wife,
Yeah.
Like,
I said that they should introduce Bruce back into the game in season 3 and turn him into a full-blown villain. Or just make it so that he is the one, because they were saying that his wife and kid have basically been kidnapped by the Thai military.
Yeah.
And they're using them as a way to get Fakuram to fight. They should have Bruce in the Thai military. And I said that one of Fakuram's opening dialogues should be him holding a phone with the video camera on, with Bruce holding his wife and child, and that is what
Damn.
drives him to fight. And then Bruce is the villain and Fakram is the hero in that situation. Have them like
why not?
square off in season 3.
Yeah, I think why not? I would have been open for any ideas. Like that's a good idea because they don't do anything with it. Like even with Anna. Oh yeah, Anna. What do we do? Yeah, she doesn't like Nina. You know what I mean? Like that's all. Like that's all there is. And this is what I like a thing. Did you play the World Tour mode in Street Fighter 6?
No, I didn't like it.
But you know, I also didn't like it. I only played it for the skins, you know, because otherwise you have to buy them, the classic skins. But what they did is really smart because they like put all the characters in there and they all have like one or two funny interactions with you, you know? Like for example, I always told the story of like Yuri, she just sends you a phishing link and then laughs at you because obviously on the phone, right? She just sends you a fucking phishing link on the phone and then says you're a fucking idiot. Like stuff like this makes you at least feel something for the character. And I think Tekken with the new characters, they have, I mean, I don't know, man, they just dropped the ball. Like Azucena, right? Coffee. That's it. Like there's nothing else, you know, it's just she likes coffee.
There's definitely ways they can expand on the characters. Like you can take the coffee gimmick and then like turn it into something much bigger. Like you see in animes, they'll have like a really silly premise and then suddenly there's all this backstory behind it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tekken definitely missed the ball on that. And I think with Fakram especially, because his story is really interesting. Because when people first saw Fakram and they saw him square off against Marduk, with the way they presented him, he looked like a bad guy. But it's cool that he's actually not. He's actually a good guy and he's fighting for good reasons and he's a national hero and he's a champion. But the Tekken team, just for whatever reason, decided to not really expand on that.
Yeah. And I honestly also I can't get over the fact that it wasn't, you know, we could have had a really beautiful Unreal Engine 5 like Thailand stage, you know, in like a fucking sick Fakum Ram stage in fucking Thailand. Like not the Temple stage in Tekken 7 was like was also cool, but how about like full power Unreal 5 like a Thai marketplace with like sick, you know what I mean? Like, but no, we get this Pac-Man stage, which, you know,
yeah, we got Pac-Man at least.
Oh man. You know, I have two things. You know, let me ask you something. You know, my brother phoned me yesterday, right? And he's a bit of an idiot. And he just says he got scammed. And he got scammed. He just fell for the oldest trick in the book, basically. Like some guy on Instagram said something about, oh yeah, I sent like $500 to this account and I got 1,000 back.
Oh,
like just
God.
the most classic fucking scam. And
how old is your brother?
He's my twin. He's like also like 24. And you know, I was like, you can't be fucking real. And he oh god. So he just lost $400. It's not like neck breaking or something. Like he has money. He just sold his car. But did you ever got scammed, Mike? Did you ever get scammed?
Nothing like that. Like I think maybe on like the Facebook Marketplace, you buy something and then you bring it home and it's a pile of shit. You know, they lied to you and then you try to go back and the person's violent or whatever. Like scams like that. But no, if someone sent me a link saying, "Here, donate. Here, if you give me 500, I'll give you back $1,000." I've always looked at that. And
It's
like,
the most stupid, bro. It's the most stupid thing. I was phoning him immediately. I was like, you can't be real, bro. It's like you in a street, in like some fucking street, and a guy comes there with a cylinder and it's like, yo, put $500 in here. And then he's like, yeah, and what now? Now you turn around and close your eyes and put your fingers in your ear, and then he just takes the cylinder, puts it on his head, and just runs away. And it's just the most.
Oh, actually,
shit, bro.
I did almost get scammed once, but luckily, I had a feeling that something might be wrong, and I took a bunch of friends with me, and we turned back. So basically, like I was gonna buy my second car, and I wanted to my third car, so I wanted to downsize. So I was getting rid of a bigger car to like downsize and save some money. So I found this new smart car. You know, smart cars are really small and compact and whatever.
Yeah.
And I drove out all like miles to get it. And I got there and it was like 3 a.m. and the guy was ready to sell it. And I paid for it. It was really, really cheap. I was like, oh, awesome. My insurance is going to be cheap. I got in it, and within 5 minutes, the car started like shaking and started leaking and slowing down, and engine lights came on. And I was like, oh, no way. So I told my boys, we'll turn around right now. we're gonna find this guy, and he's gonna give me my money back, and that's gonna we're not taking this. And we found him. He was still at the dealership. He was still dealing with everything. We brought the car back. He was like, "Oh, it wasn't like this when we tested it." I was
Okay.
like, "Go fuck yourself." So I told him. I said to the guy, "There's no one here, bro. It's just me, you, and my boys. Are you gonna give him money back?" And eventually he agreed, and then we just left. But he almost got away with it. If he had left the office, because I wouldn't have known where he is, and I would have been fucked.
Or if you just had driven like a little bit further or
Yeah.
at home, it's you are lucky.
If I hit the motorway, if I had hit the motorway or the freeway, if you're in America, then I would have been finished because the car would have broken down there, and I wouldn't be able to turn around in time, and that would have been it.
Bro, it could have been mad, bro. These people, yeah. I mean, it could have been mad dangerous. Like your brakes could have gotten like fucked or something. Like who the fuck knows?
Yeah, and the thing is, if I took my friends with me because it was so late, and I was like, I don't know if this is dodgy or whatever. So luckily, I was with them. But if I wasn't with them, I don't know if it would have been so easy to give it back. So yeah, that was almost a scam. That cost. It was the car was cheap, and I now I know why he sold it so cheap. But still,
that's crazy. That is fucking crazy. That is fucking crazy, man.
Well, your brother learned the hard way. Hopefully, he doesn't do it again.
I hope he learned, but I don't think he's bro. The stuff he pulled in recent past is amazing, man. He's just I don't know, man. He's just I don't know if it's naive. It's a bit naive. He always, he's one of those people who, if he like gets to know new people, he's very quick with calling them his friends. Like
that's
people
not
he
good.
just. Yeah, people he just met for like a week, 2 weeks. They had a good night. They were drinking. They are my friends, and he's very trusting. Then, like he has a heart of gold. Like really, he really does.
Yeah.
Like I love
Well,
him.
is he identical twin?
No, he looks. Imagine me, but he's like a bit taller. He's like also he's super buff. Like me, I'm nothing. He's like mega. He's like a kickbox. My like of this state. He's like the vice champion. But he looks opposite to me. Like he has like super brown skin, black hair, and brown eyes. But we are twins.
But is he like? Are you two identical, or like in terms of? Oh, you said he's taller though.
Yeah, he's a bit taller. Yeah, he's a bit taller.
Okay. No, that's pretty cool. I mean, at least he can fight, right? If someone tries to do him dirty,
that is
beat him
true.
up.
That is true. That came in practical at some occasions already. You know what's also funny? Did you ever play Magic: The Gathering, the card game?
No, my friends played it though. I've got a few cards in my room, but I've never played it.
I got into it a few years ago, and I always take like long breaks, and now I wanted to go back. And you won't believe this, bro. I start up the game, and on my iPad, the first thing it opens is, of course, the shop. Like it's a bit scummy, but the first thing it opens is the shop. And then do you know what? Do you know who laughs in my face? Clive, motherfucking Clive. From
Yeah, I heard
Fantasy.
that Final Fantasy did the crossover.
Yeah. And I was like, you can't be real. Okay, and I was under the impression, bro, that this was like a secret layer, whatever thing. But no, they pulled the set now, and it's called Universes Beyond. And it's also standard legal. Like, Magic right now reminds me a lot of Tekken, because the whole core community of Magic says we dislike this shit heavily, but they still do it because it makes money. So now you have to deal with, in Magic, suddenly Clive looks into your face, or Noctis, or they do a SpongeBob secret layer. Even it's crazy, and Spider-Man comes out. It's crazy.
They did SpongeBob.
They do, yeah. You can Google it's SpongeBob secret layer. If you Google SpongeBob Magic, it's a counter spell, and it's like where he looks very stupid. Where SpongeBob looks like he looks like a bit stupid. They do SpongeBob, yeah.
If I was a Magic the Gathering player, I'd hate that.
Bro, it started with as well with Tekken in 2020 with The Walking Dead. They did a Walking Dead set. It's the same. It's so funny.
That is very, very strange. I don't know what to say. Yeah, you can't escape crossovers anymore. They ain't everything now.
You can't. They even did like Hatsune Miku. This it's like an anime girl or a Vocaloid or something. I don't know what it's called, but she has like blue hair. I think everyone knows her, like, or has seen her. They did really weird shit.
Why me? Thank you for the $100, bro. Holy shit.
Oh wow.
That is really generous of you, man. I really appreciate that. Bring Gon back.
Bring Gon back, yeah.
Why not? Man, he's put me in a tough situation because $100 donation is incredible, but bring Gon back, boy. Do you know what?
He's
For
in,
you, why me? I'll co-sign that. Bring Gon back.
yeah, co-sign.
Just because of your generous donation.
I've
Can you
also seen his
imagine
smiley.
Gon? Can you imagine Gon in huh? What this
I've
smiley?
seen him in, yeah, I've seen him in chat a couple of times. I like his profile picture, the smiley.
Yeah, that is
Uh,
pretty good. Also, Fate Hollow Peace Arc. Well, you know, hopefully, Fate sees this. What do you think Fate's gonna do? Because he's gonna see this. Do you think he's gonna go on the warpath, or do you think he's gonna be like, fuck it, just drop it?
you mean Fate when he reacts
Mm.
when he sees this?
Yeah.
I mean, bro. You want my real opinion? My real fucking opinion?
Yeah. Be nice about it, though. Be nice.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you like there's no fucking family emergency. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I'm just calling it the way I see it. It's always like these very weird coincidences that happen when something like this happens. Oh, I can't, bro. For how long? For the next few days. I can't. I can't make it, boys. Like I don't. I think I'm gonna be honest. I think he wants this a little bit with you. You know, the back and forth. The like. Otherwise, what's he gonna do? Like, what's he gonna do videos about?
Yeah, I like to think. I like to think that, like, he always says a peace arc. It would be nice. I am, because I watched him the other day, and once again, thank you so much for the $100 donation. That's really kind of you, man. W's in the chat for why me, man. Thank you. I watched it. I watched him the other day saying that he's tired of all of this, and I think after 2 years, it probably is time to just get on with stuff. I want to be charitable and believe that it's just bad timing and something has happened. I don't know. Maybe you're right, but I like to think that he would see this situation now where we can just sort of nip it in the bud, and he just says, "All right, cool." So I'd like to think that his family, there has been a family emergency, but I don't know. Am I being naive?
I was even surprised to see this at all because like I mean some people in the chat were also saying this like Mike why like with like the way you phrased things if you had any wrongdoing in this like also people in chat were like hey wait a minute what did Mike do wrong but obviously yeah you like you took the perspective of like a bit like really hard on yourself of like hey maybe I shouldn't have done this maybe it was like needlessly escalating or something but I don't know I think it's I think there's clearly a party which you know wanted this to happen over all this time and it did and I don't know the only thing I would have liked if we would have if we were able to you know talk a bit about Tekken with him but obviously that didn't happen and I don't know. So he's just some shit is just weird, man. I tuned a bit into the stream where Tom was in chat and he was talking with Dragoon, right? There's I don't know how to describe it, man. It feels I don't even know what to say, man. Like it felt so stupid what they were saying. Like I couldn't even follow their it was just like they are talking instead of you know, addressing anything Tom says. It just felt like they want to keep this up, you know? Because
Yeah. The thing with Tom, what I watched that was really unfair. Because usually, if someone shows up to your stream and you're shit talking them, you bring them on, right? Because we're all grown men.
Yeah.
But Tom was like trying to have a conversation, and they just weren't having it. And it did seem like, at least in that moment, they just wanted to fight with him, and it just seems like Tom is catching strays. There's no reason to attack Tom Brady whatsoever. Tom, you can say whatever you want about that situation. Tom has given so much to the scene. And there are players who are thankfully now speaking out, saying, yeah, Tom helped me get my life back on track, or I reached out to Tom and he paid for this and he paid for that. So that's more than I could say for most people. So to drag Tom is really, really unfair. And hopefully, you know, where I'm like willing to admit fault in places and openly say sorry to his face if he's on camera in front of everyone, I don't need him to say sorry to me. It's fine. but I think he should say sorry to Tom because that was way out of line.
Yeah, it was, and also it was just you could clearly see that they don't even know. They didn't even directly address anything. They just wanted to keep like they're just poking, and it's needless and just so stupid, and it's so obvious that they don't even man up and hey, let him on, right? Tell it,
Yeah.
say it to his face. I mean, yes, and also what you said about like how charitable Tom was, like that is an understatement. Like I couldn't believe like with across every time I've heard him talk about Fate with how much respect and understanding and like with like meeting him halfway mentality. Tom was always talking about Fate, always. It's
Yeah, he was
really crazy.
always polite. Like when Fate said, "Oh, you just stood by," that's just not true. I mean, you've been in a lot of you've been in the live streams and you've seen when people start talking about Fate, and Tom always defended him. And in the off
Yes,
chance
yes.
or the occasion where Tom didn't want to be involved in it because it was turned into a bit more of a confrontation, which Tom clearly doesn't like getting involved in, Tom backed away. He didn't partake in any dogpiling. He didn't partake in any rhetoric, and I think that should be enough. So to drag Tom when he has given so much to the scene and pin him down for a single mistake that he made that he rectified is not fair
Yeah,
whatsoever.
they are
And I
still
don't think that Fate could justify that in any way.
they are still going on with that story, right? I mean, I don't even know how this like I don't even know how it happened that you mean the story also that the Score Esport made this stupid video about, right?
Yeah, and
With
the
like
Score
yeah.
Esports, to be clear to everyone, did not even reach out to Tom for comment.
No,
They
this
just ran the
they are
story.
complete they are a complete dog shit YouTube channel who are they make insane numbers, but they are known for doing this. They are known for doing this constantly. Also from Counter-Strike scene where I was in, constantly taking content creators and not even asking them or crediting them properly. Like they are known for this shit. I don't know how it even happened that this like that this got so big. And I mean, once he was on your stream and he told the whole story, he brought receipts. He said, "Yeah, that was stupid. That was yada yada," and it's just it's fucking insane. Honestly, it's insane that this even happened. It's completely insane. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that even.
Yeah, I mean, from Tom's perspective, because obviously, if you're in his shoes and you're seeing these people say these things, it seems like a lot. But I think most of the community, given what Tom has given back over the years, have forgiven him for that. Everyone makes mistakes. Tom panicked and made a mistake. He's clearly regretful of the situation. He's clearly shown a lot of remorse. He has helped a lot of people he did not need to help. Like he said, he's given over $20,000 to the scene with receipts, which is verifiable. So I think at that point it's like, okay, he made a mistake, and it was wrong at the time, but he panicked and he didn't handle it in the best way. And from what I can see from Tom, when Tom gets into situations like that, he might panic and do the wrong thing rather than staying calm. So I don't think you should hold that over a man's head, especially 6 years on. That is absolutely ludicrous, and it was clearly just a way to spite someone that is close with me in the scene. It was unnecessary. So hopefully he sees that and he apologizes for that. Because, like I said, I'm happy to say sorry to him for some of the ways that I behaved, including Dragoon. They should be willing. And again, I don't need a sorry for me. I don't need videos taken down of me. I just want them to say sorry to Tom, and I want them to take the videos down of Tom. And then we can all move on from this. I don't even mind if they want to make videos about me. I won't get upset about it. It's all good. That's the only thing that I want from them.
Yeah.
I think I've been reasonable.
I think it's reasonable. I mean, you extended the hand now like multiple times, to be honest. Also in the past, I don't know, man. I stand by. I think he wants this to go on because, well, you know, he has content to do. Then I just think he wants this to go on. To be honest, but
I hope not.
maybe
I've got a super chat here for you. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $20. Finty's story about his brother reminded me when someone tried to blackmail me to give them money because they had my old nude pics. My face wasn't in the photo, so I said post them. People will probably be impressed. Oh man.
Yo, Mr. Mask, you were the one who you had the diamond ring for me in the chat, yeah? I accept your proposal. But yeah, nude,
Thank you
bro.
for the
Mike,
donation, bro.
did you ever did you send out nude pics like willy nilly in your life? Did you do that?
Yeah, to
Is your
like
face on there?
to ex-girlfriends. Yeah, probably not a good idea. Don't do
So
that,
you were
guys.
not careful with that, huh?
No, I wasn't careful. And luckily, those ex-girlfriends are not vengeful people. But if they were, and they did that, you just gotta hold the L. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not like some famous ass person, it's just you naked. I mean, yeah, all right. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was young. I was like, I think I was like 18.
Yeah, I also do.
I
I
was
mean,
in
I did that also,
university.
but
Yeah, definitely like nothing as an older. I mean, when you get older, you learn about these things. You're like, so I don't even know where that individual is. It was only one person, and I don't think she's a prick. So hopefully she's hopefully you know, maybe that's who Fate was referring to. And he said, "Oh, we got some stuff on Mike." Who knows? But I think putting that up on
bro,
YouTube might.
he's shitting. Bro, he's shit. I've seen that before from people. He also doesn't know your fucking last name. He doesn't. It's an act.
I think he knows my
100%.
last name because, well, if he doesn't, it's fine. But knowing my last name doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, like, thing is, like, sometimes you make mistakes when you're a kid. Some people, like, I had a friend, yeah, and he sent pictures to the wrong girl, and that shit went everywhere, and he just had to deal with it until people forgot about it. Eventually, people will forget and they'll move on.
Eventually, yeah. But Mr. Mars, did he post the pictures? Did he post it?
Most of the time, they won't if you call their bluff.
I mean, also, isn't that nowadays a felony if you do that shit? In most countries?
Yeah, if you do that and the person's able to trace your IP or whatever, even if you're overseas, you can go to prison for that. There's ways to get people on it apparently, so it's not a good idea. It's a very, very bad idea. So you're probably fine, bro. I don't think you have anything to worry about. But that would be a stupid thing to put on YouTube. Definitely don't recommend that for any sort of revenge from anyone. You know, people do. I don't know if Finn probably. No, yeah, he didn't. He probably didn't do anything with them. Yeah, I was 18 at the time, and you know, I wasn't really thinking. You know, she was sending me pictures, and she was like, "Oh, when are you gonna send me something?" I was like, "Oh, this feels kind of wrong. I'm a dude," you know. And she was like, "Well, this is unfair. I'm stopping." And I was like, "All right, cool. Give me a second." So that was a mistake, but you know, it is what it is. I don't think she's that the kind. I mean, I was 18 at the time, so I'm 33 now. If she still had that picture, I would say that's a little bit weird. You know,
that is a little bit weird, yeah.
We were almost kids at that time, so why do you still have that picture? So you know, hopefully she doesn't.
Yeah, and I mean, also it's always a question of like your judgment of humans. You know, the girlfriends that I had, I think I'm a very, very good judge of character. So even though some of the, or like at least one went out in like the most emotionally damaging way, one of those relationships, but you know, if you're a good judge of character, you know that even if people are hurt, they will not resort to things like this to get back on you, you know.
No, and also you don't want to go to prison. If you were feeling vengeful, even if you were really pissed at somebody, it's not a good idea. You know, it will come back on you as well. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's true.
People do stupid things all the time, so I'm sure Mr. Musk is fine.
I hope he's fine. I mean, he said people will be impressed. So, you know, if you
Yeah.
still have those pictures, Mr. Musk, I would be the judge of that. Yeah,
Okay.
if you still have that.
Let's not tell Blackheart those pictures exist. You might have some problems.
Bro, that Blackheart said Tekken 8 annoys me so much. that I go to Soul Calibur is really impressive because 10 days, 10 days after season 2 dropped, and we had the battle pass reset. He streamed because we commentated. We did a tournament together, a Tag 2 tournament. We commentated that, and I glimpsed a look at his battle pass progress. And 10 days in, he was already like level 220. Like he loves this. He's still Tekken is his thing, right? So that the game is so in such a weird place right now. If even Blackheart says, you know what, let me fucking try something else, and he tries Soul Calibur 6 of all things.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that he jumped to Soul Calibur because it's definitely worth playing, but it's also like I went on to ranked and I waited for like 40 minutes before I got a game, so I was just like, I can't play this, man. Like, it's just there's nothing here.
Bro, there's one game I wanted to play, and I have it, but it's also and it's Killer Instinct. Did you ever play Killer Instinct?
I played Killer Instinct, but I don't like Killer Instinct very much. I like watching it. I don't like playing it.
Yeah, I wanted to get into it, but it's so old by now. And back then I played Tekken casually, but not a fighting game player. And now it's unfortunate. You can't get. I mean, the game has a fantastic netcode, but it's like super dead. Unfortunately, it's super dead.
Yeah, it's hard to I remember Maximilian was saying, go and get these games and revitalize your communities, but it's a bit easier said than done. When it's easier for someone that has almost 2 million subscribers. And shouts to Max for getting to that level because it's not easy. But even when everyone tries to do the Tekken thing, it lasted for some time. But Bandai Namco needs to do what Capcom did and actually release them properly. So we've got them all in one location. And like you put Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 6 on my PC, and it was still really jittery and janky, and I've got to upgrade certain things so it runs properly, and that's just an off-put for most people. Most people don't want to deal with that.
Bro, you are not a fucking idiot. You didn't even know how to do it,
Yeah.
Like, because it's just something you have. I knew it from years down from back then when I tried to emulate Demon's Souls, which by the way is possible. But yeah, it's just no one. I mean, when I do it, and I'm super new, right? And I did some streams. I had like 50 viewers. So, and even then, we had to wait a little bit. Like, the players were there, but even then, we had a full lobby of like, what is it in Tech 2? I think six people, right? And sometimes we had 1 or 2 guys asking like, hey, can I join? And I had to say, oh, lobby is full, but you know what? We do this with like lives or something. King of the Hill with lives, and then someone else can join. But that's it, like 7, 8 people. And it's just because it's too much to ask. People ask, like, how do I do it? Oh, with emulator. I don't know how to do it. I made a video. Yeah, but then this problem. And it's too annoying. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I hope they do something because, yeah, these games are great. And there's also something coming, Mike, which someone has made something to make, like, Namco aware that to, like, show... You know what? I can just say it, can I not? So there's a guy who contacted me, because sometimes I think it's the same for you. I don't know why it's for me because I'm so small. But sometimes people contact me with stuff they did. Like when I streamed, someone was like, hey, I have a petition. And a guy out of France made basically a petition just to, it's not against Tekken 8 or against Bandai Namco, it's just to make aware that there are people who would like the old games brought back to modern hardware. So... I will make a video about it. I have also told him that I will ask you. I will not do it just publicly. I will just ask you if you could at some point maybe do like a very, very short video. Just say, hey, this exists after you like maybe take a look at the petition. It's nothing. It's just he also made flyers and shit. This guy's like super serious. He's like solo. Wow. But I was like really impressed that he loves Tekken so much. And he just says, hey, it's not against Tekken 8. It's not against anyone or Harada hate. It's just to like let Namco know, hey, there are people that would like to see those games come back, Yeah,
no, that 100%. I'll definitely take a look at it and see what's what. That sounds pretty cool that if he went to all that hard work. I think Harada probably will bring... I reckon we're going to get... I don't think we'll get Tekken 4. I don't think we'll get that. But I think we'll get 5, 6, and Tag 2 put onto a disc. That would be... I'd be happy with that. I'll be willing, even though I would like Tekken 4 100%, but I think 5, 6, and tag 2 is a good and tag 1 as well is a good compromise.
Yeah, for sure, bro. One thing, you know, did you see the new? This makes me so. I want to have your opinion on this. The new Hunter x Hunter game, yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a high opinion of it.
Bro, I'm a really big Hunter x Hunter fan, like really big. I don't know if you like the anime, but I think we have at occasions we have spoken about it, like when someone asked like about anime. But bro, when you look at this game, what do you think about it?
It looks unfinished. When I look at it, it looks unfinished. It looks like it has potential, but when I watch people playing it, I'm like, oh, the movement's cool. And then as soon as somebody hits something, I'm like, wow, have they figured out how damage values work yet? Like everything looks like a nuclear explosion on your health bar, and the animations look they look weird. Like they look fluid, but they look cheap. Like it's an odd looking game.
Yeah, it's like, look, you remember, and this is not like I called it, right? But you remember, like if months ago, when City of the Wolves was like at the horizon, I said this game is probably gonna die simply because of the fact that it doesn't look bad. Like they have a cool art style, yada yada yada. But in terms of like just sheer graphical power, it looks like a PlayStation 4 game, and it has to compete with like Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, fucking MK1, which whatever you think of the game, but it looks amazing. Or Guilty Gear, rather Guilty Gear Strive still. Guilty Gear Strive still, after 5 years, I think, looks amazing. It looks amazing. And this game, when you look at Hunter x Hunter, it looks worse than a PlayStation 3 game. I'm so mad about it because this is, they finally can do something with the IP, and you get a game that looks worse than a PS3 game. And get this, Mike, it has no crossplay in 2025. And do you know what the game costs?
It's full price game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's $60.
Yeah, so I saw the no crossplay, and I was like, I'm not surprised it's an anime game. Anime fighting games have just been left out to dry. And also, when I looked at it, have you guys ever played a game called Gotcha Force? Gotcha Force like the way it's designed, like the way it looks. Gotcha Force is a GameCube game, and it came out ages ago. And at the time, Gotcha Force looked amazing, but we're well past Gotcha Force days. And when I look at Hunter x Hunter, I'm like, it looks like Gotcha Force.
Bro, guys, we have a problem here. When a game comes out, and have you played the old like Naruto Ninja Way on Xbox 360 and shit? Like the old Naruto games? Like, brother, these games still today look good. And you look at Hunter x Hunter and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And I have to assume, because you bought the game, I bought the game, DNF Duel. Apparently, it is the same team, the subdivision of whatever, that was responsible for DNF Duel, who did this. And what I have to assume is DNF Duel went really bad. I think the game didn't sell. It was also, by the way, DNF Duel, $60, had dog shit single player content, but I think it was a fun game. But okay, whatever. It also looked good. But now I have to assume what happened is this studio got like the minimum budget to like make a game. And this is what they have to do.
I thought it was the Marvel 3 team, a skeleton team from there had moved over.
It could be, but I thought like this, like eight Ling or something, guys in chat. Does anyone know 8 Ling or something? Was that the DNF Duel guys? 8 Ling? They were involved. Okay, it's them, but there were like 3 studios on DNF Duel: Neopel, 8 Ling, and Arc System Works. But apparently it's them, and they are the DNF Duel guys. And it's like, I don't know what happened, man. I don't know.
DNF had some real potential, man. I really enjoyed some of it. I think it was Ghostblade was the character I used. It had potential, but clearly was unfinished or rushed, or they thought that was acceptable to put out, and obviously it died very quickly because of it.
It died in 1 month. I mean, look at City of the Wolves even now.
Yeah, it's got about 400 people on Steam. I imagine maybe like 600 on PlayStation.
But do you know what the great thing is? But the great thing is, if I want to play this game, I can still play it because there's crossplay. I will find people.
Yeah.
But with
Yeah.
Hunter x Hunter, or you know, something, I don't know what's going on, because I want to play some games, you know, for example, this Under Night In-Birth or Melty Blood. But then you look at them and like they also cost like an insane amount of money for how they look. And I'm sorry to go there. I'm also a gameplay over graphics person, but I have to be realistic, because if I want to have the good gameplay, I need some players in there. And no one that I know is going to buy this game. And then as well, with Under Night In-Birth, the last game came out January last year. And also, Mike, it doesn't have crossplay. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I know crossplay is expensive for companies, and they probably think these kind of games just won't have the kind of audience that justifies it. Anime games always get hung out to dry. Like, we've got Demon Slayer coming up, and I know a lot of the anime guys are excited, and I'm excited because I love the first Demon Slayer game, but we didn't even have lobbies in the first game. We had to complain, and then eventually they added them. We don't know if they're going to have them on launch, because Bleach doesn't have lobbies and doesn't even have ranked. And we're still waiting for some sort of update with the characters. Bro, they have killed the game. And it's so sad because Bleach genuinely had interesting gameplay. And the community really tried to rally behind it. Globeku hosted a massive tournament for it. Kuyon's hosted a massive tournament. Globeku's still doing the weekly Wanted series. But it's the same guys playing. It's not growing. It's only having people fall off. And Demon Slayer is going to have a bigger community because there's more crossover from Ninja Storm. But if they launch without spectators again, a lot of people are just going to be like, fuck this, man. It was so tired of them like throwing it. Like these games look incredible. Like, I don't know if you saw Maximilian doing the reaction to Demon Slayer super moves, but
yeah, I've seen some.
Yeah, even he's like, wow, that these games look absolutely beautiful, and the Demon Slayer plays really well. It plays really, really well. It's actually a really solid fighting game, and then there's no lobbies, and it's like, dude, what is wrong with these guys? And even the way they've marketed Demon Slayer, they've done an awful job, because they told us who's going to be in the game. And then in their infinite wisdom, what they said to content creators, no, you can't film the game. You're not allowed to. We're also going to release 1-minute character trailers of characters you already know are in the game. So there's no real hype being built. We have no confirmation on how the general infrastructure is going to work in the game. We don't have a roadmap. We don't know, if the game's going to get any support or whatever. So again, it's a bit like, yeah, the game looks good, but are we even going to be able to play with our friends?
Honestly, it's crazy to see that as well with Bleach, because I've seen your big stream with pre-release where there was a little bit drama, but you actually on that stream squashed the drama with the Bleach community, or like not you with them, but between them.
Yeah, I was just hosting it,
and I've watched you stream it, even though I don't play it. But I was just like, hey, that looks cool. Let me just look at it. Let me just hang out and just look. And I wonder what the thinking is, because even if they, when they market it, think, no, this is not meant as a competitive experience. This is meant as a super casual, almost for kids. You buy it for one weekend, you play through it, and then it's gone. Like, even if that is your thinking, you never know what kind of gem you have. With, like, for example, the Melee example. Melee is the best example because they didn't put this game out back then to be a competitive game. But people took it and made it that way. So even if you don't intend it, if your game just has this gem in it, at least give the community the possibility, the opportunity to find this gem. Like,
yeah, it's the Japanese developers. I don't know why they do this with anime fighting games, because they are aware that we host tournaments for them all the time, like big tournaments. The tournament that I entered, that I got third place in, by the way, was that had like 400 people in it, of people that like absolute killers in the game. And then the North American version had 500 people in it. And then I entered the King of the Hill on Biscuit's channel, which had killers in there as well. Managed to win that. And I entered some other tournaments and got good placings, and there were really good players in there. And I'm like, all of these guys are putting in work on this game. Like, it's not, Bleach is a kind of game you could pick up and play it and it will be fine. But there's a skill ceiling, and sorry, there's a hierarchy almost in the scene. Like there's like in Tekken, you play someone that's really sick, and all of a sudden you don't know what you're doing with your character.
Yeah,
It's also very like matchup dependent as well. So there's levels to the game, and people putting in work and hosting tournaments. And Biscuit was hosting tournaments on his page and having to do share screen just so that we can see the matches. And it's a bit like,
Oh
why
yeah,
do we have
because you
to?
said they don't have spectate even. Okay.
Yeah, they ain't got spectator. Why do we have to go through all of those loops just to enjoy the game, like on a basic level for features that we've had since the Xbox days, like the early Xbox days? It just seems dumb.
Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But like you said, all these like these games that are like have the name of like, oh, it's maybe an arena fighter or something. Yeah, they leave them. They just don't treat them like a fighting game, and I don't know what. Like they can't. I mean, you can't tell me that like adding a lobby and a basic like spectate system. I mean, come on, like I don't know. I'm with I live by the mentality of like Sajam, because he made this video once of like you should demand shit from your fighting games. Like you should demand basic features. You should demand it. You should demand good netcode, good practice mode, good lobbies, good spectate. You should demand this. And this is why I'm so upset with Hunter x Hunter, because this IP is so legendary. It's so legendary, and we finally get something, and it basically gets treated the same way. Where
Yeah,
no
well, we're
crossplay,
gonna
no
see.
nothing.
We're gonna see with Demon Slayer, because although it's CyberConnect is doing it, Sega are publishing it, so we are expecting a little bit better quality, because that's the expectation that Sega has set. I hold Sega to a very high standard, so I hope that they don't hang us out to dry again. I think the game is coming out this month, if I'm not mistaken. Demon Slayer 2 release date. Oh no, it's coming out in August, so we still got 2 months. One can only hope, I guess. One can only hope.
By the way, when do you think we're gonna see? Do you think this Evo, like we're gonna see Virtua Fighter 6 gameplay, like legit gameplay?
I'm gonna say no. I think that for as much as I love what they're doing with Virtua Fighter, they've really not done a good job with like keeping the hype. It's mostly the community that is keeping the hype alive. But yeah, I don't hold your breath. That's what I'll say. Do not hold your breath. There should be a Evo, because all the fighting game eyes are going to be on that tournament. That's the perfect place to just come out on stage and wow us with an epic fight. But I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all.
Damn.
Not with the marketing anyway.
And you are also kind of like a bit of a break from Tekken, huh?
Well, until Fuck Around comes out. So this month I won't. I haven't played it since season 2 came out. I played it for 30 minutes. I said, "Fuck this! I'm not playing that." I dipped. Haven't been back since. But they've updated the game. I have liked some of the updates. It seems to be going in the right direction. I still haven't played.
But it takes so long. This is the biggest problem. They fucked it up so hard that we are now. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's another big update coming out when Fuck Around drops. So hopefully that is the one that really addresses all of the problems and gives proper defensive mechanics. And they said the patch notes will be out early, so I'll be able to assess it. I miss Tekken. I miss playing it on the channel.
I missed the first attempts with you and shit, like with you and the viewers and stuff.
Yeah, it was fun. We were having a great time, but I had to stand on business. You can't talk all that shit and then go and play it. So I refused to turn it on. It's currently right at the back of my library because it's not been played in ages. But we'll see it when Fuck Around drops.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I just don't. I was so in on it, like with the videos I did of like people, a bit of teaching, for the stuck in blue rank shit in season 1. I missed that, but it's like, what am I what am I supposed to tell people still? Is it a good game overall? Yes, but as a competitive fighting game, and it's always so hard when you go into this debate, because obviously people will point at, but Ni just won Evo in a very defensive style, and yes, he did. And also when you go with like, oh, but we are always seeing the same people at the top. Yeah, but it's because Tekken, you need to take years to even get to play with the pros. When Ayurichi wanted to go pro, or like wanted to go tournament ready, he needed more than 2 years for it. I think he said like 2 or 3 years of like ultra grind to even get to the level where you even have the knowledge to play Tekken at that level. So, but and they are also pros. They will always continue to play the game, and you can play around this, right? You can structure it around. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at this and I'm like, bro, I don't. I hoped for. You know what I hoped for? I hoped for two things. I thought they're gonna turn more heat smashers down on block. Now, obviously, that shit, heat smashers on block, that shit now went down the priority list to like the last spot because now we have to deal with all of these stupid moves at first, right, on an individual move list. But this always annoyed me that like, why do we have these stupid buttons in the game of like the most lowest IQ button, the heat smash? It's just, if it hits, your opponent is dead. If it goes on block, you get a free mix in like 9 out of 10 from heat smashes. It always annoyed me that it's so stupid. And I thought like, this is layer 1. They are going to add layer 2. And I thought, and I don't know what you think about this, but in the first podcast of the Heat Speak, they said this. They said they expect when the game evolves that it's getting less casual. For example, that everything, obviously that everything that is heat dashed is +5 on block. That is obviously mega stupid. And they thought they're going to add variable frame data because it makes no sense that Fang's shoulder is +5 and Steve's running 2 is +5 when heat dash.
Yeah.
Why is it +5? But
I mean, just to answer that question, because people said, "Oh, well, Arsenal's won, so what's the big deal?" It's like, there's enough legacy in the game for the people that have always been strong to remain strong, but there's not enough legacy in the game to keep the players happy. So
exactly,
I can adapt and I can overcome because I've played Tekken for a long time, but it doesn't mean I'm happy doing it. And I think a lot of people have forgotten that the game needs to be fun first. So just because I can beat X player does not mean I'm happy with the game. A lot of people equate winning with happiness or having fun. It's not that. It's they're professional players. They will figure it out, but it doesn't mean that they like what they are figuring out. And that's very clear in these tweets and Austin's tweets. No matter how much people delete stuff, they've made it very clear that the direction of the game is not something that they like. And that's a sentiment shared with most people. But then you see them winning and you're like, oh, well, what's the big deal? And it's like,
what's the big deal?
You're being purposefully silly when you say things like that, because I can play a game and be paid for it and understand that, okay, I need to put food on the plate. I need to get paid. I'm just going to like work ways around this, but I'm not necessarily going to enjoy what I'm dealing with. And that's what people are complaining about.
Yeah. I mean, everyone, even when you look at the things that have been uttered by pro players, and I mean, it's always like, oh, only pros suck their cocks. It's like, okay. But, everyone, when Ulsan had his super dominant run, he literally was like, hey, you won this tournament. Like, how are you feeling? And he's saying, he looks into the camera and says, let me tell you guys one thing. Thank you, Dragunov, for this amazing tournament win. Like, you wouldn't hear these things in like prior to Tekken 8. Like, he literally makes a joke out of it and thanks the character Dragunov. Like, I mean, that is fucking insane. It's stupid, but
it had to happen, man. It had to happen. A lot of people were saying that Tekken players are whiny. I say Tekken players got shit done. Like we got shit done. Like, they're fixing the game. They have apologized. I don't co-sign people sending death threats or like being over the top aggressive. Like, but you need to make that distinction, because some people will be like, "Oh, so you think so?" No, I think it's okay to call them out. I think it's okay to demand better. Look what happened to Mortal Kombat. The MK scene didn't get the chance to really rally together and make a change. And a lot of games die out. The Tekken community said, "Fuck this, man! Fix our game," and they're fixing it. So for people to be like the Tekken community are whiny and blah blah blah, well, I mean, it worked. So what are we complaining about here? Like, they're fixing it. So
they are fixing it. The only tough pill to swallow is that, I mean, and they have said it, they're gonna progressively patch the game, meaning literally over the course of months and months and months, because it's so much.
Well, we got to take W's where we can. They fucked up.
Yes.
And we've been Tekken fans. Well, I've been a Tekken fan since I was a kid. And it's a bitter pill to swallow. And I wish it didn't happen. But if Harada has acknowledged the mistakes and he's gutted the old team and brought in the old team, he's gutted the new team and brought in the old team, and they're being less combative online, then I like with all things, you got to be willing to forgive and forget. There was a rough patch in Tekken 8. There was a difference of ideas between the players and the designers, and now hopefully we'll work it past that, and we can all get on the same page and enjoy the game.
I hope. Obviously, in especially the Europe scene, we have like a sick divide that, you know, a trench that has been dug since the launch of Tekken 8 between a few people. You know, the whole super hardcore like shill accusation, and like in a like not in a kind of like funny let's talk way, but in a you are responsible for this, fuck you, and I hope you get fucking murdered at your locals. This kind of shit. So I hope this at some point people can like look, or like that the wounds heal. As cringe as it is to say that, but you know, in this whole drama with season 2, things were written in comment sections and discords, and also said that I have not passed. I have never before heard in the Tekken community like really rough, like despicable things towards people.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those things are all mad. Like I said, we don't need to go down the road that the melee scene has gone down. Those people are crazy. Saying those sort of things to your fellow gamer over a game is mad. So yeah, there's always going to be bad apples and everything. And I think those people probably need a reality check. They're either extremely young or they're terminally online. But either way, it's not okay to do those things. I do think that I agree with the chat. Michael Murray does need to like rein it in a little bit online. He
Yeah.
seems to be the source of the problem when it comes to the team. And Harada's listened to he's listening to the community, and they seem to be moving with a bit more humility, I think. So we'll see in it. It's the same thing with Mortal Kombat. A lot of people are saying to me, "Are you going to play the next Mortal Kombat game?" Yeah, it's a game. Like MK11 sucked. I said so. MK1 sucked. I said so. You know, like I made the videos. But it's a new game. If it sucks, then we'll say so. You know, I can't hate on a game if I've never played it before. It's a brand new game. Got to give it a try. And the same thing goes for Tekken 8. Season 2, they're trying to fix it so that we go into Season 3 and it's not a fucking dumpster fire. I can only assess it based on what I'm seeing. I can't just shit on the game if it's not even here yet. So that's why I haven't played purposefully until Fakaram comes out, because I know there's going to be a bigger patch. I want to go in there and be like, okay, cool. Let's look at what they've changed. Because if I play it now, I know I'm going to get annoyed at some of the shit in there. So I've just dropped it.
Yeah. I mean, lobby plays are always still enjoyable. Ranked is hell. But yeah, I mean, it's good to at least know that you might be opening lobbies again when Fakum Ram drops.
Yeah, definitely will. 100%. As soon as he comes out, actually give me a day or so to figure him out, because I want to be able to fight people. But I'll definitely have lobbies open again, and I'll play that patch extensively to give a proper, thorough review on it. I won't just play it once and turn it off. And if it's good, because I don't know if it's gonna be better than the state we were in Season 1, which was already not great. But if it's on similar levels and it's acceptable, then I'll probably continue playing Tekken 8 and just doing what I was doing before and not interacting with the store and just enjoying the base game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I also, do you know the I mean, the Armor King trailer, yeah? Do you think it was a bit weak from Namco Bandai to do that? Or do you think it was the right thing? Because it was obviously, very fucking obviously, they have never done something like this before. It was how do you say this, a peace offering.
I think it was the right thing to do given the state of the community. Armor King is the most popular DLC character from Tekken 7, so he was obviously going to be, it was going to be good insurance for Fakaram. But the Fakaram trailer was already going over well. People seemed excited when they were watching him. So Armor King was like good insurance, and it also was good to me that they did that, because we've told them 100 times we do not like not knowing what we're paying for. And I'm willing to make the one exception for a brand new character. I actually feel like a surprise for a brand new character is pretty good. But for returning characters, I want to know what I'm paying for. And they did that. So I can't be mad at them. That's what I asked for, and they did it. So for me, It was a good move in terms of an insurance policy to make sure the trailer goes over well. Luckily, Fakaram was presented in a pretty positive light, so it seemed to change the sentiment. Armor King made everyone explode with hype, and I think that was a win for the community because we've just been taking L's constantly. And Armor King is a sign that maybe things are going in the right direction. And for season 3, when it's returning characters, we'll just know off the bat. Or at least the compromise is if they announce one character and we get the trailer, we get a sneak peek at the next character as well. If that's what they want to do, I'm willing to meet them like halfway if that's the road they want to go down.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It also at least says 100% certain they know people are mega pissed still, and they said, okay, you know what? Next tournament combo breaker, let's put Armor King in there as well. Let's put Armor King in the end. I know we wanted to do it like at CEO maybe, or like way later, honestly, like way probably end of summer, to be quite honest, where they wanted to reveal him, and they said, okay, no, let's put it forward.
They made the right choice.
Yeah, at least it shows people, hey, they know we are kind of pissed, and that is good. You know, okay, they know people are pissed at least.
I'm going to make a controversial comment now. Probably not going to go over well with the chat, but I'll ask the chat and I'll ask you, Finn. What do you think an acceptable base roster size is for Tekken?
Acceptable. I mean, what I would like, base roster size. I mean, I was always someone who thought that, especially for Tekken, maybe a smaller roster would be better. Just because I play the cast all the time, like, or since Tekken 7, I play the cast, literally. So for me, it's not really a big deal. I'm a bit weird because I also like every character, so I'm probably the unicorn opinion. But I thought that also to get more players more consistent in the game, a smaller roster would maybe even be better. Like literally something like, well, Street Fighter had 18 characters, maybe something like 20. But for me, I don't really have a strong opinion. What's yours?
Okay, so most people in the chat are saying 30 to 36 maximum, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
So we started with what, 34? Was it 32?
32, I think. I think 32.
Right. 32. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the two major misses on that roster, I don't know if you would agree or disagree, the two major misses on that roster are Panda and Shaheen. I feel like Panda didn't need to be there, and Shaheen should have been Miguel. Panda, you'd put Eddie, because Eddie should be base roster.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the chat agrees. I don't know if you agree with that.
I agree.
Oh, and obviously for Why Me, we put Gon in there. But yeah, so Curtis is saying facts. Right, so if we agree that 32 is an acceptable size, but and we agree that there were two main misses. Maybe some people like Shaheen, he is his own character. So maybe there's one major miss, and it's Panda, because Panda and Kuma are basically the same character. They're not now, because they fleshed them out a little bit, but they were basically the same character at base. Doesn't it stand to reason then that if you're saying 32 is legit, and there's only one massive miss on the roster, that you're gonna have to have repeat DLC?
Yes.
You'll have to have it. There's no way around it. Tekken's full roster is too big.
Yes.
And 32 is already the biggest fighting game roster outside of Smash Bros. Right? Mortal Kombat has 26.
Street Fighter 18.
Street Fighter had 18
base roster. 18 base roster.
Usually Street Fighter used to start at 8, remember, in the arcades? And then it would go to 16 and then they would increase. If Tekken is acceptable to have 32 when we know that Tekken has a gigantic roster, how do you avoid repeated DLC?
Yeah, you can't really, to be honest.
You can't.
Unless you want to piss people off with the base roster.
But that's the thing, that no matter what you do with Tekken, you're going to get repeated DLC. Because on one hand, you might be like, well, there's a way to avoid it. Could put in characters that have been missing. So let's say Bayek or Wang Jinrei or Ogre or whatever. And it's like, okay, cool, but you said 32 characters, so that means that Horang, it probably won't make base roster if Bake's in there, and Wang Jinrei might replace Leroy, and so you're gonna reuse DLC. Like, there's not really too many ways around that.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
Tekken's already got a fat roster. It's 32. What is it up to now? What,
Oh, God,
30? Is it
plus 4
39?
plus 4, and we have 36, and
We're gonna go up to 40.
At
Right?
the end, we will be at 50 as well. So, but yeah, we're gonna go to 40 now with when
We're
season
gonna
3
be up
is.
at 40, right? So let's say that we get a season 3. We're gonna go up to 44, and I'm guessing season 4, if we get there, will probably be the last one. We're gonna go up to like 48 characters. But Tekken has even more characters than that. So how? I'm asking the chat. I'm asking you as well, Finn. How do we avoid repeat DLC in Tekken's situation going into Tekken 9?
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. So everyone is saying, all right, it's Tekken 7 DLC. All right, cool. But like, other than Eddie, I'll admit Eddie's stupid to not have base roster. But Lydia, maybe there's an argument for Heihachi as well. Why did you even bother killing him? But at this point, like Fakuram, Armor King, who was the first character? Forgotten now.
I also have forgotten. Isn't that funny?
Damn, that's not good.
I don't even know who was. I have Anna from season 2, of course.
Anna, yeah. Like those characters, because 32 is already a massive roster, and that's gonna be very like heavy on cost, no matter what way you want to cut, especially for Tekken 8 where it's trying to rebuild everything. There is no way to avoid repeated DLC. So people were asking me, why don't you talk about repeated DLC, Mike? It's because I'm like, what do you want though? Like, we can't ask Harada and the Tekken team to be like, well, just launch with 40 characters then. That seems unrealistic.
That's yeah.
Like, that seems ridiculous. I'm not gonna ask for something that I feel is ridiculous in my mind. So you can't launch with a Tag 2 roster because Tag 2 basically just focused on the gameplay and just ignored everything else. It had the jukebox and that was it. It had nothing else. So in the mainline games, 32 is a big roster. So then you can't avoid repeated DLC. So I don't know why everyone's getting upset about it.
Yeah, I honestly think people get a bit upset because people feel a bit down because of season 1. Because season 1 for many people was so bland, because Eddie is a very niche character. Lydia was popular, but also kind of like, and then Heihachi left a sour taste, and then Clive, whoop, and then I think people are a bit maybe disappointed with just and then they say or talk about that we get the same DLC again, which we don't get the full same DLC again. But what do you want? Like people want Anna, don't they? Like, what are we supposed to do? I think you're right. Like, what are they supposed to do? Make a 40 character base roster?
Yeah.
Like, what do you and also what has to be said, Anna, I mean, they can say it's the same DLC, but bro, Anna, in comparison to Tekken 7, Anna is a completely different character. Same with Heihachi. They are actually different characters in this game because Tekken 8 is so different.
And also, like, Tekken's not the only one that does this. Akuma is literally DLC all the time. Like, they know that Akuma will sell, and they put him as DLC, and we've kind of come to accept it. Yeah, we just accept that Akuma is going to be DLC because it's been happening for so long. So although, like, I'm obviously on the side of a lot of complaints with Tekken 8, I've never really moaned too much about the repeated DLC because I've looked at the. If Tekken launched with 20 characters, then I think you have more grounds to get annoyed.
Yes.
It's like, well, like 20 characters for Tekken seems ridiculous, but they launched with a big roster, and most people agree the only iffy characters there are Shaheen and Panda. I feel Shaheen should have been Miguel, and I feel Panda should have been Eddie, and I wouldn't have problems with the base roster. But everything else, like, you can, like, people can make the argument for Lydia and they can make the argument for Anna, but with that, you have to switch people out. Someone's got to go.
Yeah.
So there's going to be repeated DLC regardless. You can't avoid it in Tekken anymore because the roster has grown too big. It's going to happen in Tekken 9 as well. So the only time I'm gonna complain is if they launch the game with like 25 characters, because then I'm gonna be like, why did you launch it at 25 characters when your roster is that massive?
Yeah, true. I mean, my only gripe is that I actually want. I have just two. I want actually more characters per season. I would also be willing to pay more, and I would like more new characters because that's the only underwhelming thing for me because I play the cast and I love so many characters, but I also don't have a problem with if they are not really there because I'm not a character loyalist. I love Tekken, right? The system of Tekken. So for me, it's not really I'm not really a big character guy, but I was a bit disappointed that Tekken 8 is like the big new thing, Unreal Engine 8, Unreal Engine 5, all this shit. And then you have like, what did we have base roster? 3 new characters? That is a bit laughable.
Yeah, the thing is though, is the reason that I don't take too much issue with that is that there's so many popular Tekken characters that it's like if you have more new characters, who do you sacrifice? It's a real juggling act because there's so many character loyalists in Tekken because of how long it takes to learn a character.
Yeah, it's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, like you imagine you spend years learning I don't know, Julia Chang, and then she's out and it's like, all right, cool. I just spent like 12 years learning this character and now she's not in base roster for some new chick called Asuzena. So it's like,
yeah, I guess
it's hard to please the Tekken community in that regard because there's so much investment in the game that you kind of run the risk of alienating people. I mean, I don't get as mad when I get alienated because I play boss characters and I understand boss characters are there for the game and then they're out. So I am just like Jinpachi will be back in Tekken Tag 3 possibly. So I'm not that mad at the same event Shinoga. But for everyone else, it's like it's a massive juggling act. Like what does Harada do? Who does he cut? Who doesn't get to make the end? Like all the Wang Jin Ray players, all the players that invested that time into Wang over the years, he's gone now. That's it. You might get him in Tekken Tag 3, but that's your time. You lost your main. He's either too old to enter or he's dead.
Yeah. So, and some people are always fucked. I mean, the people who play, and he is just from aesthetic wise, Ganryu, he is just an unpopular character. He's very, very unique. With his jab is like sometimes in old games even a 13-frame jab. So he's very, very unique, very unique. So you need to really learn this character, and these people get fucked since years. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
So that's why, because people always ask me why are there no videos on your channel about that. That's the reason why. It never made sense to me to go after the Tekken team for the character choices. The only one that made sense was Panda, really. Shaheen is a personal nitpick because I just feel like Miguel could have added so much to Jin's story because he is really the character that shows that Jin is not completely redeemable for what he did.
You have a good point, bro. I never thought about this. Why? You're right. He is one of those characters that is actually connected to Jin in a tragic way, and he is not in Tekken 8. I've never thought about this.
Yeah, so what you could do is you could bring in Miguel and have him come in with story DLC because Miguel will challenge the idea that Jin's the hero because Jin did terrible things in Tekken 6. But he started World War 3, he killed millions of people indirectly in his pursuit to try and kill Azazel, and Miguel is that reminder. So him missing the base roster to me was like, that's dumb. But now they have an opportunity to bring him in like season 3 with story DLC to challenge the narrative around Jin. That's what I would like them to do, whether they do that or not.
That's a good idea. If they would put a little bit more care into, do you think they're gonna do more of those episodes, the story episodes?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah.
And when do you think? Because she is coming, Mike. That is like I would bet my dick on it. Devil Rainer, is she gonna come? Is that the last? That is. I mean, wait. They said new character. Do you think? Nah, they're not gonna. Nah. They're not gonna. Do you think that it could be Devil Rainer, the new character, and they're saying it's a new character? Nah, bro. Right?
No, I don't think it's Devil Rainer. So I actually agree with Moonsault's there. Funnily enough, he brought this up, and it was something that I was thinking as well. So when Armor King was shown off, from what I remember, in Tekken 7. Armor King and Marduk got into a fight, and I think whoever loses the fight has to retire, or Armor King has to take his mask off. So Armor King has shown up now with his mask on, which means Marduk must have lost the fight, and he has to retire from professional wrestling. So I think that the reason the colors match Marduk is because Marduk has a successor, and he's going to bring them in his place to take over as the new character that uses his fighting style, because they probably don't want to abandon that fighting style. And I
would
think
like to
this
see that.
character will come in with story DLC to show what happened between Armor King and Marduk. So that's what I think is going to happen.
You think it's gonna be a chick, like an Armika kind of girl that does like wrestling?
Yeah, I actually think that Marduk is going to have a female successor.
I would like that. You think she's gonna look a bit like Marisa from Street Fighter, like a bit buff, like really tall?
I actually thought that. I thought he'll bring in some Spartan-looking girl, because
That would be sick.
Fakaram is obviously a mirror to Sagat, and
Yeah.
this would be a good way for them to mirror Marissa, because eventually I do think we're going to get Tekken versus Street Fighter. At some point, I think that
Oh yeah,
project
at
will come
some
back.
point. But it could be years. But yes.
Yeah, I think that will happen. So I think this is a good opportunity to bring in a female Valetudo user who will take on Marissa when that game eventually happens. So then you've got Sagat and Fakaram, you got Marissa and this Marduk chick, you got Jin and Ryu, you've got Kazuya and Akuma, you got Heihachi, and I don't know, Oro, whoever decides to fight.
Bro,
You've
Oro
got
is sick.
you've got Akuma and Ancient Ogre. Like there's loads of characters
Yeah.
they can have crossing over and fighting each other.
Would you like them to do? Would you like them to do more characters per season, or do you think 4 is fine?
I would like. I think 6 would be better. So we got one every other month. So
That's also why people were so fine and happy and so it was such a boost for morale when season 2 and Tekken 7 dropped, because they said, you know what, guys, now 6 characters, you all get your old chick back, we get this, you get this, you get this, people were really like, well, 6 characters, that is sick. And
yeah.
I think I think it's a good idea, because they will bring at some point, maybe in the next game, but I think now they will bring Devil Rainer and Angel Jin. They're obvious. They have models for them. Why would? Like, of course, they are putting them in the game. They have Angel Jin even has a rage art.
Yeah, he does. Well, I mean, like, there's obviously a chance that could happen. Let's not put any ideas in ASD Network's head, but there's a chance that could happen. I hope it doesn't.
It would be controversial if they are like
Oh yeah.
2 slots of a 4-character season pass. Yeah, that's
a hard sell. That's a hard sell. I mean, the Jin and Reina fans will be happy. I certainly will not be purchasing that pass if that happens. But I saw somebody saying they should do a boss pass that should have Jinpachi, Kazumi, Ancient Ogre, and what was the other one? I think it was Akuma. I think that pass would sell like hotcakes.
I think as well, but to be fair, I think it was I mean, as much as we still are in an era where you don't talk Tekken 8 up too much, and I also don't want to avoid this a little bit. To be fair, what they do with every new iteration of character, let it be Eddie, let it be Heihachi, even let it be Lydia, they put a lot of work into giving them new stuff, changing animations, making this really pop, that is pleasant to play, pleasant to look at, installs, all of it takes a lot of work. So yeah, I also can maybe understand, like, I don't want to complain too much about this DLC aspect, because even with Anna, bro, they gave her a whole fucking bazooka moveset and new stances and shit. Like, as much as I don't like, as much as I can understand people saying, brother, she has a goddamn bazooka in Tekken, as much as I see that point, I still admire and can appreciate the effort that the engineers and designers and animators put into that, because it looks good.
They tried. I don't like what they came out with, but they definitely did try to differentiate her a lot more from Nina. I don't think
exactly.
Yeah, I don't like what came out of it, but I don't think this season pass has been the worst thing. Fakaram and Armor King are big selling points for me. I'm curious to see how Armor King plays, because he's definitely someone I would consider using. And then we got the new character coming out, so if that new character is really good, then that would justify the season pass to me. But because we don't know yet, I'm probably not going to buy a season 2 season pass because I haven't bought it yet. And the only character that I really want to play off the bat is Fakuram. We don't know when Armor King's going to get here. So might buy those two individually, but
yeah.
But then it might be more expensive if I get the new character if I like her or him. So I don't know. We'll see in it. Just hopefully
You can
they.
buy them individually.
Yeah, but it works out more expensive, I think.
Yeah, it's I think a dollar or two more, as if you were. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but we'll see in it. I'm not going to. I'm not. I like I told people before. I'm not going to buy this season pass. I'm going to try and get it. Hopefully I can get something and get it on my console. But I don't really want to buy it because I don't like the way things were handled.
Yeah, but with Armor King, that they gave Armor King really has potential to be one of the breakout. Like not because everyone thinks he's cool and shit, but just in terms of mechanics, because King took so much of his stuff and was always part of the discussion. What do we give Armor King? Because he has so much shit given to King, and now they can with the resource they still have, they can make this character into a really unique like Armor King.
Yeah,
not
Armor
only the
King
way
is
it is with the
gonna.
Dark Upper.
He's gonna sell that season pass. Guarantee. I guarantee when people saw Armor King, they bought the season pass. He's that popular. So they made the right choice by doing that. Because if you're gonna be you're halfway through the season now, and you want to boost sales and you want to pick up some steam. So that was the right choice. I would have done the same thing as they did. And Armor King, the design looks great. Like they smashed it. So I think they did a good thing.
Upside down smile. I think, you know what I think? Armor King doesn't get an install, but do you know what they will do? Do you know? I played Armor King in Tekken. I mean, I played the cast, so yes, I also played Armor King. The catcher stance he has, that's gonna be they're gonna rework some of this too. Like he will have a stance, guys. Like sorry, guys, he will have a stance.
He had the stances in Tekken 7.
He had catcher stance and the shadow, the shadow. How do you call it? The shadow step, like the shadow needle, where he does the. I know what stance you mean, but I think they will make it. But that stance was like kind of dog shit, and it was kind of dog shit. So I think they are gonna give him like the classic Tekken 8, pretty oppressive 10 frame punish into stance, 12 frame punish into stance, low, mid, high, and homing option. I think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Armor King is so popular. Expect him to be like top tier when he comes out. I reckon he's going to be absolutely absurd.
Yeah, probably. I mean, bro, Armor King has sick counter hits, and they still, which is so insane to me, they still didn't nerf down forward 2-1 from King, the 13 frame elbow, pseudo confirmable, Twitch confirmable counter hit string. So if they give Armor King, if they leave this in, I mean, yeah, like full throw game, good counter hits, Dark Upper. Yeah. Maybe they're gonna make Dark Upper. Maybe they're gonna make something out of that. I mean, it's gonna be cool. But Fakum Ram as well, bro. I'm also someone who's like, I thought the character was sick, and people didn't. I don't even know why people suddenly say everyone hated Fakum Ram. I mean, yeah, in the beginning he came out, he was Busto, so yeah, tournament players had to deal with it. But I don't know. I think they should. I don't know. I think they can do. This character still has. I mean, they can invest resources. I think. But although now, if I remember the trailer, what do you think about the where he glows and it's like a parry and he has an install which makes this 50-50 better?
That's obviously going to piss people off. It looks cool, but as soon as it goes into practice and people have to deal with that shit, people are probably going to get. They're probably going to get pissed off at that, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to unfairly judge the character before we get hands on with him.
Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't.
But yeah, installs are not going to go over well with anyone. People do not like installs.
Yeah, but hey, it's good. It's good to have that I was able to talk to you again for a bit.
Yeah, of course, man. It's been fun.
And yeah, it's gonna be. I'm happy. I'm happy that obviously it's still a bit, right? It's coming out like next month, I think. But
yeah, we got a month.
It's good to know. It's good to know that you will open a lobby again, and maybe someone is going to challenge you. I think didn't ASDF Network a rematch? Didn't he want a rematch?
He wants a rematch with me. Yeah, because I gave him the business.
Oh, you agreed to that, huh?
Yeah, of course I'll give him the rematch. If he wants to get 10-0'd again, that's fine by me.
Okay, if that happens, so if you are, so it might then be with Fakum Ram / Feng. So if that happens, write me and I'm gonna commentate.
Oh, 100%. Guaranteed that the Tekken lobbies will be back in July. 100%.
Okay, that's sick. All right, Mike. Then I'm gonna just well, not go to bed, but I need to go into the kitchen and I will listen for, however long you're gonna do this now.
Yeah, no problem, bro. It was good to chat to you.
Yeah, same. Bye, bro.
All right, man. See you in a bit. All right, guys. Well, I mean, Fate didn't show, but that's fine. He said he had a family emergency. Gonna take him at his word. Also, he wasn't obligated to show, so he didn't have to. But I'm gonna stick to my words. I am not going from this point on unless he directly asks me to. I will not be speaking about Fate anymore. I won't be responding to messages about him anymore. And if he reaches out to me and he decides that he does want to take me up on my offer and remove the Tom Brady videos, I will also remove the videos on him. I think this video I'll probably keep up for a while just so that I can, just so people know that on my end, I'm squashing it. Obviously, if he doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to. That's fine by me as well. I don't need the videos taken down of me, just to reiterate. I just want him to take them down of Tom. I don't need him to say sorry to me either, although I will apologize if I do speak to him directly about certain things. I just want them to leave Tom alone now. And hopefully, going into Mortal Kombat, whatever they decide to call it, the scene is a little bit more united. Hopefully this is a road there. So we'll see what they say. But I appreciate all the donations. You guys were really generous tonight. It's been cool sitting and talking to everyone. So Tekken lobbies will return in July. In terms of content, I have no idea what I'm doing on the channel most of the time. So whatever happens on the day is what I will cover. But once again, whatever happens, there's no more. I'm not doing fake videos on the channel anymore. Like I said, I've given enough reasons as to why I don't want to do them anymore. And we're just going to move on from this. So we'll play this on the outro one more time for good measure. I appreciate all of you guys. Remember, whatever they decide to do is up to them. Do not harass his community. Don't bother Fate. Don't tag him, message him, or anything like that. Any harassment or whatsoever. Leave him to do his thing. He's a grown man. He'll make his own decisions. Same goes for Dragoon or anybody else in the community. Okay. So it's 3 a.m. I'm going to get some sleep. Hope you guys all have a wonderful day. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow for some DOA.